a tutti e benvenuti all'Autodromo Nazionale di Monza. Hello everybody, welcome to Monza for race 5 of the FIA World Endurance Championship. I'm not sure what the Italian is for Scorchio, but it is going to be a hot one with a huge crowd in hand. The Tifosi have come out in their tens of thousands to witness the Le Mans winners, Ferrari, here in the next race on their home track. Martin Haven, Graham Gooding with you on the grid. Anthony Davidson mingling with the great and the good. He'll be back before the race gets underway with the latest update from the grid, and Louise Beckett will be patrolling the grid in the pit lane as ever. And Graham, just look at the sea of red. Look at the sea of humanity here.
Yeah.
I mean, not all of the grandstands are full because not all of them are open, but there will be 100,000 fans in here. And why wouldn't there be? They're in Italy's Temple of Speed. And the news of Ferrari winning Le Mans will have been all over the TV news from the weekend of Le Mans through to their demonstration around the streets of Maranello and ever since. And there you go. The faithful are here to worship. I always say this, there are two religions in Italy, Catholicism and Ferrari, and this is where they come to worship the latter. And what a place to go as well. This track, 101 years old, was built in 100 days. Originally a 10-kilometer combined oval and road track. We use the road track these days. It used to be 7 corners. Now there are 11 because of the chicanes. First test, rushing down the long straight into the Primo Variante. Massive stop, very tricky to negotiate with somebody in front of you. Through the chicane at the Roggia, and into the first of the two Lesmo right-handers. The first one is slightly slower than the second one. The second one, be careful on the exit for track limits because you need the speed to run down to the Variante Ascari, named after the great world champion Alberto Ascari, who lost his life here in testing. And again, resurfaced this year, allows you to carry a little bit more speed down to the Parabolica. Turn 11, the Curva Alboreto, named after another Ferrari legend.
This is the season we've been waiting for, Martin. It's just been building and building and building. 2022 winners, of course, were Alpine. They're still here, but in LMP2 this year, of course, real team by WRT. WRT is certainly still here last year, and they're on the race lap records. Romain Dumas, he's back. Felipe Albuquerque, 1:39.602, and Alessio Rivera in the GTE Am. It is blisteringly warm. Stands are full where they're open. And there is a absolutely massive atmosphere here. Did I hear from Louise Beckett there?
Louise Beckett is on the grid, and some old friends of the show with you, Louise Beckett.
I sure am. I am with Dindo Capello from Audi Le Mans. You've won many races here in WEC. It's lovely to see you here, and you must feel that this is a special occasion with so many people here watching.
It's something really unbelievable, and for who like us loves endurance race and WEC, it's really a great achievement. And you know, of course, the victory of Le Mans a few weeks ago makes this happen, but I think the WEC they made a great job in the last few years, and I think I never seen the Tribune so crowded, if not Formula One in Italy. You know, Formula One is something special in Italy, but especially is Ferrari. I think this time at least 50% of the spectators are here because they love endurance and motorsport in general, which, as I said, as you know, motorsport fan is a great achievement.
It sure is. And what's your role here this weekend? What are you doing here this weekend? You have a part to play.
Yeah, I'm the Grand Marshal of the race. I have to do the green flag, and it's a great emotion and also a great honor because for me, you know, Monza is like my home racetrack, and when WEC called me to be Grand Marshal here was something really emotional, and I hope to be good with the green flag in a few minutes.
You will be, I know it. Thank you very much. Lovely to see you here, Dindo Capello.
See you later. Bye-bye.
Yeah, Dindo Capello. Alan McNish was here as well, one of Dindo's long-term teammates and a colleague of ours over the last few seasons. And just, yeah, great to see Dindo being honoured as the Grand Marshal.
Well, we used to have a regular banner in the stands in Dindo's time. No Dindo, no party. And he's very popular. Have him back there. Number 1 truck Clauser on the right-hand side there from GM Racing, and she's the lady in charge of all of these programs.
And Marek there from the FIA is one of the guys who's in charge of monitoring the performance of all the cars, the technical sides, the whole thing. There's an enormous army of technicians making sure that all the cars comply in every aspect of the regulations. Looking here, ORT by TF, second fastest lap in GTE Am, Ahmed Al-Hati. He was on pole at Spa, the first Omani driver ever to claim a World Championship pole, and they start in second place.
Nico Molina and waving to the crowds. Yeah. Huge support, of course, here for Ferrari, but lots of support for the other teams too, as Dindo was saying there.
It is great to see so many fans coming here. I think Le Mans this year especially, I mean, especially if you're an Italian, because Ferrari won and because the history of them coming back after 50 years away. But Le Mans this year was an epic. It was really where Hypercar came of age, because we had big factory teams in number, and that is only going to increase as we get to next year. Rene Arnoux there in the centre, a 7-time Formula 1 winner, of course, a Ferrari legend. Chatting there with Richard Mille. With his back to us is the president of the ACO, Pierre Fillon. You could see the CEO of Le Mans Endurance Management that runs WEC, Frédéric Lecan there as well. Jim Glickenhaus in a familiar cowboy hat. Not the only cowboy hat at Le Mans, because Ben Keating brought cowboy hats for all the team at Corvette Racing.
This is the Iron Dames. They're taking the pole position yesterday in the hands of Sarah Bovey in dominant fashion, Martin.
And the first female driver to claim pole position in an FIA World Championship at the same circuit in consecutive seasons, because she was our pole sitter here. That's Michelle Gatting. There was Sarah Bovey. So Sarah, pole sitter here last year, pole sitter here this year. Now, that team, boy, if they didn't have bad luck, they wouldn't have any luck at all. They are so on the cusp of a big breakthrough, and to do it here in Italy would just be fantastic for them. We can see the tricolor, the Italian national colours on the grid, and the Marina Militare, Italy's Naval Air Force, and the Marines of the Italian Navy will be delivering the flag shortly. We'll see them overhead. Getting into our LMP2 field, 5th fastest for Inter-Europol, our Le Mans winners in LMP2, the tiny team that could. This Polish family-owned team. There's Albert Costa chatting with
Sean Gallel. Yeah,
with Sean Gallel. I was just sort of laughing there at the height difference between Albert Costa and Sean Gallel. There's at least a foot between them, isn't there? And that's, you know, one of the great things about sports car racing as opposed to open wheel racing is actually height is no hindrance.
Absolutely right. Some very happy faces in these stands. I think a lot of people coming to endurance racing for the very first time, maybe. And what I've been hearing from one or two fans I've been speaking to in and around the paddock is they cannot believe the access they get here.
Yeah.
Autograph session earlier. That's, yes.
Well, in the autograph session, the drivers' tables are normally set up in the working bit of the pit lane.
Yep.
They were pushed back into the actual garages. The entire width of the pit lane, all 3 lanes of it, was rammed with humanity. It was absolutely... And, you know, for Friday, when the tickets were free, we had a regular-sized race day crowd in on Friday alone. So fantastic to see so many fans, so many families here as well.
22 United Autosports car, 3rd on the LMP2 grid. So we look down, you can see in the distance there the 2 NH90 helicopters approaching. And they'll be giving us quite a show. Ferrari
hats and Danish flags, so some Nick Nielsen fans
Absolutely.
in there. David Heinemeier Hansen will start in the car that was qualified by Pietro Fittipaldi. Nearly took pole position. Pietro was top of the pile in qualifying for some while, actually. In the end, they didn't quite manage to sneak through into pole position. So Heinemeier Hansen will start the race.
Here they come.
Yeah, here come the 2 SH60s of the Marina Militare, and performing a little bit of ceremonial duty, but you'll remember probably a month and a half ago, the huge flooding in Emilia-Romagna. They were in their full search and rescue and assistance mode as well. All hands on deck, literally at that stage. So those guys, as well as being a regular submarine hunting and offshore patrol, part of the Italian military were also inland search and rescue. So the two SH-60s, and they will bring in some Marines, riflemen from the San Marco Marine Brigade.
Right over the grid now.
There you go.
Good hair.
Yeah, can't imagine what team they're supporting. There's Rahel Frey, one of the drivers in the pink Porsche, the Iron Dames. And they will be delivering the green flag. And of course, a lot of the work of the Italian Navy and the search and rescue, particularly during the summer months, will be in the Mediterranean to the south of the country, where lots and lots of small boats are coming over. And a lot of them really in quite dire straits, where by the time they get towards the coast of Italy.
Yeah, proud work for them, I'm sure.
Absolutely so.
This grid looking fantastic. The crowd looking even more fantastic. Here, though, is the shape of the future, Martin. This is the Isotta Fraschini demonstration laps from number 11 car. There is the Hypercar, the racing version of this car, which the team hope will race the Hansa Vector Sport next year's FIA World Endurance Championship. The blue car is the Pista version. That is the track only, I feel like super duper track day version of the Isotta Fraschini.
So what it is basically is the Hypercar, but without the rules restrictions.
Yeah.
And there will be a road version as well, a Stradale. They've got a scale model of that here. Dr. Wolfgang Ulrich, among the representatives of the World Endurance Championship, Le Mans Endurance Management, long-time team boss of Audi, of course, and he's part of the guiding group here.
That was a low pass indeed.
That was a low pass, Rennie. I know. Great to see Rene looking so healthy. And I'm sure he remembers, you know, suiting up for Ferrari at this track, whether you're in a sports car race or a Formula One race, you know you're doing something special, somewhere really magical. This track, 101 years old. They're going to close it at the end of this season's activities for about 6 months for, well, improvements, particularly for spectator facilities. More loos, more grandstands, you know, roofs on the grandstands maybe, and you will see a whole new look to Monza. The track itself, don't touch, don't mess with this place. Maybe take the first chicane out so we can go straight down the straight into Curva Grande. And Davidson's done that in testing. He says, okay, it's not for the faint-hearted.
No,
so
we had a number of teams doing that back in the day, pre-Le Mans. And I've been seeing some of the footage of the cars going through their full tilt. Yeah, it really is heart-in-the-mouth stuff.
It probably is. That's where you need plenty of cojones to get the speed. There's your Peugeot team. Paul Di Resta in the white shirt, obviously not going to be second into the car. He may not be driving for a few hours. And there is the Tricolore below the helicopter. And the two helis will come into hover above the grid. And then the third San Marco Marine Brigade Fusiliers will abseil down from the helis. We've seen this, of course, at Le Mans with the L'Ami de l'Air.
Fast descent.
And these are big, heavy lifters.
Grid is going to be cleared, and quickly. Won't be long before we get underway for the 6 Hours of Monza for 2023. And Martin, it really has. Everything about the FIA World Endurance Championship seems to have had a hefty dose of adrenaline into this year. We've got all sorts of storylines. Hypercar, the plan has come together, and as we've already seen with the Isotta Fraschini, more to come as the helicopter comes down now for the flag to be handed over to Dindo Capello.
So San Marco Marine Rifle Brigade will be the unit that has supplied the Marines that will bring the flag down. So the great and the good moving away. It will just be the mechanics responsible for starting the car and the starting driver. Cars, of course, now lined up in herringbone fashion along the pit wall as they would have been in the traditional Le Mans start. Drivers no longer run to their cars, jump in and fire up the engines, but that look to the grid remains the same. So our riflemen descend from the heli. Of course, the whole point of this is to be able to interject personnel quickly and without the need to land whether it's onto ship or land. And these Italian naval marines and their support helicopter crews will be very familiar with this. Again, particularly most recently in the flooding in Emilia-Romagna, they will have been among the first responders to rescue people, get in, save lives. Which to a great extent, actually, in peacetime, is a large part of the role of most military forces. Just to help the government look after the population.
Disaster relief and all those things, and you're from a military family, so am I. And I know there's a huge amount of pride in that side of operations. And great to see the guys from the Italian Navy, the naval air arm from the Italian military. Yannick Dalmas, suited, booted, and about to boot it as he puts out the sighting lap in the course car.
Yeah, Yannick Dalmas and our safety car driver Pedro Casero will be hopefully not too busy here. Weather is good, set fair. There are no forecasts of rain. We had very heavy rain on Thursday morning. I mean, absolutely torrents, and if it were to rain like that here today, that would be an instant red flag. There was certainly weather that would be unsurvivable, even in a wet weather tired car. Mikkel Jensen starting 4th place on the grid. The Peugeots looked to come alive at Le Mans. They just looked like a wholly competitive car a lot of the way through the race. I spoke to Loic Duval. He said, yeah, I think every hypercar really came alive at Le Mans. It's what they were designed for. But he and the rest of the team are feeling much more confident about their performance. And 4th place, their best qualifying. Didn't quite make it onto the front row of the grid, but it could have happened. They were close enough in terms of pace. But on the 3rd spot on the grid, car qualified by Brendan Hartley, started by Sebastian Buemi, and these are the guys that lead the championship with 3 races remaining here in Monza. There's Dindo Capello receiving the Tricolor. Dindo started in single-seaters, went through touring cars, super touring, and then into sports car racing, has become one of Italy's big star names in the sports car racing firmament, and just one of the loveliest chaps.
Absolutely one of the real characters of international endurance racing. 2nd place on the grid, front row for the number 50 car, Miguel Molina. It will be to take this car to the track and challenge as quickly as they possibly can. And interestingly, it is a mixed grid here, isn't it? Mixed rows of cars. Not a lot of chance for there to be a rear gunner for any of these leading teams.
No front row lockouts for Toyota or for Ferrari. Ferrari locked out the front row in Le Mans, and Toyota, courtesy of an absolutely stonking lap from Kamui Kobayashi, snatching pole position, and they are on the hard tyre. There are a few cars down the grid. There is a choice of tyres in Hypercar, medium or hard. I gather the Jota Porsche, the gold Hertz Racing Jota Porsche, is on a medium tyre.
Watch them early in the race.
Yep.
This is all going to be, remember, with no tyre warmers now. Mike Conway there aboard the pole position car. No tyre warmers for the remainder of this season and ongoing.
Yep.
That is going to make it tricky for these hypercars. Close to 700 horsepower going down through the wheels to get the heat into those tyres.
Miguel Molina there just with a moment to gather his thoughts. And it's when you get into the cockpit and tighten up the belts and the helmet is on and the gloves are on and you're plugged into the radio, that's when you start to focus on the race. All the rest of it is just noise. So Ben Keating there talking to the Corvette engineer. Hard tyres on the Ferrari as well. I think most of them are going to double stint their tyres right from the off, but Jota looking to mix it up with the Hertz car. Cars on the grid, 36 lined up, ready to start the 6 Hours of Monza. And René Arnoux, one of the Ferrari Formula One legends, Renault and Ferrari, lest we forget his great starring roles for Renault as well. Great to see René Arnoux here back in Monza, and he will watch the cars go away. I wonder what he makes of Hypercar. He's watched an awful lot of racing over his career and over his life before becoming a race driver. And he'll have seen highs and lows of Formula One, highs and lows of sports car racing. There is no question that we are in the golden, the platinum era of sports car racing. Whatever era is your favourite, this is going to trump it, I think.
Lest we forget, by the way, Rene has stood on the podium at Le Mans. He had 3 starts at the Le Mans 24 Hours, 1977, DNF there, in a Renault Alpine A442. In 1994, he stood on the podium with Justin Bell and Bertrand Ballas in the Dodge Viper RT10, the GT1 class, now, 12th overall.
I would have probably had a stab that he raced here for Alpine Renault, because he was a Renault star in junior single-seaters and, of course, up to Formula One. But I had completely forgotten that he'd raced a Viper.
Did race, by the way, the following year in '95 for Euro Motorsport. Now still with us, by the way, as Euro International and the European Le Mans Series in a Ferrari 333. Didn't go so well. Away they go. And they do make a fabulous sight formed up on the grid. And as they come around, this will be the first opportunity that many of these fans will have had to see the cars as a group. And it's not just seeing them, Martin, it's hearing them.
It's seeing them, hearing them, smelling them, and enjoying the race. And again, great to see so many fans here, so many Ferrari fans, because don't forget, it is a Grand Prix weekend as well. So Ferrari are racing at Silverstone as well as at Monza. But there's a huge number of people here, huge number of Italian fans, huge number of fans from all over the place. I was chatting to some fans from the UK yesterday during the pit walk, and one of them coming to Monza, not just for his first sports car race, his first World Endurance race, his first motor race ever. And you know, Spa, Le Mans, Monza, these Portimao, these European races are so accessible from anywhere in Europe. It's great to see fans from all across Europe and further afield.
Well, joining us in the booth from the grid, that looked a bit scorching down there, but a lot of fun as well.
Very hot, but very fun. And yeah, a lot of motivated drivers for this one. It's funny, after Le Mans, it feels like a lot of pressure has gone. A lot of anticipation that obviously builds up before that 24-hour race. And with that gone, done and dusted, now they can focus on the rest of this championship and really get stuck in. And for teams like Toyota that felt a little bit hard done by at Le Mans, this is revenge time.
Absolutely right. And we've got to get used, haven't we, to a shorter lap time and getting quicker into the action after Le Mans.
First off, 2 formation laps, and that's to allow all the cars and all the drivers to have a chance to warm their tyres significantly. So they will roll past the fans once more, and the second formation lap. And when we get to the end of that, the safety car will pull off, and we will begin the 6 Hours of Monza, race 5 of the FIA World Endurance Championship. Wherever you're watching us around the globe, whether it is morning, afternoon, evening, or dead of night, thank you for joining us. If you've never seen this before, but you're tuning in because you saw bits of Le Mans, then if you go to the FIA World Endurance Championship YouTube channel, not now, but at another time, you can watch all of Le Mans if you are so inclined. You can also go behind the scenes, actually, in the full access program, which will give you a brilliant human view of what it's like to be part of the maelstrom that is the 24 Hours of Le Mans, part of which, of course, we can't show because it's not live TV.
Yeah, trials and tribulations galore in full access from Le Mans, and that is something we do after every FI World Endurance Championship race. If you're watching, whatever you're watching, do get the FIWC app. We'd appreciate it. You get to listen and look at what we're looking at, enhanced timing, all sorts of other features, as well as your broadcast channels around the world. And
a whole load more onboard shots as well to boot. So just going aboard there with the Prema car on the run down towards the second chicane. And I quite like these double warm-up laps. It kind of builds the anticipation more, doesn't it? You can see the fans really eager to see these cars let loose.
And in the hypercar category, not just a mix of hard and medium tyres between the cars, but Glickenhaus starting at least one of their cars with medium fronts and hard rears. So looking for a whole different balance in the car. But it is the number 7 Toyota that leads the field around. And that is Britain's Mike Conway. Miguel Molina alongside him on the front row. Then Sebastian Buemi in the second of the Toyotas. And Mikkel Jensen, the first of our pair of Peugeot. This is on board with Romain Dumas in the 708 Glickenhaus.
You can see the sky blue car in the background there as they come out of Ascari and down towards Curva Alboreto. Parabolica as always was, with the Proton competition car, the new addition to Hypercar here in the WeatherTech colours of number 99 car. We'll be talking about that one, I'm sure, very shortly.
That was Kazuki Nakajima, ex-driver for Toyota, now part of the management group alongside Rob Luypen. And yeah, actually bumped into Rob on the grid, and yeah, this is a race they would desperately love to beat Ferrari at on home soil.
So many questions here. Who's going to come out on top in the Porsche squad? Whether it's one of the privateer teams or the factory team. Will Toyota win? Can Ferrari claim a home victory? Is Peugeot as competitive over 6 hours as they looked in practice? So many questions to be answered, and 6 hours of racing to answer them. We are racing in Monza, and the two Toyotas trying to run nose to tail to shut the door on the Ferrari. It looks like the second place Toyota, Sebastian Buemi, losing out there. Around the outside comes the Peugeot, and the Ferrari's just facing backwards.
51.
That's the 51 car. 99 goes straight through the chicane. Ferrari 51 will go straight through as well. Just what they didn't need. So it is the Toyota Mike Conway that leads from the Ferrari of Miguel Molina, and the Peugeot of Mikkel Jensen up to third place. Alex Lynn fourth, the blue-nosed Cadillac. Then the second Peugeot, that's Nico Muller trying to sneak down the inside, and a big lock-up on the dirt there from the Glickenhaus. But through goes the leader in. That's the Jota that leads in GTE Am, in LMP2, David Heinemeier Hansen ahead of the Floyd Vanwall car, Tristan Vautier. Great start for Heinemeier Hansen. I wonder if he straight-lined the first chicane.
Side-by-side contact there, nearly disaster for the Vector Sport car, but they've come out of that doing well. Well up in the early order. The Hertz Team Jota car up to 6th place after that melee. Yeah, so they've come out of this very well indeed.
Yeah, started on medium tyres, Ant.
It looked yeah, pretty racy into that first chicane. A small lock-up from the number 8 Toyota from Sebastian Buemi. Just made contact with the Ferrari, sending it round, and I think there might be a bit of damage there on the front left at least from the Toyota number 8. You can see weaving around in the background there, in between the Porsche and the Glickenhaus, coming through on the inside, trying in the final corner, but doesn't make it stick. The number 6 Porsche just hanging on there. That's
Lawrence Vantour in the Porsche, Romain Dumas in the pale blue Glickenhaus, and behind him is the Proton competition car, Jimmy Bruni, battle for 4th place. This is the Cadillac of Alex Lynn, under pressure from Nico Muller, who goes around the outside.
Nice move. Oh, did he go straight on? He's going to have to give that place back, surely. Yeah. What's he going to do on the exit as we look further back? Here's the Ferrari, number 51, making up for lost time. That turnaround, I wonder what's going to happen there. Will we see any penalties come Toyota's way? Because I did feel like the Ferrari was... There's nothing he could have done in that situation.
Nico Muller did give the place back, so the Caddy is back into 4th. Nico Muller in 5th. Then the gold car in 6th place is Antonio Felix da Costa, Hertz Team Jota's Porsche. So the leading Porsche is again the Jota privateer car, but he's got a factory car right behind him. That's Michael Christensen in number 5, Penske Motorsport Porsche, the red and white Porsches.
Yeah, that was some quick thinking, and the right thing to do as well. The Vector Sport's second time around in the second chicane is now facing the wrong way. What's happened there, I wonder?
So Matthias Kaiser, the Luxembourg driver, in trouble there. Yellows out of the Variante della Roggia. And the Hypercar field motors on with Christensen.
That's a good line there from Christensen through turn 8. as we look at a replay. What happened here? Oh, a bit of a late move there by the number 63, Bremer, who was in there as Dorian Pan. Yeah, a little bit too late and was unsighted completely as number 10 turned into the corner and got spun around. So, yeah, I would put a bit more blame there on the number 63 car.
Yeah.
The move wasn't quite on.
Yeah, Kaiser was committed. Dorian Pan lost ground there as well, actually, to her teammate. Meanwhile, on board with the number 5 car, Michael Christensen coming around the Jota car of Antonio Felix da Costa. Is he going to get it done under braking? Yes, he does. Good move.
Okay, Seb. Tire and aero looks okay. Tire and aero looks okay. We are P8 at the moment. Get the head down.
Yeah, long race, and I'm sure Buemi is kicking himself a little bit. It's very rare for Seb to make mistakes. I think we might see a restart, a replay here of the start. So you see the number 6 Porsche pull out to race his teammate down towards turn 1. But let's keep an eye on Buemi there. On the inside, the Toyota alongside the Ferrari momentarily. The Peugeot goes around the outside, and then a lock-up from it. Did Buemi get hit from behind from the Cadillac?
I didn't see that. I think
I'd like to see an onboard of the Cadillac.
He almost collects the Corvette as he goes straight on as well.
Here's another view. No, it was. Buemi had locked the inside front and actually made contact with the Peugeot and the Ferrari. And this is the onboard of Buemi. He's braking, he's got Ferrari in this. And it's just, that lockup came just at the wrong time.
Left-hand dive plane, I think, is missing from that Toyota.
Yeah, he hit the Porsche there as well, or the Porsche just scraped round the front of him. So the Caddy, I think, just about escaped, but it is our race leader, Mike Conway, on lap 3 of the race.
I'll correct myself. It's the livery that's misled me.
Too much red and white.
Yes, red on one side and black on the other.
Okay, but yeah, I mean, we heard from Buemi's engineer saying, yeah, aero looks good. That means they can see the pushrod loads of the suspension, and they can see that it matches yesterday's performance from the car and what they expect to see. So no harm done in terms of physical contact on the car or lap time reduction from the car, but I do wonder how the steward's going to look at that one.
Behind these guys, in the lead of LMP2 at the moment, just behind this battle, as you can see the Ferrari just moving up ahead of the Van Wall. That's for 12th place. Leading in LMP2, Jota's David Heinemar Hansen, Ben Hanley within inches of his tailpipe, and there is our Le Mans winner, the 34 car. And that's a nice little pass down the inside from Kuba Śmiechowski. Now, he is the, I was going to say junior, but least highly rated driver of the lineup. He went by Filip Ugran, the Romanian. So Polish driver passes Romanian driver.
I think he might have been under attack from the Prema car into turn 1 and aggressively held on to his position. So let's see how that battle unfolds later on.
After the incident, the previous lap where Dorian Pan clattered the Vector car, Ugran was released from behind her and has got by in the last lap. He's gone by the Alpine of Julien Canal. So that was nearly a 2nd place he made up since that incident a lap ago.
Yeah, 2 leaders trading fastest sectors and fastest laps. Last time around it went to Ferrari. The gap is 0.9 of a second. Let's hear what's going on with Jota.
Now behind you is Christensen, car in front is Müller. We are so slow down the straight. We spot the lack of top speed, we currently investigate, keep you updated.
Yeah, it's interesting that he says that because the Works Porsche just drafted its way past and
blew by him.
You'd have to say, you know, it's the same car. What's going on there?
Well, the top speed for the Gold Jota car, not that Gold Jota car, the other Gold Jota car is 300.8. Top speed for the Penske Porsche, 307.7. So 7 kilometers an hour faster. That's 4 miles an hour. Doesn't sound like a lot.
It's enough.
It is when you're doing the same speed.
Absolutely.
So this is our LMP2 lead battle. David Heinemar Hansen for Hertz Team Jota in the 28 car, their remaining LMP2 car, and last year's winner here, the number 22 United Auto Sports car. And in the United car is Super Sub Ben Hanley. Both United cars have got an alternate driver in this weekend because 2 of their members are racing at Canada Tire Motorsport Park in Mosport in Canada in the IMSA series.
Worth mentioning, by the way, great stuff here from David Heinemar Hansen. He is the lowest rated driver in the number 28 car, and that will better well up the inside.
He's keeping it clean, that was a lunge from Hanley, and right
look
behind,
at the
here comes
United
the 23
car.
United car. Is going to go by both of them. Round the eye to the Lesmo 2. Got to be careful on track limits. He makes up a place. That's Gator van der Gaard. Van der Gaard starting strong, as is his wont, and keeps his nose in front of Hanley.
Yeah, what a fight between...
Is that Ben? Did Ben go by? Can't remember which is
23
which.
from 22 now, I think.
Yeah, Ben lost that.
Yeah.
Ben lost that position from a bit of a feisty move into Lesmo 1, and the two cars did make contact side by side, and it's quite a bizarre place to overtake. But Ben felt like he had the opportunity, went for it, didn't quite have enough of the car alongside to make the move stick. But yeah, that was proper LMP2, classic LMP2 battling.
Van der Gaard, a platinum rated. Ben Hanley somehow only gold rated, which I'm slightly surprised at. David Heinemeier Hansen is a silver, and
look at this, the Ferrari number 50, Miguel Molina, under threat by the 93 Peugeot.
Yeah, Mikael Jensen at the wheel, young Danish driver, and closing at the moment on the Ferrari. So the fastest lap of the race last time around.
So was that a mistake there in the first sector from the Ferrari? Because it looks like it's stretched that advantage once again through that the beginning of the middle sector.
It was a 1:38.1 last time around from Miguel Molina, 1:37.6 from Jensen. They're going really well here.
Yep. 1:37.9 in fourth place, Alex Lynn in the Cadillac. That's that car's fastest lap, and it's just creeping away from Nico Müller in the second Peugeot. And again now, the Jota, Hertz Team Jota Porsche does seem to be a little bit down on top speed. Let's compare Antonio Felix da Costa, 3:10.3, the top speed on the last lap round. Sebastian Buemi behind him, 2:97.5. So Buemi using the toe to close, but may not find it easy to get by.
Also worth pointing out, the other privateer Porsche 300. That's also down on the two factory cars.
Here's a car to be looking at as well, the bright yellow Corvette number 33. If they have a good race here today, they can walk away with the championship, but in a bit of a scrap here with the Aston and the Ferrari.
This was the instant just a couple of lap ago with the 57 car Takeshi Kimura. Yet again, it's Japanese gentleman driver on Japanese gentleman driver.
Yes,
Satoshi Yoshino. We've had this throughout the season. Huge rivalry.
Yeah, that I'd pass more blame there on the Ferrari on the inside. A bit of an overly aggressive move over the curb and bounced himself offline, and then left the D-station car with pretty much nowhere to go.
Mike Conway, the race leader, about 1.8 seconds clear ahead of the battle for second, but not getting further away.
Look at this!
There's the Alpine between the two Prema cars, and just ahead of them, the yellow and green Inter Europol chasing the 35 Alpine. So the 36 car Julian Canal between those two red, white and green Prema cars. We're on board with Kuba Szprychowski, Jakub. Most Jakubs are nicknamed Kuba, and the 35 car in front of him driven by Mimo Rojas.
The numbers tell us there's a lot of newcomers watching these races. LMP2, what is this? They are the same car, the Walorica cars with the same Gibson engine side by side here, 83 and 33. It does indeed, and that's...
Ben Keating goes ahead of Luis Perez Compact.
Yet second place here will guarantee them the championship.
Right, they are third at the moment. Second place is the orange Aston Martin, Oman Racing Team by TF. That's what ORT is, Ahmed El Hati. But the leader is still the Iron Dames car of Sarah Bovey. And the battle is already underway here in Monza. Riding briefly there with Mikkel Jensen, Antonella Coletta watching from the garage. AO Porsche going very slowly, or relatively slowly. That car not finding much speed. Efren Castro driving it. His first time ever in a Porsche RSR. The Ferrari in second place goes straight on. Efren Castro in that red GTE Am Porsche. Never raced at Monza before. He's from the Dominican Republic, but a very successful Porsche racer. This is the lead battle. It's now 1, 2, 3, and then 4, 5 right behind. So David Heinemeier Hansen doing what he should be doing, keeping his line and length correct and just ignoring what's in his mirrors. It's going to make it very tough for the United cars to go by. They're going to have to work together, Anthony, to try and mug him somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, he's under immense pressure here, isn't he? Heinemeier Hansen here, but doing a great job so far in defending the very aggressive Guido van der Garde and Ben Handley combination. Don't forget that one in Portimao as the super subs there.
Yeah.
Through this entire LMP2 field, by the way, there are only 2 gaps of more than a single second at the moment.
Oh, looking back from the Hertz team, Joe Takar, Antonio Felix da Costa. This is the battle for 7th place as Ben Keating moves up to 2nd ahead of Ahmed Al-Hati. And
almost contact there.
I think there was. You saw the way the Aston squirmed. He's still got the diffuser on the rear, though. That's good news.
What a brave move there by Ben Keating around the outside of turn 1. I mean, you're putting a lot of trust in the driver you're racing against there, so well done to both of them. Ben Keating, of course, the bronze driver, the lowest graded driver in that driver lineup at Corvette. So beautiful move there.
Car 8 will serve a 10-second penalty at their next, i.e. first pit stop for making contact with the 51 car. It doesn't bring the 51 up the order, but again, if you ruin somebody else's race, it's the steward's job to inflict a similar punishment on yourself. Into the Roger with the number 8 car, Sebastian Buemi, trying to line up Antonio Felix da Costa for a move for 7th.
Were that stop to take place now?
The
change, yes. Change the lead. That's clearly happened on the run into the chicane.
Van der Garde.
Yeah, that would drop,
Handley,
by the way.
couldn't go with him.
That would drop the number 8 car from its current 8th position to 12th with that 10 seconds.
The thing is with the number 8, he's kind of caught a bit of a blockage in the Jota car. He can't make any headway there at the moment. So, you know, that penalty, if you can't overtake that.
Trouble from 7. So that is Satoshi Hoshino, and is that at the Roger or is that at... Okay, well, wait, where's he gone off?
777, is that Ascari? It's Ascari.
It's Ascari, okay, so
side by side.
We are likely to have a full course yellow. Ben Handley makes the move just in time on David Heinemeier Hansen. He goes through for 2nd place. Behind Heinemeier Hansen, the first of the WRT red and white cars, Rui Andrade, then Mimo Rojas. So Heinemeier Hansen, and that is where the D-station car went off. He's hit the barriers on the right. This will be a safety car. Well, there's a lot of damage on the driver's right, the extreme left of your screen. That's the splitter of the car, or the under tray from the rear.
Gone, I think the bonnet's gone.
Yeah, safety car. Too much debris, too much danger. So again, you know, getting ahead of Heinemeier Hansen then for Ben Handley was absolutely critical. He had to be brave in the Lesmos. That is the end of that car's race. I don't know.
That's big damage. No, that's big damage.
Let's see the other side. The other side might not have a wheel. It might be up in the driver's feet. Let's take a look here. Contact from...
That was the Toyota. That was the
Toyota.
Toyota.
The race leader,
no, I think it was the 8 car. I think it was contact from the 8.
I think you might be right, Graham. Yeah, that's it in front. Look, yeah, the Toyota's
that's a big shunt.
It'd be good to see the onboard of car number 8.
Well, this was on board with Lawrence Vantor, who was 2 cars behind. And don't forget, Buemi was trying to get by Antonio Felix da Costa, has in fact got by Felix da Costa, but at what cost? D-station, out of the race, car wrecked.
So this was the
big bill. Well, this is the start. There's no further action on the start apart from the penalty for number 8 for contact with the 51 car.
Yeah, so watch on the inside, the Toyota, the furthest to the right on the right-hand side of the track, and he locks up just at the last moment and spins around the Ferrari 51. That's why we're seeing the penalty there, the 10-second stop and go for car 8. It was hard for the front, very close. We saw the Ferrari and the Peugeot, loads of them going wide and through on the inside of turn 2, and Nakajima throws his hands up momentarily. This is on board with Buemi, and that's the contact that's cost him 1 penalty so far this race. We're yet to see what happened at the Ascari chicane from on board his car, and that's a good shot from on board the 94 car. You can clearly see the contact. So yeah, you know, I have to agree with the penalty.
I think 93 had some contact there on the outside as well.
He did. There was a very minor contact from the Ferraris that was spinning around with the rear of the 93.
Well, I did expect, with how hard it is to overtake here in Monza today in the hypercar category, I did expect turn 1 to be, and that was the close moment, yeah, as 51 rejoined and just got straight on back onto the line where everyone was spilling over and going straight on.
Man.
But I did expect turn 1 to be hard fought today because it's so hard to overtake in hypercar, like we saw with the number 8 and the Jota car.
Well, let's join Louise Beckett down in the pit lane and hear from Casper Stevenson.
Casper Stevenson from the 777. I can see you're watching, looking at it, and the whole team behind you are. I mean, it's not been your season, has it?
Yeah, it's been a hard first few races. I haven't seen the accident, but hopefully he's okay. But it looks like that'll be us out for the race. Yeah, it's a big shame, but yeah, it happens.
Your team works so hard every single race here in WEC in 2023.
Yeah, they do. I mean, sometimes we give them a bit too much work and with their repairs, but no, everyone works so hard, and D-Station and TF, and at some point we want to reward them with a good result, but it looks like you'll have to wait to the next race.
I don't think you were here, were you, during it? So do you know what's happened out there?
No, I wasn't. I was in the back of the truck. I just have the radio on because I don't have the... yeah, and I heard there was an incident, and then I saw that it looks like we're out. It's fine. I mean, it's hard at the start because all the cars come by at once, and yeah, it's fine.
Thank you.
No problem.
Well, real shame for Casper, doesn't get to drive the car. Real shame for the TF Sport team as well. Tom Ferrier's crew do such a good job. Well, let's see what the radio traffic with Sebastian Buemi has to tell us.
I think there is something on the rear. I have movement. I think there is something. Touch me a lot on the rear.
Safety car, safety car, safety car.
Guys. Left, I had movement. I think I have a puncture. Just check quickly.
Yeah, it looks okay, Seb. Tires look okay to us.
It's not okay. It's not.
Well, they're seeing tyre pressure monitoring in the garage. What they're not seeing is whether the suspension arm is bent or not. And he's feeling, look at it, it's towing out awfully, or towing in awfully.
So it's the right rear of his car that we saw. When we were riding on board, that was a great shot looking back from the Jota. And the number 38 car with Buemi behind, and you could just see Buemi sort of drift over to the right-hand side of the track. And I don't think, still to this point, he's aware
he hit that car,
that he was moving over, because he's complaining, oh, there's right rear damage.
He just said something hit me, I think, in the rear. No, Seb, you were going past another car. Something didn't hit you in the rear. You hit something as you went by. So this is a replay of the attempted pass on the 51 car. Peugeot coming down the inside.
That's the 50.
Or the 50 car, rather.
Yeah, so this was
for second place.
That must have happened just after the incident we've been looking at with the... No, it couldn't have done. There's a D-Station car.
I think the Ferrari might have been held up through the final corner, perhaps with the D-Station car, and that allowed the momentum on the side of the 93 Peugeot to make the move down the inside for turn one. Yeah, great racing between these two, and it's a surprise in many ways to see the Peugeot looking so strong and racy here at Monza.
Well, this is the first time they've come to a track with a setup sheet, because this is where they made their debut last year. Linda Jackson there, the CEO of Peugeot, one of the huge group of Stellantis companies, which also includes Ferrari, courtesy of Fiat being part of that group. Carlos Tavares racing here in historic Formula 3. He's got a Rolt Nova Motor F3 car, Rolt RT3, that he races, an ex Thierry Boutsen car, I believe. So zipping my anorak right up, which I need to do actually, because it's pretty chilly in our commentary booth. Louise Beckett down in the pit lane, Sweltering will be thrilled to know that. So where are we? First full course yellow, first safety car. We went straight to last year. I was going to say we haven't had 37 minutes of full course yellows yet. Read all the graphic, Martin. Let's hear from the number 8 Toyota team as they unpack this.
Sorry with how everything is unfolding. I'm doing my best. I'm sorry, guys.
It's okay, mate. It's only 20 minutes gone. Still a long race to go.
I think it might be quite a long race to go for the number 8 car. If they get away without a penalty for that, then I will be surprised. A lot of clear-up going on down at the Variante Ascari.
As always, the stewards have a lot more information in terms of footage than we do, and the problem is here we're blocked by the Jota in front of the Toyota, that passing car there. So I do think it's a case of Seb thinks he's through and wants to get back onto the racing line. Here's the shot I was talking about before, on board with the Jota. Now, where does that Toyota go? Yeah.
Well, the question that the stewards will look at is, did the Aston Martin move over, and you could see from that head-on shot that he basically kept his wheels straight in front. He was heading into the braking zone, and Seb was coming down the inside, and that does look like a miscalculation, unfortunately, on the part of the Toyota driver.
Unfortunately, it happens from time to time. Seb is usually absolutely formidable and mistake-free. And I just feel like, you know, it can happen to anybody, and that proves it. He usually keeps his nose clean. He drives beautifully all the time. But once in a while, you have those bad patches as a driver, and I feel like he would just like to rewind and start this race again if he had the chance. And that was his apology to the team. You know, a very accomplished driver, multiple world champion in this, and multiple Le Mans winner as well. And yeah, this is difficult. It's hard to know in many ways. People will be thinking at home, look, why can't he tell the distance that behind the car before he turns in? Well, they're long machines. Let's hear from him again.
Okay, Seb, we've just seen the replay, and it looked like no touching. No touching. It looked very close, but no touching.
No, touching. I accept it.
Okay.
All right.
Well, that's confirming he did.
Accept it. I think he said I accept it just then.
No, he said there was touching. I felt it.
Oh,
I felt it. He said right at the beginning, something hit me in the back.
Right. Let's just reset and just have a think about this rationally. In a straight line, would the D-station car just turn to the right and crash into the barrier? No. No. There was contact.
Yeah. Louise Beckett in the pit lane.
I'm down at the Toyota garage, and I have to say the number 8 crew are not, you know, there's no activity going on here. I've spoken to the team. They are just assessing it at the moment. They don't necessarily think that the number 8 is going to come in, but as I say, they're assessing it.
Well, again, Sebastian Buemi was definitely complaining there was something wrong with the right rear. The team are looking at the data they're getting from the monitoring system in the car, saying, no, the tyre pressures are fine, you haven't got a puncture, but he's feeling something out that feels like a puncture, or the right rear is a bit wayward.
Yeah.
It may be that he's picked up some muck on the tyres and it's unbalanced the wheel or something in that sort of little moment.
No, he's a driver with a great feel. He'll be able to feel something. You know, you have to trust the driver in these kind of situations. He'll be feeling that there's something, maybe it's toe, the right rear, it's changed the toe angle of the car, and that's something that the engineers just won't be able to see. They can't see actively the toe of the car, and if Seb's picking that up, he's a driver with a great feel behind the steering wheel, and you feel that through the seat of the pants. So, and this is at slow speed. I wonder how it's going to feel when he starts to go at high speed again.
Indeed. One very brief correction before we are bothered by thousands of Italian fans with pitchforks. Ferrari, not part of Stellantis, was spun off from the Fiat group back in 2016. But the machinations of international automotive trade, it easily be confused.
Oh, that's it.
Do you want to get a scooter ready for him? To the right? Yeah.
That's interesting. That's interesting, because I was having a conversation with our graphics guy about the fact that John Elkann was headlined as a Stellantis board member. So I'm not quite sure what's going on there. Louise Beckett, are you any wiser on Stellantis, Fiat, Ferrari, Peugeot and all the others?
No, I'm running up and down right now. So
oh, good, okay.
Just looking at LMP2, I can see in United, both cars are looking to come in and have driver changes. We've got Phil Hansen ready for the 22 and Josh Pearson ready for the 23.
Okay, interesting. There is still quite a lot of cleaning up to do. And that's interesting. What they would like to do is, if they're assuming this is going to be a long safety car for barrier repairs, and I don't know, I'm not sure. It didn't look as though the barriers might need repairing. Then they will try and put in one of their lower graded drivers. Every driver has a maximum drive time and a minimum drive time in the 6-hour race. That's a concrete wall, isn't it, where the car hit? Yep. I don't think that needs any. I think we may be ready relatively soon to go back to green flag. And actually, for David Heinemeier Hansen, who's third in LMP2, who was just passed by the two Jota cars, this is great news, because nobody's attacking him, nobody can get by him, he's still in third place, and this is burning up drive time. Now, it's not what they got into, it's not why he comes to the races, is to sit behind a safety car, but actually, part of that balance is how you fare against the pros. There's one of the pros, Ollie Jarvis, down at United Autosports, but David Heinemeier Hansen still third in LMP2 after a great start to the race.
I think DHH has got every reason to be utterly delighted with the way he's gone in the first part of this race. Fended off to top pros in the United Cars for a fair few laps before finally having to cede the position. Really good run.
And that's your mission as
Absolutely.
a lower graded driver. That's your mission, just to bottleneck the pro drivers in their progress through the race.
Yep.
Because when it's your turn to get your pro driver in the car and they've got their lower graded driver in the car, everything turns around.
Shouldn't be too much longer before we go back to green flag racing. Looks to me here, just the body language we're getting sing from Mikkel Jensen. I think Peugeot fancy leading this race and soon.
Oh yeah, no question at all. I think Peugeot really fancy winning this race. I think they feel after Le Mans, actually we have got a car that we can race here. They've got knowledge of the track. They have raced the car on this track before. Yeah, they had problems. It was a brand new car. It was basically a test hack brought here to race with a test team. Let's hear from our race director.
For information to the pit wall, the amount of grass on track, the marshals can't deal with it. We're sending in the sweeper. That area is quite critical. And we only have a narrow line, so the option is to send the sweeper there. So we are having a sweeper at T8, T9. We have a sweeper at T8, T9.
Okay,
I think if it was gravel like we saw yesterday in qualifying, that's one thing. But grass, from my experience, you can cope with running over a bit of grass on the track like that. I think they're being more than cautious in that regard, but can never be too safe, I guess.
Yeah, okay, Seb, I've just had a look at the onboard, looking behind from the Joda. We can see obviously be a big touching with the 777 car. We do have a penalty to serve at the next stop. We'll have to wait 10 seconds before we can do anything.
Oh, that's already the penalty, one penalty. So
yeah, I think their race is coming unravelled, and they are our championship leaders. Take a look again at the start of the race with the number 8 Toyota. It was on row 2 of the grid. Number 7 car, Mike Conway on pole. The Ferrari comes in front. Seb drops back, and then adds. Why does he lock up? He's giving himself room.
Cold tyres, and he gets a little bit pinched by the Ferrari. To be fair, in that situation, he does get a bit pinched. That makes him jump on the anchors that little bit harder, and that locks the inside front wheel. And it's the lockup that then sent him into the Ferrari.
But it wasn't just the Ferrari. The Peugeot that was on the same row of him was already ahead.
Yeah.
The Ferrari from the row back got ahead because he was slow on the inside.
So actually, from looking at that once again, you know, Seb, obviously, you know, he did try to do the right thing by hanging back, but it was the moment where the Ferrari starts to come in, it spooks him a little bit, and he jumps on the brakes that little bit harder, and again, you know, that's what caused the lockup. But the stewards will look at it in purest sense that, was there a car's width on the inside at all times? Yes, there was.
Yeah.
That's the problem. Yeah. So, you know, it's a very, you could argue, a very draconian way of looking at that kind of situation, but from a racing perspective, Seb that's how it happened. He had to jump on those brakes a bit harder than he was kind of giving himself time to do in the first place.
There's the pink Ferrari, or pink Porsche, I beg your pardon, Iron Dame Sarah Bovey, that was last year, leading in GTE Am from Ben Keating in the yellow Corvette and Ahmed El Harthy's orange Aston.
It is not going to go green this time. Pits will be open, and we are going to box. We're going to box. We'll take fuel only.
And we will be traffic light.
Okay, so they're going to surrender.
Yeah, that's correct, but it saves us. This is our stop at the end. This is our stop at the end.
There we go.
So
they're going to surrender track position to take that last splash and dash out of the equation. And look, they are not alone. Everybody in Hypercar is thinking the same thing. Let's load the cars back up with fuel. Driver will stay in. They won't change tyres, but they're trying to eliminate the and a bit stop at the end of the race. And they're not alone. Look, LMP2, who stayed out?
Toyota have stayed out. Peugeot 93 stayed out.
Don't think they can serve its 10-second penalty under a safety car.
No, it can't.
50. Okay, so it's split. Half the Porsches, half the Ferraris, half the Toyotas.
Well, the LMP2s would have been getting closer naturally to their pit stop allocate, you know, their fuel supply left in the car. They, without being hybrids, they naturally eat through their fuel much faster than the hypercars. So they're probably getting very close to their natural pit stop anyway.
Yeah.
But for the hypercars, it's interesting. So they've eradicated now already the splash if they weren't to have... Oh, what's going on here with the 42?
It had to come in around the nose of another car, so the 41 car. That was our pole sitter in LMP2, came in from like 7th place.
Has split the United cars in the pits. The Jota
nice
cars.
work from Jota.
Good spot, Graham. Yeah, they've always been super speedy in the pit stops as Jota. Just gained a position because of it.
Safety car out at Monza, and the pit lane has been opened. The sweeper is cleaning the track at Ascari, where the safety car inducing incident, contact between the number 8 Toyota and the 777 D-Station Racing Aston Martin. Pitched the D-Station car first hard into the wall, driver's right, and then into the gravel. Car has been rescued, but clear-up operations continue, and a almost whole field entry into the pits there. 14 cars stayed out, so 21 cars came in.
Only one, by the way, of the LMP2s opted to stay out. That is the 36 Alpine car. In GT Am, the Iron Dame stayed out. Corvette came in, but that's another car that's dropped back behind the ORT by TF car.
Might come in this lap because the lights remain on the safety car. I don't think we're going green this time, so they have another opportunity to pit. Let's get down to the pit lane then and catch up with Louise Beckett and Guido van der Gaar.
Guido van der Gaar coming in from that hot run. That was such a good move.
Yeah, that was nice. I mean, yesterday, you know, qualifying, we were not so fast yesterday. We had some issues with the car, but to be honest, yeah, today I knew I had to make the moves from last to first in a couple of laps. Yeah, like I did in the past, you know. I like it when I'm from the back moving forward. Yeah, that was really, really good. The car's performing quite well actually now. I think we made a step compared to yesterday, so very happy.
Ollie Jarvis, I'm going to bring you in here because I've got to say he was so animated watching that.
Yeah, it's great to see. We had a bad day yesterday, but you know, I've heard a lot about Guido's first laps, and I didn't quite see it at Portimao, but he definitely, you know, he delivered today. So I think we're currently P2, but from last to first in about 8 laps, pretty impressive.
And split strategy now between the 23 and the 22.
I think we came in on the same time, so I think we're still in the same lap.
Both change drivers.
Oh, I didn't see the driver change on that.
No problem, but both change drivers, which I think is quite good. So yeah, we keep on pushing, and hopefully we have a good result at the end of the race.
Great, thank you.
It does occur to me, gentlemen, that there's double, potentially triple bad news here for Seb Buemi. So watch this battle between the two.
Yeah, this was
the positional change, wasn't it? This was
Ben Hanley looking down the inside of David Heinemeier Hansen for the lead, and a little contact there, but look at the car behind. This is Guido van der Gaar. That contact slowed them both up into the first of the Lesmos, then through the second of the Lesmos. Guido van der Gaar being brave on the exit, making sure he doesn't run out too wide, but Anthony, then he's in the position where he's moved ahead of his teammate, and he wants to take the lead.
Yeah, I think at one moment he was trying to think about going around the outside, possibly of the Jota as well, and into the second Lesmo, and actually got a poor run on the exit because of it. And Hanley was threatening him once again down towards the Ascari chicane, but he managed to hang on to it, and later on in the lap found his way past Heinemeier Hansen.
And he brought the car in, having started 11th in LMP2, having taken 10 places out of his rivals and come in as the leader. Lights off on the safety car. We will go green this lap with 36 minutes in the book. And we are now on lap 15 of the 6 Hours of Monza. This is a time race, not a distance race. Last year we did over just under 1,200 kilometers.
Please remind drivers, no overtaking before the line. Please remind drivers, no overtaking before the line.
Eduardo Freitas.
Green lights on track, no overtaking before the line.
Martin Haven, Anthony Davidson and Graham Goodwin are the voices you will hear in this race.
Strikes me coming out of this safety car period, and with the leader under pressure now from the Peugeot.
Watch this.
Close enough.
On the inside defends Mike Conway, but round the outside comes the 93 Peugeot. Mounting the attack, Mikkel Jensen. Can he make it stick there?
Has he got it done?
Clean
Brilliant
on the inside. Great stuff. Big round of applause there from the Peugeot garage.
That's the first smile of the year from Jean-Marc Frino. Great to see that. It tucked in behind, though. This isn't done yet.
Not over yet. You can always mount a challenge down towards the second chicane. Quite often he's had to defend there, has Jensen, but he's kept the position.
And Conway,
nicely done.
As the race leader, did Conway have to be just a fraction cautious into that first corner? The Ferrari's right there as well. That's Miguel Molina, Nico Muller in fourth.
This is fantastic stuff. Now Jensen is really looking in the mirror as he's having to place that car in a defensive manner to make sure that Conway has no sniff of an opportunity to repass. But the Peugeot's so fast in a straight line here in Monza.
Look at the tyres, Ant. Peugeot on the medium tyre, softer tyre for cooler conditions. But the Toyota on the hard tyre now. Are they going to double stint it? Are they going to triple stint it?
Well, what did we see in Le Mans? We saw the Peugeot being very good on its tyres, very kind on its tyres, and I wonder if that's just allowed them to have a bit more confidence to run the medium tyres early on in this race. But now Conway's under the attack from the car 50 into the final corner. Is this a case of the Toyota not being able to energise the tyres and get the heat into them as quickly as others around them, though?
We've seen that in free practice. 2 or 3 laps out of the pit lane on fresh tyres. Still the front end isn't in the car.
Here we go. He's going to have to put the car to the inside once again. The Ferrari's drafting past. I think he might have the job done before even the braking zone. He has.
Molina puts the pressure on, really squeezes Mike Conway, and I think the fans quite like that.
Yes, indeed they did. I think there's more woe coming for Toyota, though, because if you think this one through, there's a 10-second pit stop penalty to come for Seb Buemi, but he's going to have to serve that as we get into a phase of this race where the cars are closer together. It's going to cost him more in terms of track time, and that's before there's any judgment on the contact with the 777.
Penalty also for the 63 Prema car of Dorian Pan for that contact that turned around the numbers 10 Vector Sport car. So if that happened there for a spin, 30 seconds, you can imagine it might be 60 seconds possibly for Sebastian Remy. I'm not quite sure where the penalty is going to end up.
1 minute stop-and-go penalty for car 8 with contact.
Okay.
The 777 car.
So that will be a separate penalty from the 10 seconds that they have to serve at their next pit stop. So when they come in for the pit stop, it's going to be 10 seconds before they can do anything. Then they'll do the pit stop. Then it'll be a separate penalty, a separate entry to the pits.
The 2 penalties together will cost him a lap.
A stop and go, if it's not served within the time of the race, is rated at a 45-second penalty, a drive-through at 40.
Information. The pit lane, 1 minute stop and go penalty on car 8 for a contact with car 777. 1 minute stop and go penalty car 8 for a contact with car 777.
So stop and go, is he going to serve that now, or is this a pit stop? A stop and go, just a stop and go, is 45 seconds. That's a minute 45. They're lapping here in a minute 37.
That's why.
And that is why. See that again, it still looks like a horrible accident, and that is driver's side on the Aston.
This was the most damning view, I feel, yeah, and you can clearly see the contact there. The stewards have taken their time to look at these penalties for the different cars, and
Stop and go. So this is it. It won't cost him a minute and 45 on track, because of course he's still moving when down the pit lane, but it's significantly more than a minute.
It's a decent time to do it, though, because it means that he might be able to at least come out in free air, as they've all been bunched up behind the safety car. That's probably why they've chosen to do it right now.
Well, and also leave yourself the longest possible time to recover from a penalty. And don't forget, at their first pit stop, because he's not stopped yet, it'll be another 10 seconds added to that penalty. It will be a minute and 45, because he's stationed for a minute, and a stop and go is 45 seconds. So, okay, it might be a minute and 40.
He's got to try to stay, or they've got to try and stay on the lead lap. I think that's why he came in while he was still in the lead group. It gives them the best opportunity. If there is another safety car later in the race, that deficit will be at least halved.
Let's hear from the 93 Peugeot team as we ride on board with Kuba Szmachowski.
I think we can do 33. I get no auto lift, barely any auto lift.
Yeah, copy that. We are checking.
I think we can do a 33.
His last lap was a 1 minute 37.
I think they're obviously talking It can't be 33 lap stint, can
No,
it?
and it can't be 1:33.
No, so he must be talking about sector times.
I think he might be talking about
know.
fuel. He might be talking about fuel saving. It might be a figure they're using about fuel saving, because he was talking about, and that's with a small lift or barely no lift.
Yeah, okay.
Looking back from the OT by TF car, there it is ahead now. The reverse view, Corvette Racing chasing two different groups here, of course.
Now that changed during the pit stop, because we saw Ben Keating going by the orange Aston Martin in green flag racing just before the safety car. That's changed in the pit stop, because at that stage that was for second. Sarabovi still leads in GTE Am. The Iron Dames have yet to stop, so they're going with track position rather than fuel.
Yeah, so here's the 93 Peugeot leads this race, and just there, flashing past our screen, is the number 8 Toyota, still on, very marginally, the lead lap.
Yep, came out just in front of leader Mikkel Jensen, so Sebastian Buemi in danger of going a lap down, and we've seen that the Peugeot is quicker than the number 7 Toyota, which has now dropped how far back?
And with blue flags, he will have to get out of the way, so he's got to keep at least this gap against the 93 Peugeot of Mikkel Jensen.
You saw the blue flag already waving there going into Alboreto, so he's already receiving blue flags. If he's going to go a lap down.
If there's ever a time to drive out of your skin, Seb, this is it.
And remember, there's further woe to come, because when he comes in, because he's still not had a routine pit stop, it'll be 10 further seconds.
Now, interestingly, they didn't do any work on the car, so they're clearly happy, or Seb is clearly happy, because what was his last? He hasn't done a flying lap. Sector 2, 33.8, Sector 3, 34. It's about a second per sector slower than Mikkel Jensen, but he was on an outlap.
Yeah.
Looking here in LMP2, our leader is United Autosport's Josh Pearson in the 23 car. The Alpine of Memo Rojas has stopped. And that is ahead of Freddie Lubin, who's in the 22 United car. That's the darker blue car. We're looking further back into Europol's Kuba Śmiechowski.
Who's under attack from the Prema car behind. He's going to be safe this time around into turn 1 with a Vector Sport in front. Great battle here.
The Vector car ahead of them, despite having made a pit stop. So some really strong work in the Vector Sport garage. And Vector, by the way, for those of you that were with us at the top of the show and saw the Isotta Fraschini supercar, hypercar, Vector will be racing that next season. Well, here's Mike Conway, currently lying in 3rd place. Peugeot's Mikkel Jensen chasing Sebastian Buemi.
Paul Durister watching on intently. I know you're going to tell me it's early days, but this has got to be good to see. The Peugeots came here, made their debut in Monza last year, and now you're currently leading this race.
No, it's a good position to be in. I'm never going to deny that. It's a long, hot race ahead. We haven't done a lot of running this week with some technical issues, so I don't think we've got the full clear picture where the strategy is going to play out. But at the same time, at the moment, it's doing a good job. But you just have to remain fairly relaxed and see where the distance goes. But when you see where the difference is and where the team is from a year ago, like you say, it's nice to see, and it rewards back the man hours that have gone in.
You mentioned technical difficulties. What did you change on the car before qualifying? I can't remember, sorry.
I don't know if I'm allowed to share that. I don't know if I need to share that. You can deal with the communication department on that. But you know, we were limited on laps with a few things going on in practice, and I think that's where it's hard. We're playing catch up a bit, but at the same time, Jeff did a very good job in quali yesterday. Mikkel's doing a good job now. You've just got to keep your fingers crossed that you're still there at the end, because that's the most important bit of the race.
I'm going to go and speak to one of your PR people now.
Thank you.
I can tell you, we were told it was a gearbox.
Yeah.
We were told it's a gearbox.
It was a gearbox change. Mikkel Jensen leads for Peugeot, Nico Müller 4th for Peugeot. It's like Le Mans all over again, isn't it? Except the dramas for the number 8 Toyota team. And Sebastian Buemi in the number 8 Toyota has just set that car's fastest lap of the race, 1:37.96, but the leader, 1:37.83. So the 93 Peugeot continues to close on the number 8 Toyota. Again, look at the balance here. Ferrari, 3 mediums, left rear, hard. Toyota, hard all round.
A couple of points to make here. The first is remembering the number 8 is the championship leader, so this is going to shake things up.
Oh, here goes the Peugeot looking to get away, and now this is where Peugeot go down. He's had blue flags for 2 laps. He's had blue flags for 2 laps.
This that's backing up the 7 to the back of the Ferrari now.
Second place battle. We're on board with Mike Conway in 3rd.
Just feels like a matter of time now, doesn't it, with Conway? All he needs is a little bit of traffic to go in his favour to get past the Ferrari. Looks like he's got the speed back. Those hard tyres all round took a little while longer to warm up after that safety car.
We're correctly watching this lead group battle, if you like, but there is another interesting storyline. A little further back in Hypercar, 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th. Those 4 cars stopped under the safety car. Just looking at the pit stop times for those cars, there's almost a 10-second spread. Quickest of the lot, Hertz Team Jota, 47 seconds down pit lane, 49 seconds for the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport car, 55 for the Caddy, and 56 for the second of the Ferraris, the 51.
Yeah, I wonder if there was a tyre change, because we've just seen the 50 car with 1 hard and 3 mediums. Let's hear from the Peugeot leading the race.
We got like 6 blue flags already.
Yeah, we are talking to race control. We are talking to them.
Yeah, Sebastian Buemi will not pull over unless he's forced to. He does not want to go a lap down, and he will cling on. We know what the rules are, but we're going to ignore them until they're imposed on us.
Well, yeah, but bear in mind, 1 penalty, well, 2 penalties already in play. He's still going to take the first that was issued, and that won't be very much longer before he has to come down for his first routine pit stop. It is a purple first sector for Romain Dumas, by the way, in the Glickenhaus. Always quick here.
Which holds the lap record here, by the way, from last year, the Glickenhaus. So it is quick here. Let's hear what the Toyota number 8 team have to say.
Okay, you look far enough now.
Faster now, Luke, I'm putting the gap.
Copy. If you're pulling a gap, you stay in front.
Yeah, this is the problem. So Seb will be saying, look, the only reason he caught before is because I was in traffic. Now I'm in free air. And to be fair, he's kind of edged the gap a little bit. This is critical moments for the number 8 car crew outside of the garage, and for the stewards as well, because they're not going to be happy seeing the blue flags being waved constantly at Seb. And equally, the 93 Peugeot won't be happy getting in the dirty air of the car in front. So Seb has to, for all he's worth, to get the gap a little bit further away, but hard to do against the fastest car in the race.
And the problem with Buemi is that they are now coming up to the GTE Am field, so suddenly the Peugeot's going to be right up his exhaust, and then, you know, he really has to at some. Here they are in the GTE Ams. Now, if the Peugeot gets a slightly better break, then suddenly he's all over the Toyota, and there he is.
The other one.
Oh,
that's the other one.
That's second, third and fourth, isn't it?
Buemi's just done a purple sector in sector 2, so he is hauling at the moment, no doubt whatsoever about that. The other point to make here is we've been some time now under green flag racing. That lead group of 6 cars still only 7 seconds apart.
Yeah, there's so little between them.
He's through.
He's through, yeah. Blue flags have been waving at Buemi for 2.5 laps at least, basically since he came back out of the pit lane, just in front of the leader. There's the second place Ferrari. We're on board with the 94 Peugeot. This is 4th. Mike Conway right in front, car number 7. And this is tough times, isn't it, for the hypercar drivers, because although their top speed at the end of the straight is much higher than the GTE cars, their minimum speed in chicanes is actually lower. The hypercar drivers, I was talking to Antonio Felix da Costa at Jota, and he said the GTE cars are quicker than us at low speed in the chicanes. They've got better grip.
They've got more mechanical grip in many ways. Yeah, there's softer sprung. They've got you know, very good tyres as well on those cars that can rival that of the hypercars. And yeah, so in the actual corner with the softer car, slow speed particularly, they can more than rival, like Antonio Felix da Costa was saying, that of the hypercar. Now Mike Conway's lost out there as we're seeing this scrap in LMP2 down towards the first corner. And the Alpine looks like he's just lost a position there in this fight with the United car that's just got to head into turn 1. Yeah, Rojas losing out there.
Great action all the way through the field. Iron Dame Sarabovi still leading in GTE Am, just about to be passed by Sebastian Buemi. Yeah, and here again, look, that's United ahead of the Alpine and Jota, so that's 3rd, 4th and 5th. 2nd, 3rd and 4th, beg your pardon.
The 2 silver drivers now aboard the United cars course, Josh Pearson and Freddie Lubin.
But their silver drivers are super silvers.
Oh, yeah.
They can rival that of the golds and platinums as we look down towards the second chicane.
Kubish-Michovsky has a little rub with the 63 car of Dorian Pan, and that is a change for 6th in P2. Leading the race as we head towards the end of the first of 6 hours in Monza is the 93 Peugeot. A year on since their debut with the car in Hypercar, they are fulfilling their promise. Ferrari in second with Miguel Molina. Third place, the number 7 Toyota Mike Conway. Then the second Peugeot, you're looking at Nico Müller, Michael Christensen. That's the battle for 4th position. So 2 Peugeots in the top 4. Here is, you just saw the AO Porsche of Dominican Republic's Efren Castro making his debut in the World Championship, his first ever drive in a GTE car and his first time at Monza, so lots of ladders to climb.
This is our leader, shot there. You can see in the background the bright pink Iron Dames car. A big lead, 9 seconds to the good from the 83 Richard Mille AF Corsica of Luis Perez Companc, and then hanging in just behind there, Christian Ried. 5 of the entry in GTE Am opting not to pit under the safety car. So this will have a big turnaround when we get into the fueling window for these cars in about 10 minutes' time.
It's going to be interesting to see how much they lose in terms of position, because their rivals stopped behind the safety car while they were not going at full racing speed. But Sarah Bovy did a great job again in qualifying. Pole sitter here last year, pole sitter here this year, the first female driver ever to repeat a World Championship pole at the same track in consecutive years. Again, in the red and white battle, you just saw the Peugeot between the 3rd place Toyota and the 5th place
David Heinemeier Hansen there, still looking a bit racy against Mimo Rojas. Looks like he's catching him up. He's driven a really nice opening stint here in this race today, has Hansen in the car 28 Jota. But speaking of those super silvers, as we call them, the silver graded driver, Josh Pearson is doing a phenomenal job out in front to lead now by 9 seconds over the number 22 United Autosports car of Frederick Lubin. So just to prove the point we were saying about Josh Pearson being an almighty fast silver driver, he's really making hay at this point in the race.
Isn't that nearly 10 seconds to the good, Josh Pearson over his teammate Freddie Lubin. Josh, younger but more experienced in these cars, and it's showing at the moment. Cracking couple of pit stops from United Autosports.
Second place battle in GTE Am. Christian Ried behind in the 77 Porsche. That's the car that won here last year, or the number that won here last year. Christian was in the car then, is again, had a slightly different team lineup with him, and chasing Luis Perez Companc in the Richard Mille Racing Ferrari, the AF Corsa run car. Behind them is the 21 AF Corsa car, and we're on board chasing down that machine with the ORT car of Ahmad Al-Hati. So GTE Am, 2 clumps very close together.
And that's the point, is the cars that stopped under the safety car are not that far behind here. This could be a championship-defining point for the Corvette crew. They currently sit 2nd in the train of cars that have made that first stop.
Just saw the graphic there for the Peugeot. The 2 right side tyres have done 33 laps. We're on lap 28. The 2 left-hand side tyres have done 27 laps. So that's part of their qualifying set being used on the side of the car, Anthony Davidson, that does less work. So you've got the freshest tyres on the left side, and quite a lot of the teams have been doing left side only tyre change pit rehearsals during the week leading up to the race.
Yeah, so they're part of your allocation, of course, over the whole weekend. So you have to use them in qualifying and the race, and you try to split them. You don't want to start, especially start the race. It's quite a brave move, actually, to start with a side of your car on qualifying tyres. You take a lot more energy out of your tyres in qualifying, pushing them way over the limits, more than you'd ever do in a racing situation. So, I mean, bit of a blow for the rest of the competition out there, knowing that they can have even more pace when they put an equal spread of brand new tyres on the car later on in the race.
Watching the P2 battles, but a big push underway at the moment from Mike Conway, the fastest middle sector of the race so far as he closes in behind Miguel Molina. In fact, fastest lap of the race.
And going with him is the Porsche of Nico Müller right behind, who was just in 13 thousandths of a second slower. So Müller in the slipstream, following with Mike Conway. Louise Beckett in the pit lane. What do you know?
I think we're going to start seeing the hypercars coming in. I can see the number 5 Porsche Penske team are ready to welcome that car back to the pit lane. And I'm just walking down now to see if I can see anybody else ready.
Yeah, the top 5 cars did not come in. So for Louise and our benefit, it will be both Peugeots, the 50 Ferrari, the 7 Toyota, and the 5 Porsche that did not come in.
94 Peugeot and the 708 Glickenhaus also joined that group, so 1 to 6 in this order.
Indeed.
Owes that pit stop. It will put the other group, of course, a little bit out of sequence, so this is going to be pretty rock and roll by the time we get to the final hour. This race goes full green. It's going to be very interesting indeed.
Now, at this pit stop, which will be the first for half of our hypercar field, they are very unlikely to change tyres. At the next set of stops, then there will be guys coming out on very cold tyres, and those will be covered by a white flag at pit exit because the cars will be moving so slowly on their first lap out. Battle for second, Miguel Molina, Mike Conway.
That is one other factor, by the way, you've just mentioned there, Martin, that I hadn't taken into account, where there was an advantage for the teams that pitted under the safety car after those 3 laps, which means that their warm-up, okay, wouldn't have warmed up as much, but it's masked somewhat by the fact the field is at lower speed.
Totally and utterly, because the drivers, again, we're talking to the Jota guys last night, they reckon 20 seconds elapsed.
Oh, straight on. The 94 Peugeot, straight on, not even through the bollards. He's carried so much speed, he's had to avoid the bollards, goes straight across the grass. Is that a problem?
Not up to speed. He's not up to speed.
No. He's got lost in the gearbox there somewhere, hasn't he? Flicking up and down on the paddle shifter. So he is back up to speed.
Drops
that
a place
was
there.
a definite mistake by Nico Müller under braking. Now, whether it just misselected a gear on him or not, I don't know. But he's dropped behind the number 5 Penske Porsche.
Let's have a look at this. He's riding on board. Can't hear the engine under me, but yeah, just very strange not to be able to slow the car down before the bollards.
Yeah, in theory, he should have zigzagged through.
Yeah. That's what led me to question whether there's something technically wrong with the car. We'll have to keep an eye on that one.
But it does owe us a pit stop, and as Lou said, that will likely be in the next couple of minutes. 1 hour in to the 6 hours of Monza. And 94's team radio might give us a clue as to what's going on with Nico Müller.
I was stuck in gear. No, it's okay again. It was shift even off the brake. I couldn't start to.
I thought there might have been a technical reason for that. It was a bit of a rare error, and the fact that he couldn't slow it down enough to get through the chicane of bollards, that flagged a bit of a warning shot for me. And yeah, so it's nice to have that confirmed there. And then you have to look for the to the 93 Peugeot that leads this race. It has been an Achilles heel for them, his reliability, all the way through this season, and when they returned to the World Endurance Championship as well here last year. It's got better, but that proves once again that it's not over quite yet.
One final question about that. Now, you've been in more drivers' briefings than I have, significantly more. There is instruction about how you should rejoin. He didn't take the defined option. Could that be a penalty?
He couldn't take the option because he was stuck in gear, so I mean,
it's
yeah,
unlikely because he'll just say, I couldn't slow down enough to zigzag through. I could have spread, you know, polystyrene blocks everywhere, but that wouldn't have helped anybody out either.
I think if they want to be cruel, yes. If they want to you know, stick to the rule book as it's written, then they can very much give the penalty. But if I was the steward, I would say it's because there was a technical problem with the car.
To explain what we're talking about here, just in case that's a little bit kind of, you know...
airy-fairy.
Yeah. Second chicane, there is a defined route you've got to follow to rejoin. And I don't know whether or not the same is true in instruction. There you go.
The first chicane, if you go straight on, you have to go through the bollards.
There you go.
That's what they tell you in driver's briefing. Now, if you had brake failure and you didn't go through the bollards, but you miraculously got back through to the pits and they fixed your car later on, would they really give you a penalty for not going through the chicane? I would like to hope they wouldn't.
Yeah.
But if you want to stick to the rule, then yes, you could do in theory, but...
I
I think there is leeway for the situation.
Absolutely right.
Yeah, definitely.
And there you go, as it pops up, car 94 reported to the stewards for not respecting race director's instructions.
Might well be no further
There
action.
might be. There might be.
And one of the reasons nowadays that stewards take much longer to look at an event, 93, 94 is in, so is the number 5 Porsche. So this is routine pit stop time, but it is routine pit stop time, but this may go back into the garage. Don't forget, 93 had a gearbox change after qualifying, or before qualifying. So there's the 5 Porsche.
5 Porsche profited from this one, but this is the point where we see what damage has been done to the race position for the other group of cars.
The first of the cars that has stopped is 30 seconds behind the race leader. That's
20 seconds.
Well,
20 seconds.
Okay.
Jota's the first car that stopped, yes.
So that is going to reverse the field. So for those who did not stop, they definitely lose out here, and they will be back in the pack. So the 93 car, the race leader, the 50 Ferrari, the 7 Toyota, 708 Glickenhaus, they'll be back in the pack, and Hertz Team Jota should lead this race at least until they now, with the other half of the Hypercar field that are out of sync, plus some of our GTE Ams, plus any of our LMP2s. No, they all came in. LMP2 is pretty much all on the same fuel window. Here's the number 8 Toyota.
This will be the stop. It adds 10 seconds, remember. Served at the beginning of the stop before the guys get hands on.
Yeah, now they've been lapped, they might as well serve it now.
Peugeot 93 was the race leader. It is in. It will be fuel only. 50 Ferrari, I would think, will be fuel only as well. They need to make it quick. 93, the dollies go under. That is going into the garage. Why is that? Oh no, it's just being squared up. It didn't come in square.
And that's really going to cost them time here. They'll lose the lead because of that.
Yep. Well, they'll lose the lead anyway because the Jota and the other cars that stopped under the safety car lost less time to their rivals than the guys that have to stop under green will.
7 going longer by a lap at least than the remainder of the pack.
Well, don't forget that Toyotas always do that anyway. 51 with a big lock-up behind the Cadillac.
Now this is what you're supposed to do, go through the bollards. But yeah, that was a bit of an error there from.
So number 7 Toyota, Mike Conway leading. Hertz Team Jota, Antonio Felix da Costa is 14 seconds back, and he is 2 seconds ahead of Lawrence Vantor in the number 6 Penske Porsche.
50 ahead.
There's the Penske Porsche, that's Vantor, so that's where the 7 car, the 8 car comes back out.
Conway's been heavily impeded here by slower cars on this in-lap.
Yeah.
Expect him to peel off to the right and come into the pits here. As you can see on the left-hand graphic, 1% energy remaining on the Toyota.
0%, how that is real Formula E fuel economy, isn't it? Fantastic stuff from Toyota.
28 Jota, by the way, was on pit lane as well. That's early for that car, because that car did stop under the safety car.
So great onboard shot here from the number 38 Hertz Team Jota. Felix da Costa at the wheel.
Takes the lead.
So that's the 28 car of David Heinemeier Hansen. What's the minimum drive time for silver in LMP2?
You know what? I'm going to have to check, but I bet it's an hour and 5 minutes.
Yeah, we are an hour and 5 minutes and 7 seconds into the 6 hours. Here is what was the race leader, number 7 Toyota, Mike Conway. He's had a bit of racing rub in there on that left front corner. You can see all of the paint has been, or almost all the paint has been smeared off the side of his Goodyear. Goodyear tyres, by the way.
Michelin tyres.
Michelin tyres, rather. The Goodyear tyres in the LMP2 category, without their traditional Goodyear logo and Wingfoot logo. And in the pit lane, you'll also see in that yellow strip the original 125-year-old sign writing and logo. The name remains the same, and the Wingfoot, Mercury, the messenger of the gods, the fastest of the gods, that was chosen as their symbol. It's evolved over the last century and a quarter, but this year, here in Monza, we're using the 125-year-old logo. Out comes the number 7.
Yeah, so close with the 93 Peugeot. You know the reason he didn't get the lead in front of the Peugeot there, so we're watching the overtake from the 33 against 21 into the second chicane, is because they had to do a pullback. Yep. A car came in just in front of Conway. They had to pull the car back before he could get going again. That's what cost them that position there.
Sarabovi still leads in GTE Am from Christian Reed, and then the cars that have stopped. Ahmed El Harti in third place. He did stop, didn't he? Yeah, he did stop. So Ahmed El Harti ahead of Ben Keating in the yellow Corvette, and he's right up behind the Vector car. Oh, goodness me.
That was close.
Blimey, O'Reilly. I bet it felt close on board as well. And we were hanging out the nose of the car. Well, let's hear from Hertz Team Jota's Will Stevens.
Will Stevens from the 38 Hertz Team Jota currently leading in this race. There's a lot going on, isn't there, in this first hour?
Yeah, I mean, here at Monza it's always super busy and always a lot of yellows and safety cars. So the cars behind us currently, we sort of went off strategy a little bit with that safety car to try and pit. So at the moment we will still need to do a splash at the end. But obviously we are predicting more yellows to come, so hopefully that last splash will go our way. So we need to just try and stay in front of our little race we're having with the cars behind currently. But so far so good, just keep plugging them in and see where we get to.
Thank you.
Cheers, thank you.
Will Stevens, part of Hertz Team Beard.
It's an interesting strategy, and I mean, you have to take that gamble. If you haven't got outright pace to win on merit, then, you know, do something different with the strategy, and that's what we saw teams do in that position.
Yep.
They weren't racing at the front at the time. They were in the lead group, but they looked like they were suffering a bit of straight line speed and was complaining that he was holding off the number 8 Toyota at the time. Gets a bit feisty there into the final corner in the LMP2.
The Vector car, everybody going through, and that was, Mathias Kaiser was trying to get by Philippe Augran, but didn't. Change there, Christian Reed coming into the pit lane. So, the Iron Dames are in as well. So Sarabovi is in. And Ahmed El Harti now in the orange Aston Martin. ORT by TF is our race leader in GTE Am from the championship leader in the yellow Corvette. So Iron Dames have gone full distance on the fuel. They eschewed the opportunity to top up in the safety car period. Christian Reed is in as well. And there is the new leader in GTE Am. Past goes the car that remains second in the race. So it's Porsche 1-2, Cadillac third place, and then the 51 Ferrari, the 99 Proton Porsche, that's the white WeatherTech car, and in sixth place the 50 AF Corsa Ferrari. Hello to Andy Blackmore watching at home in Canada, the man who designed the WeatherTech livery for that car. Another great looking livery.
Felix Acosta really having to push in. You can see on the graphics at the bottom of your screen, a bit of a difference in strategy as well for the tyres. You've got 3 medium tyres on the Jota car and the 1 hard tyre, whereas the Porsche behind, the number 6, has got all 4 hard tyres. So you would expect at this point in the race, the hard tyres just coming good, and they're starting to put more and more pressure. Is Vantor in the car in front.
When you say coming good, you mean wearing less than the softer tyres. So, yeah, so that balance swings a little bit. Okay. Riding into Curva Alboreto, the Parabolica as was, with Lawrence Vantor in second place, with Vector Sport LMP2 car just having a little wobble there as the Porsche took the air off the rear wing of the Vector car. And it is Hertz Team Jota's Antonio Felix da Costa that Vantor is trying to hunt down. Not much between them. Last lap, 139.45 for the leader, 139.31 for the second place car. Here is a Peugeot Toyota battle. So this will be the 94 car and the 7 Toyota with... Is that the number 8 car? A lap down behind?
It's 17th position, the number 8 car, but looking to unlap himself from these, I'm sure, if he can. Just one quick point as we watch this fascinating battle still raging on. The teams that chose to stay out under the safety car, that lost them a minute at this point in the race. Looking at where things stand in the overall order, that batch of hypercars a minute behind the lead group at the moment.
And to bring us up to speed with the 93 Peugeot, that car with Mikkel Jensen still running, but in 10th place. So the 94 that had the problem, wasn't it? Nico Müller, whatever gearbox problem it was, has not cost him too much because that car is currently running in 8th place.
Yeah, we saw, by the way,
you look at the energy on screen, sorry Graham, you look at the energies there, so just to clear up what we were saying, so yes, they have the advantage, those cars that stopped under the safety car, but look at the energy, 20s, they're in the 19-20%, whereas the ones that have stopped under, say, the normal strategy without pitting under the safety car, they're still in the high 80s, 90 for the van wall. So that will only come into play and unfold right at the end of the race.
Absolutely right.
And that is a combination of the internal combustion engine fuel. They're all using 100% sustainable fuel from Total, and that's the lead battle. Porsche on Porsche, and Porsche and Ferrari in the middle. The Cadillac is right there as well.
The Ferrari's right there.
So the gold car is Antonio Felix da Costa. We're second with Lawrence Vantor. Right behind is the Cadillac of Alex Lynn, and Antonio Giovinazzi in the Ferrari there in 4th place.
You could call this the breakaway group, couldn't you? Like
Yeah,
in a peloton there.
Exactly right.
This is great stuff. This is great stuff.
So they will need to come in about 5 laps. That virtual energy graphic is hybrid electric power if you have a hybrid and internal combustion engine power. And the hybrid here is not a power boost. What it does is it comes in instead of some of the power output. I don't know how they do it, obviously Witchcraft, Alchemy and Frogs, but somehow part electric hybrid drive and then part of the power of the internal combustion engine is taken away, so you never exceed the maximum available power limit.
The problem here that Jota have is that we know they've got slow straight line speed, and that's a big weakness on a circuit like this in Monza.
The advantage Jota have, although they are slow in a straight line, is they have track position. And that means the cars behind, faster though they may be, have to find a way to get by with only maybe a 2 or 3 or 4 km/h advantage in top speed. And there's a very tiny margin at the end of the straight where that's actually going to be of any use.
Where it comes out is in traffic, because if you get held up in a corner and you come out all together because of that traffic, you're just a sitting duck, because you've got the lap time on your side. You can do the lap time, but it comes in such a different way. You're doing it in the corners rather than the straight line, that when you're in a train of cars and you're the slow one on the straight, you just get eaten up by all the ones that have the speed in the straight line.
Absolutely. Change there, though, while you explain that. 7 ahead of the 94. Going to have a listen in now to what's going on for Nico Müller in this battle with the number 7.
Same again. I couldn't downshift, man. I think this does downshift. I broke also smooth.
Right, so he had a problem under the downshift. That would have been into the Roger, and the Penske Porsche, the Toyota number 7 just slipped by him. Yeah, for 101 years, slipstream has been king at Monza, and I think for the next 101, it probably will be too.
Very close here in that first chicane. So come back to this battle with the... this is the replay. Yeah, so exactly what we're talking about with Müller not able to slow the car down sufficiently well in the first chicane, and you just... Yeah, he almost had to go straight on again.
Yep.
Completely on the wrong line through the second corner and gets a terrible exit because of it.
And it didn't downshift, so it's 2 or 3 gears too high. So that's double jeopardy, isn't it? He gets in too fast, has to scramble around, and he's in 5th gear or 6th gear instead of 2nd.
You rely as a driver, you rely on the extra compression from the engine to help slow you down. It's all part of the deceleration of the car in these hypercars. You do have engine braking coming from the combustion engine on the downshifts. And when you're stuck in a higher gear, it's like freewheeling. It's like dipping the clutch and trying to... You just lose a lot of your deceleration energy.
We've got this lead group of 4 now trying to deal with the traffic that is the van wall. That's coming down, I think, 2 laps down now. So we'll listen to the 51 Ferrari.
Hey mate, just about 4 laps to go. The guys on our strategy are all ahead, so this is for the win.
All right.
Well, that's one way of looking at it.
That's one way to motivate your driver.
Absolutely.
The great thing about that engineer is he never undersells or oversells anything. Just real motivation. He could make a career as a motivational speaker if he wasn't such a good race engineer.
No further action for the unconventional rejoin with the gear selection problem for Nico Müller earlier. As you said, they've opted not to apply the letter of the law.
I sort of interrupted myself when I was talking about why it takes so much longer sometimes for stewards' decisions when we've seen so many replays where it looks cut and dried, because the stewards can then investigate using onboard camera footage that we may not necessarily see on screen, but also telemetry from the cars. And if the team go, he was stuck in 6th, how's he supposed to wriggle around? And they go, here's the data, and on the Discord channel they can have these conversations. But it's the data that sometimes needs examining. If there's for instance, 777 and 8. They will have looked at the steering input on the 8 and the steering input on the 777, and if 777 didn't meander into the way of Sebastian Buemi and they made contact, then it wasn't 777's correct. So all of those, you think, right, that's absolutely bang to rights, no arguing there, but DRS or VAR or whatever, our equivalent of it, examine the data, make sure that when you make a decision that may cost somebody the race and potentially a championship, then you are right.
Battle here in LMP2. Oliver Rasmussen in the 28 Jota car, catching the 34 car of the hero of Le Mans, it got to be said, taking that win with clear injury. Fabio Scherer hopping to and from the car.
I wonder how his foot is, because it's only a month away from having been run over. Rasmussen living up to perhaps his Scandinavian name with a bit of rallycross.
Exactly. He's going to have to be careful there, because that was full track limit violation, running out there, looking at that corner down at the second Lesmo. I've seen a few flag up on our telemetry that we have here already. They are watching it, so yeah, clearly all four wheels off the track.
In this phase of the race, gentlemen, that Ferrari is struggling to stay with the two Porsches, the Cadillac.
It keeps losing ground in traffic, and you saw it again there, flashing to get by the LMP2 car, the Prema car, and sometimes it breaks for you and sometimes it doesn't. But when they were behind, when they were all up behind Antonio Felix da Costa, boom, he was right with them, and then they'd all got spread out. Da Costa got like 2 seconds in traffic. He just caught the car at the right time, and behind him the 6 Porsche of Lawrence Vanthoor didn't, and boom, suddenly the gap opens and it can close just as easily in traffic. And Anthony, you know all about that from having been in the top class and having been in LMP2 as well.
Yeah, you can see it right here. The Glickenhaus splitting this battle with the LMP2s, and Fabio Scherer gets away with it. The Glickenhaus probably going to overtake him into the next chicane, and you've just opened the gap up between 2 cars that have equal speed. So you win and lose in the traffic, but here are we seeing the 51 Ferrari. It is slowly catching this group in front.
But let's not move away from a phenomenal run in the lead of this race from Antonio Felix da Costa.
Yeah,
he has managed to pull a gap on the Penske car and has kept it through traffic.
And they'll all be in, and Proton are in already despite having 6% energy. So we've got some amber gamblers. Look, Alex Lynn down to 4%, hasn't completed the lap. In fact, they're starting another lap. Lawrence Vanthoor 8%, Antonio Felix da Costa 6%. So these guys with Proton, it's the first time they're running this car, so they're just being super cautious and running it not quite to the very, very limit of what they think it can do, but just give themselves a lap in hand. Then you double check the figures. Oh yeah, that's what we thought it should be. Great. Okay, now we know where we are, so away we go.
We should make it clear, when we say they've not run this car before, they hadn't run this car before at all until free practice here.
But it's essentially being run by part of the crew that built it, by Multimatic engineers as well, with Proton on board. So yeah, Proton haven't built the car, and they haven't tested the car, they haven't practiced with the car, they've just been handed the keys. That's how customer racing works.
Yeah, so we're watching this natural separation as the Cadillac comes into the pits here. They were the lowest on energy, as we saw last lap. We're seeing that natural ebb and flow between the traffic. So yeah, Jota, they got a bit more lucky last time around, and this time we can see the LMP2 battle. So down the Jota and LMP2, Rasmussen is starting to recatch the 34 car of Scherer. So yeah, driver change coming up here. Richard Westbrook ready to jump in after Alex Lynn.
Yeah, great driver lineup in so many of these cars. I mean, stellar driver lineups. Le Mans was just almost the biggest meeting of the world's great sports car drivers that I think I've ever seen. And I've been last month was my 40th anniversary of my first Le Mans 24 Hours. So seen a few different ups and downs in sports car racing, from the highs of Group C to the highs of GTs to the highs of LMP1s and P1 hybrids. And now,
what a buzz.
What is a phenomenal era for sports car racing.
Keep an eye while we're watching this LMP2 battle on the pace of that second group of hypercars, and in particular keeping an eye on Miguel Molina, who has pulled away something like 7 seconds, 6 to 7 seconds ahead of the number 5 Porsche Penske Motorsport car. Now, they were more or less nose to tail when they came out of the pits because, of course, it was on the safety car. But Miguel Molina is going very well indeed.
Fabio Scherer under real pressure from Jota in LMP2 as the Hertz Team Jota car heading to the pit lane, followed by the 6 Porsche and the AF Corsa Ferrari. Is that on 0% energy, the AF Corsa 51 car? It is. So they, again, look, amber gamblers, 1%, 2%, 0%. And Antonio Felix da Costa, particularly having been, or as a current Formula E driver and having been a Formula E driver for years, will be very used to the concept of dealing in fractions of 1% of energy being a race-winning advantage. Number 2 Cadillac stopped for a second time, and that has dropped way back down the order.
That was as these 3 cars will now, so that's going to be rejoined in a mini pack in some order, depending on the efficiency. Otherwise, these 3 pit stops underway.
Louise Beckett is down in the pit lane, Lou.
Unfortunately for the Cadillac, it wasn't the best pit stop. They seemed to stall or something, didn't get away as quickly as you would expect, had to restart and then get out.
Yeah, a minute and 49 seconds. Lewis absolutely spot on with that. So a minute and 49 seconds.
Is she ever wrong?
Never.
No.
Never. But if that was, do we know if that was a full service pit stop?
Well, Westbrook, it was a driver change and everything, so you would assume it went with tyres as well.
Yeah.
Race leader is now the number 50 AF Corsa Ferrari. Miguel Molina is the race leader from Porsche's number 5 car, Michael Christensen, and the number 7 Toyota, Mike Conway. So half the field cycle back up to the front as the other half cycle back down. But the net gain of having stopped under safety car is that those stops cost them less. If the others have to make their splash at the end under green flag, then that's going to be a hole below the waterline.
Well, the key here is this. I talked a little while ago about Miguel Molina. He was 53 seconds behind the leader before the Jota car pitted. Jota have now pitted, and that second group is still led by the 38 car, but they're only 17 seconds behind.
Ben Keating stops and a driver change. No driver change. I don't think I saw Keating get out. It may just have been giving him a drinks bottle. Ben will normally double stint at the beginning of the race and then allow Nicky Katzberg and Nico Veroni, his teammates, to carry on. Ahmed Al-Hati leads from Thomas Floor. There's the 54 car of Floor in this battle for 3rd place in LMP2. Thomas Floor, I think he started the 54 car, doing a great job here, and he will need to double stint as well to cover off his minimum drive time.
It's an hour and 45 minutes for a bronze driver in GTE Am. It's an hour for the lowest ranked driver in LMP2, so that's why Ben Keating, he'll be feeling pretty good at the moment, stays aboard the car, and then they'll wait and see whether or not the gods of racing fortune hand them an opportunity for him to do a short stint.
Well, he and Sarah Bovey and Thomas Floor and Mike Wainwright and Efren Castro and Lido Adu and so on, Christian Reed, all the bronze-rated drivers in those cars have started, and that's really good because, like qualifying, they're racing head-to-head with similarly rated opposition, their peers, if you like, not against half a dozen platinums. But that's why we saw David Heinemeier Hansen stop a little out of sync in the Jota car because his time was done. Louise Beckett.
We spoke about the compounds that the teams are on. Just looking at the Michelins on the 33 Corvette, they've gone hard left, medium right.
Okay, the left-hand side, Anthony Davidson, is the one that does most of the work, takes most of the punishment, and slightly lighter and less aggressive on that right-hand side. So perhaps that makes sense.
No, it completely makes sense. Yeah, as we're seeing a great scrap here with the Prema car and the Alpine of 36. Almost tried to go around the outside, didn't quite make it work. But yeah, Caldarelli having to back out of that one, and Charles Malesi, a very quick driver is Charles Malesi in the Alpine, just about hangs on to that one.
And the car right behind is Robert Kubica in the 41 WRT car that he put on pole position, and that is the battle for 7th, 8th and 9th. There is Kubica in LMP2. So right behind is the Vector Sport car, Gabby Aubrey now in the number 10 car in 10th place. So we're starting to see some of the LMP2 cars now loaded with the big guns.
Yeah, they're gold or platinum drivers compared to the silvers or even bronzes that are out there, or were out there earlier on. Great scrap developing here.
4.5 hours and a little remaining in the race. Lots to see and do here in Monza. And it was stunning weather conditions at the start of the 6 Hours of Monza. The Grand Marshal, Ronaldo Capelli, Roger Penske on the grid. Well, was expecting him to be at CTMP for the IMSA race, but he's staying here all weekend. There's Dindo receiving the flag from the Marina Nazionale. And Toyota first, Ferrari second on the grid. Real drama on the run down to the first corner. Sebastian Buemi, the second of the Toyotas, on the inside line, being a little cautious, leaving himself some room. A couple of cars went by, but made contact as he locked up with the Ferrari, which was spun around, and that would cost Buemi. Peugeot looking strong now early on in the race. Moving up the order to take the lead away. And then drama for Buemi as he made contact with Satoshi Hoshino in the 777D station racing Aston Martin, shunting the Aston into the wall, bringing out the safety car and ending the race for the 777 crew. Mike Conway, the race leader, under pressure from the 93 Peugeot. And around the outside, Mikkel Jensen taking the lead to the delight of the team as they mark a year since the car made its debut. 50 Ferrari then moving up into second place ahead of the Toyota. Number 7 car struggling to stay with the front runners. 94 Peugeot right behind. Drive-through and a long stop for Sebastian Buemi after that incident. Hertz Team Jota stopping behind the safety car and moving up into the lead of the race. It's currently the number 50 car of Miguel Molina, who leads after the first hour and a half of the 6 Hours of Monza. In LMP2, United Autosports are 1-2, and ORT by TF, the Aston Martin Vanderbilt Harthy is our GTE Am leader. Still no indication as to how these differing strategies are going to work out. Half the field in LMP2, in GTE Am and in Hypercar stopped behind the safety car. All of LMP2 did. They were nearly due a stop anyway. So that's a little bit clearer. Their positions are realistically what they are. But again, depending on when we have safety cars, if we have safety cars or full course yellows, some cars in Hypercar and in GTE Am may be a bit hung out to dry in terms of fuel towards the end of the race, but with 4.5 hours still to go, that could all change very quickly.
Absolutely, it's a big ask to get this full green to the end. While we're watching those highlights, something happened in the second chicane with the 94 Peugeot, and they've been reported to the stewards for breaking track limits with advantage. So
yeah, it's that problem. It's the downshift problem again. So that's why he went straight on. But this time, they feel like he actually gained an advantage from doing that in terms of not track position, but you know, in terms of lap time.
Yes.
Definitely. I didn't see whether he actually gained a lap time advantage by it, but in that one moment, in that one corner, they feel, look, okay, we let you off by not going around the bollards. That was a technical problem, but this time you actually went faster through that section of the track. So now we've got a little bit of an issue here. So look, either fix the car or we're going to start dishing out penalties. That's how I feel they're looking at this now.
I think you're probably right. That wasn't on the last lap where he was 4/10 slower than the chasing car of Hertz Team Jota's Antonio Felix da Costa. It may well have been on the previous lap to that, but I haven't got that data. So Michael Christensen in second place, Mike Conway in third. There are some of the slew of red and white cars. I know, I don't understand either, but apparently red and white are the only paint colours available for hybrids. So Michael Christensen in second, and Mike Conway chasing in third place.
That lead group, by the way, is pulling ahead a little from our other group. 17 seconds it was to the good over the 38 car in fifth. We're listening what's going on with Mikkel Jensen, the 93 car that led this race, remember?
I've lost in the rear, a lot of braking. I need some help from Victor. Should I go forward or better to survive like this here?
Is it mainly second chicane or it's overall question?
First chicane and second chicane. Mainly first chicane.
Rear braking.
Losing the rear, locking the rear. Now, we talked a little bit in free practice about brake migration. Maybe he needs to work a little bit on that.
So to complete the point, we heard from Mikkel Jensen, the first team Jota car came out from its second pit stop with 17 seconds for first set. It's a bit of a kiss there between the 9 and 36.
That's Andrea Caldarelli trying to go by Andre Negrão and succeeding just the tiniest touch there.
Yeah.
There's your race leader, Miguel Molina.
Yeah, that gap to Da Costa from the overall race leader, and lest we forget, Ferrari lead at Monza is now 20 seconds, nearly 21 seconds in fact.
So, and this is just these words I'm now going to say are great for sports car racing fans. Ferrari leads from Porsche, from Toyota, from Peugeot, from privately run Porsche, Peugeot, Glickenhaus, Cadillac, and next year we will have newcomers coming as well from Alpine into Hypercar, from BMW into Hypercar.
And by the way, if you're a sports car fan, you will have the opportunity across the available media and social media to see the other new major addition. We saw the Assetto Criscini today. Lamborghini will take the covers off their new Hypercar at the Goodwood Festival of Speed next weekend. Yeah,
that'll be Thursday. Slow news day because it won't be a deciding day in the Ashes cricket. So Thursday's always a good day to launch stuff. People get a chance to digest it before the weekend. So Miguel Molina leading after 49 laps, nearly at the 50-lap mark for the 50 car. And here's the battle for second. The Penske, Porsche under pressure from the Toyota Mike Conway. Conway still on the same set of tyres with which he started this race. That car has only made one stop. They did not come in, nor did the 50 Ferrari, nor did the 5 Porsche behind the safety car. So we've got split strategies going on. Ferrari stopped one of the cars, didn't stop the other. Toyota, well, yeah, they had 2 forced stops, so they did end up having to stop. And the 94 Peugeot in 4th place, Nico Müller. He is the last of the cars at the moment in the lead group that has only made one stop. But as you can hear, both of the Peugeots and Davidson struggling with the rear end. Maybe transmission related, maybe in Nico's case, a bit of a brake balance or something.
Yeah, so the 94 Peugeot actually, as you say that, Martin, has lost position or track position to the car 8. Not an actual position on track because car 8's lapped, but Buemi has found his way past the 94 Peugeot. So I don't know what happened there to Nico Müller. Maybe it's been another moment with the we know he's got that downshift problem, but Conway is on the attack here, seeing the replay through the Ascari chicane. He's trying to figure out a way he can get that Toyota in front of the Porsche of Michael Christensen.
Minimum drive time in GTE Am, 1 hour 30 minutes. Thomas Floor pits to hand over the 54 AF Corsa car. Just inside 90 minutes run, or just over 90 minutes run in the 6 Hours of Monza. Ferrari lead from Porsche and Toyota. So some of the big hitters in the sport, and Ferrari haven't had a top-flight sports car racing team for 50 years. There you saw the 94 Peugeot. This is the car of Nico Müller.
That's the moment I was talking about.
Running out of brakes in the first chicane.
This is how he lost to Buemi. Not for actual racing position, but losing a lot of time in the lead battle at the moment. Well, not the lead, the 2nd and 3rd place of car 5 and 7 that we see on screen at the moment. So yeah, 94 Peugeot definitely losing a lot of time in that quest to. I mean, it's a shame. They've got the speed here in Monza. They've led the race on merit, but somehow little bit of reliability issues here and there. We had the problem in the pit stop with the 93. They've lost that time to the leading group.
They were just going by that silver 54 Ferrari. Francesco Castellacci has taken that car over, and again on cold tyres, it will not be very fast on the opening lap. That's a driver change. Thomas Floors completed his drive time, so he's the first of the bronze drivers to hand over to his pro teammates. And Luis Beckett has caught him. He is down in the AF Corsa garage.
Thomas Floor, it looked like hard, hot work out there.
It was very hard work, but good preparation in the gym, altitude, and it's extremely hot out there. But the car feels amazing. The car is really, really... But I kept the same tires for a stint and a half, so it was brought me back my rally days in Les Mans 1 and Les Mans 2. That's a fantastic stint. I'm very happy.
And you brought the 54 in leading the GT Am category, so that, you know, you've got to be pleased with that.
I don't think it's ever happened before, but let's see where we're at the end. It's a long race, and yeah, let's see what we can do. But we keep on pushing, and the team is amazing, so I'm very, very happy.
And you've just told me that you've still got time to do in the car.
What is that?
You've still got time to do in the car.
Yeah.
You've got to get back in.
Unfortunately, 12 minutes missing. We need to see where we slot them in. So, you know, I'm ready. So, good stint.
Well done, thank you.
Thank you so much, thank you.
He might be jumping in right at the end of the race for a splash and dash, or if there is the prospect of a long safety car, like we had for the 777, get in, get him in, do the time behind the safety car, get him out back to racing speed. So, yeah, I thought an hour and 30, but in fact it's an hour and 45 is the minimum drive time. So he was 12 minutes shy, and the team will be very, very careful that that does not come back to bite them. However, like he said, going back to his rally days, at the end of a stint and a half on these tyres, Francesco Castellacci now up to speed in that 54 car. And again, as Thomas Floor said, you know, coming in as the race leader, that's a nice feeling. For, I don't care who you are and what class of racing you're in, that's a nice feeling.
Cycles Bovi through, by the way, and back into the lead. Remember, this is all thrown into a little bit of a Ferrari with that early safety car, which has put people out of their regular fuel windows. Let's have a listen to Michael Christensen.
Michael, 6 more laps, triple stint. Question?
Yeah, triple.
Copy, thank you.
All right, now triple driver, he's happy with that. I wonder if they'll triple tyres as well, because they, you know, that's the sort of bold move that might come back and bite you in the backside, or might end up winning you a race.
They had 1 minute and 18 on their last pit stop. That might be that they changed maybe, not all the tyres maybe, but maybe 2.
Left sides only.
One quick point I was going to make, we saw that a third fumble for the 94 Peugeot, and we saw the number 8 car go back through. What that means for the number 8 car is that they now have been lapped by only the top 3 cars. So the number 8 car is fighting back and now has to catch and pass the 7 Toyota, the 5 Porsche and the 50 Ferrari to get back on the lead lap.
And it's really important for them because they are the championship leaders. Every single point might mean that at the end of the season in Bahrain, they're on the top step of the podium or not. And, you know, right from day one in the championship, that's what you're thinking about. Now, look at Christensen's tyres. 53 laps on them. We're on lap 54, so he's double stinted those from the start. They were brand new, not tyres that had done qualifying. If he's good to go for a triple, are they going to give him 4 fresh tyres and then hand them on to the next driver? Or are they maybe thinking about left sides only? Only he and his engineer will know the answer to that right now. They'll be thinking about that, and there will be some radio traffic with that. And they will either, in the pit lane, have said, right, 4 new tyres, off you go, or saying, do you think you can survive without them? And then give us a little bit more variety later in the race. Great dive bomb from the Jota Sport car of Oliver Rasmussen, goes by Fabio Scherer.
That's been brewing for quite some time, hasn't it, between those two? And a great decisive move there by Rasmussen.
How can he have caught Scherer napping? He's been, you know, almost pushing Scherer along like bumper cars for the last 20 minutes. But boy, he absolutely hurled it up the inside. That was full send.
That's for 3rd place in LMP2, and the 2nd place car right ahead of him. That's the 2nd of the 2 United Autosports car, Freddie Lubin.
94 Nico Müller-Peugeot is going to have to be very careful if they have more rear locking incidents, as you see this again, Anthony.
I think they must have been held up, or Scherer was held up by one of the I think it was the Iron Dames car coming out of the out of Ascari down towards the final, and that's what gave the run to Rasmussen.
Yeah.
And that's because it's a difficult corner to overtake on when you've just got the pure pace in the car in front. You get stuck behind in the turbulent air through Ascari. Now he's on the attack with Lubin.
Oh boy, isn't he? What did he have for breakfast? He's chased down Freddie Lubin and caught him in a lap.
And he's closing here, and closing rapidly. He's going to be taking a look very quickly indeed here. Freddie Lubin.
Oh, it's going to be Bolt. We don't want to see the garage, we want to see the pass. Here we go.
Brave move to go around the outside here.
He's going to do it. He's going to turn in across the nose of Freddie Lubin.
Wow.
He does, and look at the way.
Off.
I was going to say, look at the way the rear twitched. He's in all sorts of sixes and sevens.
Look at Scherer. He's going to go by Lubin up the outside.
He could get by both of them here. Now Lubin's just about. No, he hasn't got enough. All arms and elbows. Here we go. Now Scherer's trying to defend. He's not trying to attack. He's trying to keep Freddie Lubin behind, and he does. So Freddie Lubin lost 2 places in that lap.
Oh, there was a little bit of both. Attack and defence there. Great stuff from Scherer. And both.
Oh, into the pit lane. What an in-lap for both drivers. That's fantastic.
That was great stuff. Really great. I mean, Rasmussen really on the ragged edge there. He gets a decisive move done through the corner. They've just been around the lap before at Curva Alboreto, and then, yeah, that move on Lubin as well. Really risky stuff to go around the outside of Ascari. And it was so risky, he threw the car off momentarily in the mid-corner, sprayed gravel everywhere. Yeah, that was a proper race to see who can come into the pits first.
3 minutes, by the way, until we get into the pit stop window for the end of bronze driver time in GTE Am.
Excellent. Now, imagine Freddie Lubin on the radio. All of that going on and in. I can imagine he's into the braking area before he stopped having a rant about that. But that was spectacular racing, and that's what you get when you've got equal machinery. And in the case of LMP2, equal really means equal. They all have the same Gibson V8 engine, they all have the same Goodyear tyre, and all of them are using Oreca 07 chassis. It's not a mandated chassis, it's not a single car category, but it is the de facto car. There you go, turned in, little bit of opposite lock, touch of rally cross. Brilliant.
Cracking 3-car battle. And by the way, Ferdy Habsburg gets up to 3rd place with those pit stops, and he's right with Freddie Lubin now for 2nd place. Has been a good stint from Freddie Lubin, but it's been an epic stint from Josh Pearson, who's now 20 seconds ahead.
Yeah, Josh Pearson really flying. And there is the United Auto Sports car. So that is the 22 car, and coming into the pits behind is that 9 or 63. It's one of the 2 Prema Racing cars. Okay, so 22 behind him is Esteban Guerrieri in the Floyd Van Wall Racing Team machine, and he is 13th in Hypercar, but 2 laps behind the leaders.
This is very close now between Mike Conway and Michael Christensen in front of him. He's just wearing him down. They're on the same tyres. They're on the hard tyres that have been on the car since the start of this race. And what's going to happen here into the first chicane? You've got the Iron Dames car, and the Porsche goes through on the inside. Does Mike Conway slip through as well? No, has to revert to go around the outside of the 2nd corner, and once again loses out in the traffic. But they're both starting to catch Molina in front, so he's had a terrible run through the traffic last time around.
Yeah, only 1.3 seconds in front, but look how little energy is left in Christensen's Porsche, so he's a little out of sync with the Ferrari and the Toyota and the 94 Peugeot.
That's interesting,
isn't it?
Only a little. Now, does that mean they are guzzling fuel and everybody else is doing a little bit of lift and coast?
Could be. We do often see lift and coast applied in the hypercar category.
And if they're trying to creep towards saving the splash and dash that we've heard all the others talk about, who stopped earlier behind the safety car, maybe there's a little bit of mileage in that, and maybe that's why Mike Conway's not reeling him in at more than a couple of tenths or so a lap.
Well, we've got that shot out down the back of the straights into Ascari. Closing on this pair is Seb Buemi. Yep. That is the watch in the background there. There you go, the 2nd Toyota just coming out of Ascari. That's the distance between the lead group and the car that desperately wants to unlap himself from them.
And that's the thing about endurance racing, Graham. You cannot ever give up.
Oh,
With still 4 hours, 14 minutes remaining in this race. You know, you might as well, you have to just keep your head right, and that was the Porsche coming in that lap, wasn't it, in front of Toyota. So that frees up Mike Conway now. Let's see what kind of lap times they can do there as the driver change at United. Also got Tom Blomqvist getting in behind the wheel of that car 23.
Freddie Lubin came in at the end of that lap. So in fact, it was his prior in lap when he was being dive bombed by the guys that were coming in, but that's because it's got to the end of that driving stint. So Blomqvist gets in. Also in is Andre Negrão in the 35 Alpine and Prema's number 9 car, driven by Andrea Caldarelli. Looking here again at Mike Conway, just chipping away, chiseling away. This is part of the race driver's job, is just to be as relentless as you can, always in the mirrors of Christensen. But if Christensen's not in at the end of this lap, it will certainly be at the end of the next. He was down into single digits of available energy. Of course, those LMDH Porsches with a rear-drive hybrid. The Toyota with a front-drive hybrid.
Just showing it, the fact that he's there to Christensen. He wasn't really going to mount a challenge down towards this Ascari, but just nice to show the driver in front there. Hello, I'm very close now, and you're under pressure.
And there are two things going on. Mike's engineer will have told him that Christensen is going to pit before us, but by attacking Christensen, piling the pressure on, he's slowing down the Porsche compared to what it might do in clear air, and that might end up giving them an advantage later on down the road.
One quick update. As you were saying, Tom Blomqvist, I think it's Phil Hansen. Tom Blom is one of the drivers who's racing in IMSA this weekend.
Yeah, he's the absentee. That's why we've only seen him about
similar
once
helmets,
this year. We saw him in Spa. We didn't see him in Portimao.
Is he not wearing Tom's helmet, is he?
I think he might be wearing Tom's helmet. That was definitely not Phil Hansen's usual helmet design, so that's caught me out there. Well, good detective work there, Graham.
Very bizarre that you're driving with somebody else's helmet. This is a change between the Peugeot and the Porsche, so this is Kevin Estre, Mikkel Jensen, and Christensen in the pits. And back with live pictures as the race leading Ferrari Miguel Molina works its way around the number 60
No, that's the
Porsche.
50, that's the 51 and the 93.
So that's Claudio Schiavone anyway in the Iron Lynx car. Started that car, the yellow Porsche. There's the 56 of, the 85 rather, of Sarah Bovey, the pink Porsche. And again, neither of those cars, I think, and particularly Sarah Bovey, will not stop just because they've got to the end of the driving stint. They will go long on fuel.
The margins of error here are just... Oh, look at this!
Alessandro Pierguidi just whistles by the Peugeot. Has the Peugeot still got a braking issue, or did Pierguidi just get a run on him out of the Roggia?
But that's the 93 Peugeot, and that was leading the race on merit at the start. What has happened to the speed of that 93 Peugeot? It's not there anymore. It was pulling away from the Ferraris at the start of this race, and he's just losing ground hand over fist. Oliver Jarvis in now in the number 23 United Autosports car.
Louise Beckett.
Well, don't forget, Paul Di Resta did say that they've got some technical issues. He didn't want to say. We knew about the gearbox, but potentially there's more that they're not telling us right now.
Yeah, it may well be. Everything on that car seems to be rear-end related. Well, let's hear what the Peugeot team are talking about.
I said I'm starting to hit a cliff, but it's actually not too bad. I mean, it's just a half to a second drop.
Starting to hit a cliff.
Of the tyres.
Have they run out of tyre? Now, are they on medium?
They are.
They
started this race on mediums.
Lead battle.
So lead battle, Ferrari, Toyota, Peugeot. And this is...
Yeah, this is Conway. Still really... Now he's fighting the leader here of Miguel Molina. So Molina really starting to struggle on these tyres as well. Oh, and he squeezes Conway off the track there. On the run down towards Ascari, Conway did the right thing to back out of it, but it was on momentarily. And that was a close, heart-in-the-mouth moment, but Molina all over the place through the Ascari chicane. He's under pressure.
There is proper needle between these two squads, and didn't it just show there?
Wow. Don't forget that they will have told Conway that Molina and the Peugeot have got a fraction less energy than the Toyota as well.
This must be their in-lap, no? Yeah, no, they can still do at least one more lap.
But the Peugeot I don't know.
Conway's done a brilliant
already.
job of saving energy. So, yeah, he's been properly lift and coasting behind the Porsche of Michael Christensen that he followed for such a long time.
Remember, he did a lap longer on the last stint as well. So this is looking pretty good for Toto in this phase.
Well, in which case he'll have a lap more fuel on board.
Yes.
So he may not have saved an awful lot more than that. I mean, it's hard to save a lap on even on such a short lap. But let's take a look at this again, right? You're Mike Conway.
Yeah, so he gets the run, and you go, OK, you're defending on the inside. Okay, I'll go to the outside. The gap's there. And I think what Molina was trying to do was sneak the slipstream from the Alpine LMP2 car in front.
Yeah, he's
and probably looking forward instead of in the mirrors to give him some, you know, a little bit of leeway, I'll say.
And also trying to figure where he's going to catch the Alpine and how he's going to get by him before Ascari.
I would have loved to have seen an onboard shot of the Ferrari to just see where he was looking. If he was looking in the right-hand mirrors and did that, I would have issues with it.
May have been.
I give him benefit of the doubt. He was looking at the Alpine that was now behind them. He was trying to get the slipstream. So Conway's on the attack again.
Same place.
Bit further behind this time, so he's going to try. He's ducking and diving inside outside. Molina decides to stick the car in the middle of the track to defend as best as possible and does a good job of it.
Buemi's almost with them now.
Now then, if Conway gets by Molina and Buemi gets by Molina, will the team ask Conway to slow down and give Buemi his lap back?
Yes, because they're going to look for World Championship points.
Well,
They'll get World Championship points
so
anyway.
Here comes Molina into the pits. So Conway's got that extra bit of energy still remaining. He went a lap longer last time. They're a bit offset by one lap, aren't they? And Buemi's in as well.
So it's a moot point. The Toyota needed fuel anyway, the number 8 car, because don't forget they came in slightly askew and have served a whole host of penalties.
So driver change here for the number 8 and for the number 50. So pit work here could make a difference in terms of this unlapping for the number 8.
So in theory, the fuel stop should be exactly the same time, the way that the rules are written.
Tyres.
So it's all down to how the pit crew perform, and the tyre change. Drivers are swapped. That usually takes around 20 to 25 seconds. You've got to wait for the fuel to go in before you can then do the tyres. So as the driver adjusts their seat belts and gets himself comfortable and ready for action, the car will go up on the jacks and then the tyre change begins, and that's about another 20 seconds. Here we go, you can hear the guns going.
Getting themselves uncomfortable. He's just tightening and tightening and tightening and tightening and tightening the belts there, Mikkel Jensen, because no amount of tight is tight enough given the violence of these cars. That is a smooth stop, and away he goes. Now, don't forget, his outlap will be very slow because he's on brand new stone-cold tyres.
But Conway's in-lap has also been very slow because he's been in a sea of traffic as he works his way towards the final corner.
What we do get the chance to see for the first time in this race, by the way, right now, is which of these cars turns on the tyres the quickest. We know that in much colder conditions at Spa, the Ferrari really struggled, but it's going to be the 8 versus the 50 that's going to be the interesting one.
Well, and also it's interesting, which tyre compound do they go on?
Absolutely right.
Yeah. Let's see if we can have a spot. We're looking for those marks on the sidewall of those Michelin tyres. Yellow signifies the mediums, and the white is the hard.
6 car is going to come through here.
Conway's in. Jose Maria Lopez takes over.
Sorry, I'm using my Formula 1 terminology for the tyres. It's the red for the hard tyres.
Yeah. Porsche Penske Motorsport leads the motor race. Kevin Estre goes through ahead of the 51, which I think has just gone by the 38.
Yes,
it has.
So Mike Conway in the pits, and so too the number 8 car. Ryo Hirakawa has just left the pit lane in the number 8 Toyota. So there's been a driver change. 1 minute 27 on the stop, 1 minute 18 the last stop for Porsche. What about Michael Christensen? Did he make that stop? 1 minute 9. He owes us a stop, doesn't he? He's going to triple.
So the car number 38, team manager, that's the Jota team, the car we're looking at on the screen here, it's been called to race control immediately. Must be some kind of pit lane infringement. The
Jota, number 38 car, we're just seeing in shot there with left-hand indicators, right-hand indicators and four-way flashes going. I'm not quite sure what that signifies about the car, but the 38 team manager being summoned with immediate effect. Extreme prejudice to race control.
Just the left-hand flashes, I think.
Well, it was going left
then
right, and then all four, or both fronts together.
I think there may be some kind of recycling of that.
Tend not to do it at full racing speed. That tends to switch the engine on and off again.
No, you're right.
There is something odd going on with their lights. Now, it may just be that he's knocked something on and is unaware of it. You often see cars driving along with their four-way hazard lights on.
Genuinely, could that be why they're being asked to go to race control?
Possibly. Could you? Well, but that would be a message on Discord. Tell your guy to turn his hazard lights off.
Well, the lights are linked on those Porsches anyway to the full course yellow button.
Speed limiters.
The speed limiter, or I think they use it as well in the pit lane speed limiter.
Yes.
So how has that been triggered with the car clearly at full racing speed?
Absolutely right.
Don't know. Again, you know, these cars are so sophisticated or so complex electronically. There's Yifie, it's Team Jota. They're so complex electronically that weird and wonderful things can happen. After all, we've all got phones and laptops, and they all sometimes do things that you're not expecting them to do. So these things happen. Busy three-class racing action. There's Claudio Schiavone's yellow Porsche being passed by a bunch of LMP2s. United Autosports' Oliver Jarvis, the dark blue car, Ferdy Habsburg, red and white behind him. And then the green and yellow, that's Inter Europol. So this is second, third and fourth. The Inter Europol car, Fabio Scherer, Andre Negrão not far behind in the next to the Alpines either. Warning flag being shown to the number 50 Ferrari of Nick Nielsen for, quote, forcing car 7 off track. They saw it the way you did, Ant.
After the second Lesbo down towards Ascari, that looked very hairy indeed. We've had, I think, 6 different teams leading this race. Trouble! 94.
Finally, those technical problems that we saw with the downshifts, the gearbox issues. Yeah. Could this be...
He's got it going again.
The end result with Gustavo Menezes, a shake of the head there from behind the wheel. What happened down there at the first chicane, we wonder? Concerned faces down at Peugeot. Such a shame. They had the speed in this race, but...
How long have they been... How long since they were both in the pits? There's been driver change per both cars. You've got Jean-Eric Verne in 93, Gustavo Mezes in 94. This isn't an outlap.
It just stayed dog to the dog. It's 6. Upshift or downshift didn't work.
Sounds like it's getting worse, doesn't it? So this time it was stuck in 6th gear and couldn't get down. So maybe the car went into an anti-stall, or actually did stall. If you can't get it down in gear, and you're dipping the clutch and coasting around the corner. And that's Menezes really struggling there in the 94 Peugeot.
This still has all the hallmarks of electronic controllers, doesn't it? ECU, GCU, the gearbox control unit, not doing what the driver is asking it to do. It's not a mechanical linkage. It's not a linkage like in your road car. It is all electronics. Let's hear from the team.
Miguel Medina, you've got the 50 Ferrari in. That was some awesome racing.
Yeah, it was tough, actually. It was really tough. We struggled a bit with the front tires at the end of the stint. And now the heat is going up as well. So let's see. So far, it's been a very competitive race. We are trying to push. I tried to give the car back in the first position, so I did it, and let's see now. It's very good to race here in Monza with this atmosphere, and we are pushing so hard to give a good result to all the people.
We've just seen on the timing that there's the warning about what happened with the 7. We could see the Alpine in front. What was going on for you during that?
Yeah, I mean, we are racing, and we have to take every opportunity. It's risky because now it's not that easy for us to overtake the LMP2s, and we have not top speed, but I try to defend my position, and that's all.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Now that's interesting. So it kind of says to me he knew that Mike Conway was there on the outside and decided to actively defend him. So I'm not surprised he's had the warning because of that. So if I was him, I would have been saying, oh yes, I did take the slipstream of the Alpine. I had no idea he was there on the outside. But that's not how he answered the question.
No, it's not, is it? That, it did sound rather as if that was a defence about a defence. Seb Buemi, he's had a tough old afternoon.
It happens. It happens to the best of them, Graham. It really does. And oh, without question, he's one of the best. And like I say, a rare couple of moments from Seb. But you know, you never stop learning as an athlete, as a racing driver, and it's one of those character-building days. You know, he knows how it's been for him. He knows he could have avoided those moments, but what it goes to show is how difficult it is when you're placing your car at high speed around this very narrow and bumpy racetrack with a good mixture of different classes out there. Lots of people will be wondering, yeah, well, why did you just bang into a car that you're overtaking? The overhang of these cars is so long that in those kind of moments when you're looking forward to where the Jota was in front, you kind of do it by sixth sense. And in that one moment, he's just got it wrong. And
Not just marginal.
It happens.
So we're listening to what's going on with number 93.
Give me the option for upshift on the left pedal, please.
Let me check if we can. Let me check if we can.
They're increasingly in woes, aren't they, with their gear shifts. We're already 2 hours in, by the way, to this 6-hour race, and boy, oh boy, if we get another 4 hours at this kind of pace, you're going to start hearing us losing our voices again.
Louise Beckett in the pit lane.
I can see the Peugeot team ready for the car to come in, and I can see the dollies out. That may just be precautionary, but let's see.
It may well be. Interesting that Jean-Eric Verne was asking them to give him the option to upshift and downshift on one set of paddles. Look at the Porsche coming through the middle there between the Porsche and the Ferrari in the GTE class.
Very brave stuff there by Kevin Estre, but you wouldn't expect anything less from him.
And Kevin Estre still pushing on hard in the lead of the race. Porsche have not yet won a race with that car in Europe. They have in North America, but they would love, in fact, they've not been on the podium yet with that car in the World Endurance Championship. This would be a great place to do it, especially with Roger Penske here on hand. Roger's plan, I think, initially early in the week was to go to the IMSA round today at Motorsport in Canada. Clearly, he's here on the grid, and even Roger's fast jet's not going to get him there. The Peugeot will go back into the garage. The reason cars go into the garage for anything other than routine fuel and tyres is because you can only have 4 people working on it, 2 people working on it in the pit lane. You can have as many as you like in the garage.
Yeah, it's such a shame for Peugeot. They turned up here in Monza with great speed and in many ways a bit unexpected, but they showed a bit of pace in Le Mans, and that certainly carried through to this weekend here in Monza. So it's a day of what could have been for them, and you do feel like once they saw that reliability issue out with the car, they'll be genuinely challenging the front runners for victories, because they were at the start of this race today.
Yeah, you heard Jean-Eric Verne in the 93 car asking the team to see if they could somehow tell him how to rewire the flappy paddles so that instead of pulling right to go up a gear and left to go down a gear, he can pull left to go down and push left to go up. And if that's possible, they might survive without a pit stop for remedial work. And part of what happens with the 94 car, now that it's in the garage, if they can trace what the issue is, they might be able to work a workaround for the 93. So it's not all over. It's not looking as glorious as it was. Jota lead in LMP2, the 28 car of Oliver Rasmussen, putting clear air between him and United's Ollie Jarvis, WRT's Ferdy Habsburg, and then Fabio Scherer and Andre Negrão in the battle for 3rd and 4th in LMP2. There is the Peugeot, and not a lot going on around it because it will be electronics in the back that need examining. And the laptop is the best way to do that. You see the umbilical cord connecting the car to the power.
Well, the rear end of the car is off, isn't it? That's where the business is happening. And here was the moment with 94. You can't downshift. You've got no retardation, no slowdown in the car, and your only option as a driver is to sail on, unfortunately, through the middle of the corner. So you're a bit of a passenger at that moment. The car's out of control, and they've done the right thing by pitting it, and they've got to sort it out.
Yeah, there's one thing, not being able to accelerate, not being able to stop is much more of an issue.
This is great.
Lopez.
For effectively the lead of the peloton, as I would call it. You've got the breakaway group in the front, the guys that pitted under the safety car earlier on, but that was a pivotal move there for Jose Maria Lopez. He's finally got that number 7 Toyota past the number 5 Porsche of Michael Christensen.
Christensen is really struggling at the beginning of the season. He's got a puncture. What's that?
It's just
is
a
that
point.
just shadow?
Yeah, just that. But don't forget, so did they decide to stay on those same set of tyres with Michael Christensen on board? And that's the deficit, that's the pace loss. He's just rocketing backwards, isn't he, at this stage?
Well, you saw how quickly the Toyota's gone by. Now the Ferrari's shot by as well. They're going to queue up behind him.
Well, we heard them asking, can you do a triple? Yes, I can do a triple. Well, can the tyres do a triple?
Okay, Christensen, 68 laps in. Ferrari, 68 laps in. We are on lap 69 of the race. So the Ferrari's tyres are the same age, and that is a big off at the second of the Lesmos.
Vector Sport on the second Lesmo, yeah, must have just dipped a wheel on the outside.
And that's Gabby Aubrey. Now, was anybody else involved? That is likely to be a safety car. So anybody who's struggling for fuel and tyres, this might be a get-out-of-jail-free card. Let's see what we see. There was contact.
He left the car's width on the inside. Oh no, the car, the Prema just lost control mid-corner, and poor old Gabby Aubrey is out of this race now because of a moment from another car. He did the right thing. He gave space on the inside. There was always a car's width. The number 9, he clips the curb on the inside, and that sends his car. Yeah, really unfortunate for Gabby Aubrey.
Alpine right behind as Charles Milesi. That went right across his bows. That could have been a 3-car end of race.
So yeah, Ben Viscal in the number 9 Prema.
Was it the 9 or the 63?
It was the number 9, yeah. He's got that wrong there. He's clipped the inside. You can't really use the inside curve in Lesmo 2.
How good is this team? How good is this team? Car in the gravel, that's going to be at least a full course yellow. Bang, pit lane.
Yeah, they've always been good with their strategy down at Jota, but that looked like a bit of a clumsy pit stop. It took a while to get going there.
Well, that may not be driver, that may be car.
Yeah, could be.
And there is another driver waiting there as well, so they may well be going in to do a driver change for Oliver Rasmussen.
So, yeah, he loses control mid-corner, does Bent Viscal.
They can't do a driver change for Oliver Rasmussen with the safety car now.
No.
So if the 38 car got in before that safety car came out, that was indeed a really marginal call, but could well be very valuable indeed.
Well, if you've got a minute penalty for Buemi for effectively taking a car out of a race, you've got to be expecting a minute penalty coming for Ben Viscal and Prema Racing as well. It's, the stewards will have to do the same thing. You've already set precedent in the race, and what a moment that was.
Oh yeah, really tough for Gabby Aubrey, just getting slapped off there, and that's the end of Lesmo 2 gravel trap, as John Watson will tell you, is not much space before you get to the wall.
Incident involving cars 10 and 9 at turn 7 under investigation.
Jimmy Bruni bringing in the 99 Proton competition. It's lovely to have you back in the WEC at the top of the field.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I'm very happy to be back for sure, and especially in the highest category. I think the 2 stints I did was quite good. The car was good. We had some issue. We lost a few seconds at the first pit stop because it was our first pit stop with Hypercar. So we lost a bit there, about 30 seconds. But then the car was quite constant, and I've done a good lap time, low 38, quite for a long time. So I'm happy.
We spoke to Harry the other day, and really this round is about you all getting used to the car and the team all together.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the car only Wednesday afternoon when we did the seat fitting. So but we have to be all proud. You know, we are 2 hours into the race and all good, so all happy.
One last thing. Sure. We're in Monza. Look at these grandstands. We have got so many people here. It's awesome.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing. I mean, the Italian fans are incredible, especially now for sure after the big win in Le Mans of the Ferrari. I hope next year there will be more Proton fans than Porsche.
So good to see you. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
So while that was all going on, Martin, we had dramas for the Hertz Team Jota car.
And it's a roll-on drama because, as we've seen several times in free practice, the Porsches start up, leave the pit lane, and then immediately die before they get to the first chicane or out of the first chicane. That's what happened to the 38 car. Antonio Felix da Costa stayed in. He's also been pinged for speeding in the pit lane, and that won't be on the way in. It may be that the speed limiter wasn't working on the way out. And then when he got it restarted, well,
so listen to this. He's asking to change the steering wheel.
No, he's stuck in fifth.
Yeah, and he's asking to change it. Maybe the steering wheel's not working. He can't get down through the gears.
Yeah, quite possible. Well, there's the 99 car, Proton's car. That will be racing in the IMSA WeatherTech series for the rest of the season. Proton will have a customer hypercar next year from Porsche. And one of the things Jimmy Bruni said, you know, we haven't seen the car before Wednesday. We did a seat fitting, and now we're driving it. That's why you buy customer Porsche, because they hand you the ignition keys, literally in the case of an RSR, not in the car. I don't think it starts on the key, this car, but you get a car that will race from day one.
Some significant movements here. Both the 6 and the 51 have had to come in for emergency pit stops, as has the 85 Iron Dames car, and they're being held until the back of this safety car queue. What that means is they can have, I think, 5 seconds of fuel.
And then they're going to have to come back in afterwards. This is really gone against number 6.
Is the pit lane still closed? Because it doesn't say
it is.
3 laps.
Yes, it is still closed.
3 laps, okay.
And there are the 3 cars that have had to come in for that emergency pit stop. It's yet another twist in the tail, T-A-L-E, of this race. The Hertz Team Jota car did get back going after that power recycle, has rejoined this train in 5th place.
Yeah.
So that's really hurt these two here, isn't it? That had to come in with lower fuel.
And also, by the way, Sarah Bovey, who was leading in GTE Am and would have quite happily run to the end of her stint leading, now, that again, Iron Dame's luck.
Has to come in again for the driver change. Can't do a driver change in an emergency pit stop.
You know, they get knocked off, then they're still going to win in ELMS, then the car sets itself alight. Yeah. You know, I mean, that's the sort of fortune they're fighting against, and that's, we're going to have to say, again, you know, it's unlikely this is our last safety car. It may happen again, but you know, that's not a roll of the dice they really needed. In the background, you can see the vintage heritage Goodyear logos we're seeing this year. Let's hear from the 38 Jota team.
Yeah, copy. Stay clear on the radio. There is a lot happening in the background. So when pit lane are going to open, we're going to box again, full service, driver change to Yipe.
So was that just an emergency stop for the 38?
It must have been. This safety car, for all of the drivers that stopped in the first safety car and got themselves out of sync, this one's really hurt them because they were then running out of fuel, whereas the drivers and teams sticking to the traditional strategy were. This safety car has worked out beautifully for them.
Yep. What's the other thing we've just seen happen behind the safety car? Wave round.
Yeah, wave round.
So cars that are behind their class leader get to go around and rejoin the front of the safety car. Cars in class that are in the hypercar that are a lap down or more get a lap back. Hello, number 8 Toyota.
Well, I can see Graham. You were looking at the circuit map where we can see all the cars.
Can't see the 8.
I don't think he was behind class leader. So the Glickenhaus has been waved through. I'm not sure if Buemi is being waved through.
More coming now.
Yeah. Because the race leader is the number 2 Cadillac.
Yet another race leader.
Here's Buemi in the pack there, just coming to the bottom of your screen now.
Race director does not tell you that you are eligible for a wave by. You have to know.
Right, the other quick point to make clear is we saw Antonio Felix da Costa very animated on pit lane. If we're right, and that was an emergency pit stop, they can't change the wheel. You can't do anything other than put fuel in the car.
It's absolutely correct.
When we saw the onboard in the safety monitor, it clearly was yellow and said SC.
Correct.
Now, the pit lane could have been open as he came in, and then it could have gone safety car. But even so, if I was there, you haven't got time to consult the rule book. You have to know. There you go. There's the safety monitor system. That's what it said when we saw the onboard of him stationary in the pit lane. If he came in and the pits were still open but closed as he was on pit lane, in theory, he should be allowed to do a full fuel stop or any other work or a driver change. So he must have had to come in while they were closed.
He managed to get out there. He didn't have a red light at the end of the pit lane. He was stopped on circuit, you remember?
Because
so
the safety car queue had gone by. It's only red while the safety car queue is in progress.
So
then
he was just a lap.
green.
He was a lap out of sync compared to the others that came in after him. Okay, so that makes sense. Wow, very, very complicated, particularly for Jota's point of view.
So confirmed and not a surprise, out of the race is the number 10 Vector Sport car. And point being made by the team is that was the second hit from actually one of each of the Prema cars. Was the early hit on Matthias Kaiser with Dorian Pan, and then the number 9 car at the hands of Ben Viscal. So rotten luck for Vector Sport again.
They've been the Prema
magnet
bowling ball,
yes,
or the Prema Skittles, haven't they? It's just, the problem was that, you know, Ben Viscal was out of control mid-corner in Lesmo and checked up against Gabby Aubrey's Vector Sport car to rebalance itself to get going. So, yeah, I do expect a penalty coming their way. It was at this very corner here that we're riding on board with the car 50. Just going to correct myself as well. It wasn't Buemi that we saw on screen. Obviously, he did the driver change. We saw him walking past the camera. He has changed to Ryo Hirakawa.
One other quick point, by the way. We only have 3 teams in Hypercar that have not led this race now. Glickenhaus haven't led, the Proton car hasn't led, and the Van Wall still sitting, by the way, in the midst of the lead pack for LMP2 after a long pit stop for that team, haven't led.
We can go down to Louise in the pit lane.
Number 2 Cadillac is currently leading that pack in Hypercar, but they are ready for the car to come in and for Earl Bamber to get into the car.
Excellent stuff. So the rumbling blue Cadillac, yet another leader, but that will not be very long. And we're back to green flag racing, and this is the battle. Corvette Racing leading the race. Is that for a lap from the GR Racing car?
Not for long.
Wow.
Because they're about to lose position into the first corner. And there's a Toyota involved in that GT battle as well. Is that car 7? It is, of Jose Maria Lopez.
The 86 and the 77 looking to get back onto the lead lap as here comes Lopez.
Yeah, the lead battle is the yellow Corvette and the orange Aston Martin. Those 2 Porsches were a lap back.
Oh, they were a lap back, yeah. So no wonder he just let them by. It wasn't for position. But here we got the Porsche number 6 with Kevin Estre at the wheel, being chased heavily by Pierre Guidi in the number 51 Ferrari. So these two pitted, didn't they, for that splash and dash under that safety car. So putting themselves really out of sync with the rest of the competition, apart from, we believe, the Jota as well, that had to do a similar thing the lap before. Louise.
Well, I just mentioned about the number 2 Cadillac. I think that there's been some confusion and when the green flag was going to start again, because they actually came in and just did a splash and dash. All the team are shaking their heads. Earl Bamber's waiting to get in the car. They've now bought another fresh set of tyres, or the fresh set of tyres back out. Earl's ready, and I think that car's going to come back in again.
I think you're right. As it went green, maybe they had to come in and thought it was still yellow and couldn't come in, because it doesn't go green until you.
Well, hang on.
It doesn't go green until you cross the start-finish line. So they had to come in, but they had to do a bingo fuel stop as well. So they will come in probably this lap.
Yep, they came in under safety car. You're absolutely right. Well done, Martin. That was a good spot.
That's twice this week.
I know, it's amazing. You have to keep this average up.
I need to retire. That's right. Now then, this is what happens when you get a safety car situation. everybody rammed together. So in comes 51, in comes 6, in comes 38, the Jota car again. So he definitely did stop under safety car.
Yep.
And so they were forced in. And unfortunately for Cadillac, the safety car was a lap too long and they were forced in as well. So in fact, the Cadillac followed the safety car down the pit lane, so he knew that he was stuffed. Now, in American racing, as soon as the leader crosses the line and goes green, you're good. But in European racing, not the case. Or in ACO rules, FIA rules.
That was been a heart-sinking moment because they knew, like you said, they knew that they were going to get penalised. And just within the matter of seconds, the pit lane would have been green again.
Look at the tyre difference between Jose Maria Lopez and Nick Nielsen in the 50 Ferrari. Lopez on new tyres since the beginning of his stint. This is the chance for the number 7 Toyota team to change this race in their favour. Everybody's bunched together. 3 or 4 of their rivals are back into the pit lane again and out of sequence. Toyota, the number 7 car, Mike Conway handed over to Jose Maria Lopez at the last full green stop. They need to go. 38 Jota is not leaving its pit box. I can imagine that there's quite a lot of banging on the steering wheel from Yiffy Yi as well. Come on, start, you wretched thing.
Well, I wonder if it's stuck in gear again. And that probably explains why it had such a slow getaway. When I said that it was a bit of a messy pit stop, so you see the Cadillac at the top of your screen just coming out of their second pit stop to put the full fuel in.
So too is the Iron Dames Porsche, and that will not be Sarah Bovey now, the race leader. That is Michelle Gatting. So they've taken a big hit. Of course, as Francesco Castellacci leads the race because Ben Keating's in for fuel and to hand over to Nico Veroni.
And watch this, you've got the car 23 of Ollie Jarvis now chasing down the leader of the pack in LMP2, the Jota of Oliver Rasmussen.
But don't forget, the Jota got ahead of the United car when United stopped earlier. They must have done, because Jota were leading the second place battle.
It must have been on pit lane because he had quite a deficit for the 23. What were the last pit stop times? It was 10 seconds.
10 to a minute 31.
Yeah, 21 seconds lost for
Rasmussen stayed in. Jarvis wasn't in the car before in the 23, was he?
It's a tyre change. That's what it was, because he was chasing down Josh Pearson.
Yeah,
we saw
Michael Christensen. Sorry,
we saw the driver change with Jarvis getting in.
Yeah.
The 23 car.
So this will be Jarvis on the fresher rubber, remember.
Michael Christensen triple stinting his tyres. They have done every lap of the race, but how is that going to pay off? Jean-Eric Verne, this is for third place, despite the problems the 93 car has had with its transmission. This is for third place. This is Jev coming up behind him. Minute stop-and-go penalty for the 9 Prema car for causing a collision with car number 10 Vector, exactly as you suggested, Ant.
This has been an advantage for Peugeot the whole race long. They've got phenomenal straight line speed, and it's the only car I see able to overtake on track without any help of traffic getting in the way. They can get close, they can slipstream up, and they've got the straight line speed to make get the job done into the braking zone.
A little bit of good news for the other Peugeot. It's good news, bad news. They're down in 34th place, but at least they're back on track. 17 minutes in the garage for that car.
So Gustavo Menezes takes that over.
That's your version of good news.
Well, you don't have to look at the back of the car or the back of the garage anymore. But
they could have won, but now they're 34. Yeah, great news.
So we've got Ollie on Ollie here. Ollie Jarvis chasing Ollie Rasmussen, the Dane ahead of the Brit.
And just actually behind them and closing is Ferdy Habsburg in third place in the Team WRT 31.
Well, what do we know about Ferdy Habsburg is he does not like to get involved at all and make big lunges for passing, does he? Here he comes.
Very calm driver, is Ferdy.
I mean, he is a very calm driver, but boy, it's a bit like Head of Undergarden when they start a race, you know, boy, he loves to get involved and get his sleeves rolled up, and he loves a lunge from a long way back.
Ollie Jarvis just working out where he can possibly overtake, as Felix da Costa in the Jota garage there explaining the woes that he was going through.
Chatting with Will Stevens there as Yiffy Yi drives their car. And there is the orange Aston Martin that currently lies third. Michael Dynan has taken over that car, so that orange Aston third in GTE Am has taken over from Ahmed El Hati, who started it. Francesco Castellacci leads that class. Nico Veroni second for the yellow Corvette racing team after taking over from Ben Keating.
That would be good enough. That would be good enough to win the title here today.
Okay,
for the Corvette racing
let's
crew.
not go too far. We're 2 hours 25 in. We've got 3 hours 35 still to go. We're not even at half distance. We've got 2 Grand Prix of racing still to go here. And that's one of the things about endurance racing, is that if you get held up by a safety car or you get caught out by something, it's not always the end of the day. There is a lot of racing in a 6 hours here in Monza.
It's funny how quickly you forget about qualifying in an endurance race. So many things end up happening. You know, safety cars, to name but a few, are one of those pivotal moments in an endurance race, totally out of your control. We've seen the chaos and controversy it causes in the pit lane, with the pit lane cars still having to pit because they're running out of fuel, but you're only allowed to put 5 seconds worth of fuel in the car, and then the pit lane exit is closed, and you have to wait till the stream of cars go past before you're allowed out. Those kind of moments, you know, you can just completely fall foul of.
And that's what we see here. 38 Hertz Team Jota were the leaders. Number 2 caddy was in the top 3 as well. And there they are with that extra stop they've had to make and their time lost behind the safety car queue. They're down at the bottom of the top 10. Still battling for position, still going as quickly as they were, and hoping that the next roll of the dice will come up snake eyes for them and not for somebody else. So it's, yeah, you know, sometimes fortune plays a part in life, and endurance racing very often plays a large part.
Wow, it's full of jeopardy, isn't it? An endurance race, particularly the World Endurance Championship, because you've got so many competitive teams, even in the hypercar category now, and that's great to see. So, yeah, look at this battle on the run down towards turn 1.
Oh, the LMP2 Alpine trying to shove its nose down the inside of the Jota Porsche as the Aston Martin ran out a little wide.
No, I think he did it on purpose.
Absolutely, I think he absolutely did. He saw all the stuff coming up behind him. I'm not having part of that because they want to win this race. Richard Westbrook aboard the number 2 caddy.
Push, push, Richard. Push, push. Put pressure on him. Track limits Ascari. Track limits Ascari.
All right, there you go.
So that's putting pressure on the Jota in front that they're talking about, the number 38 Jota.
Behind him, Phil Hansen in that dark blue United. So blue, the blue nose, that's the Cadillac. The LMP2 United car, as we see the 28 Jota LMP2 car in, 32 United car rather, 22 United car, get there in the end, is Phil Hansen. Andre Negrão is in the metallic blue Alpine. That's the battle for second in LMP2.
Fastest lap of the race goes the race leader, Jose Maria Lopez, a 1:37.2, and in pursuit, not so much slower than that, a 1:37.6, keeps the gap to 4.3 seconds to Nick Nielsen in the number 50 Ferrari. It is Toyota, Ferrari, Peugeot, Porsche, Glickenhaus, and then Proton competition. We've got 2 drivers, by the way, Lino Wadu and Julien Piguet, the 83 and the 21 cars, being reported to the stewards for creating gaps between behind the safety car. So there might be a penalty to come for those 2 runners in GTE Am. They're both of them a little way down the field. Luis Perez Compact back aboard the 83 car, serving the rest of his time. He's 4th in GTE Am.
This is running on board with Jose Maria Lopez, driving really well out in front in number 7. Through Ascari chicane we go. You see the throttle trace on the right-hand side, flat out on the exit through turn 10, down towards the final corner. Halfway on energy, you can see there on the left-hand side the graphic labelled NRG, and on the brakes into that Alboreto curve, and feathering the throttle, just picking it back up. Round that final corner he comes, and such a nice feeling when you're out in front like he is, and he's got the car to do it today.
Antonio, Felix da Costa, we saw it playing out. What was going on in 38? Tell us.
Yeah, look, we've taken a few aggressive calls on strategy, and they were actually working out okay. We didn't take tires, and everyone else took tires, and in the end, we lost a couple of places there. But actually, inside the car, I was dealing with
with another hassle, my steering wheel basically just froze completely. I could still up and downshift, but none of the buttons and obviously none of the information was correct, as it was just frozen. So trying to deal with that, yeah, the pit stop took way too long because of it, and then we had to power cycle the car once I left the pit lane. So just honestly, things out of our control. I thought we were doing a really good job with what we had. So unfortunately, we've just been hit with stuff that we, as a team, can't control. So try to recover from that. Still 3.5 hours to go, halfway kind of thing. So see what we can do.
All right, thank you.
And that explains why there's all sorts of weird light combinations going on, things flashing on and off on the steering wheel. And we saw him coming into the pit lane. He was clearly not in 5th gear, but that's what the indicator was telling him. So, yeah, nothing working, and so you have to power cycle. In the background, by the way, you can see the full access crew busy reporting from inside the Jota team. And in 10 days' time, you'll be able to go to the World Endurance Championship YouTube channel and a 40-minute program giving you some of the inside stories behind the racing, behind the garage walls. So there's going to be an awful lot to talk about for a long while. We've got plenty of time to digest it as well before we get to our next round in Fuji at the end of September.
You can really read the body language of Felix da Costa there as he was desperately trying to explain what he was going through. And yeah, disappointment and frustration, because for a driver, you rely so much on obviously the dash, the steering wheel, what it's telling you. And with those electronic gremlins that they had, it's so hard to battle with knowing which gear you're in.
Yeah, and part of which was that the speed limiter wasn't working. We saw when they had to come in for that emergency fuel stop, he'd also been flagged up for speeding in the pit lane. He's holding on to the pit limiter button, and it's not limiting the speed to how it should have done. So unfortunately, that's another little rod for their back. Into the garage comes into the pit lane comes the leader in LMP2, Ollie Jarvis, and the 23 United Auto Sports car, which will leave Albert Costa for Inter Europol. There he is as the leader of the race.
Not yet. He's way back here. Car 33, by the way, the Corvette. Could this be another big moment? Reported to the stewards for speeding in the pit lane. We're going to say as well with Antonio Felix da Costa, the absolute frustration you can understand, but it's more than that, isn't it, Ant? Because they were in contention for a significant place in this race. They may well end up being there again, but that's the point here. This is a team with real ambition, and just a glitch, a steering wheel, has potentially put them out of contention for a moment.
Well, that, and also the fact that they were running out of fuel and they needed to pit under that safety car, that really went against them and the other runners that took that gamble earlier on to pit under the first safety car. So we're looking at here, the two Porsches, Works Porsches, fighting it out down the main straight. Car 5, car 6, with Dane Cameron versus Kevin Estre.
8th position.
Yeah, behind Rio Hirakawa in Toyota number 8, and sneaking through on the inside goes Kevin Estre. So number 6 car is Dane Cameron, in fact, getting his nose back in front.
Which, by the way, also means that they're in this battle to try to unlap themselves.
Cameron on the fresher tyres, of course, at this point in the race.
Watch Rio Hirakawa here. 3 wide here. That was going by both of them into Curva Alboreto.
Big stuff from the Japanese driver. Young Toyota driver taking over the seat vacated by Kaz Nakajima a couple of seasons ago. So it was a strong move, wasn't it? He got a toe off both of them, and as they looked at each other and sort of eyeballed each other into the braking area, he just came slotting up the inside. And look, he's checked out, absolutely gone as he chases down the 51 Ferrari. Out comes the 38 Hertz Team Jota car. It's served its penalty.
Yeah, 25 seconds on pit lane. That was the drive-through.
Yeah, just as it gets notified on the TV screen, we'd already seen that being notified on our timing screens in the booth. And if you want to look at the timing screen, live timing, and delve into some of the driver stint lengths and so on, you can do that on the FIA WEC app.
And on the website, indeed. Yep. Both with expert mode, which gives you all sorts of additional information. We unpick the cocktail that is always an FIA World Endurance Championship race. And it's been no less than that here, has it? It's been all action.
Very hard to outbrake a GT car, as we were talking about, into that first corner. Dane Cameron thought about it, so he didn't want to get held up on the exit. We run on board now with Michel Gatting in the Iron Dame's car looking to the inside, into the second chicane. It's late, and there's a bit of contact. Oh, somehow, the 83 Ferrari.
Luis Perez compact, good save.
Good save.
Wasn't it just?
And you could see Michelle trying to get her nose out of the hole that she was digging for herself, trying to avoid that contact. She knew he was coming in.
Yeah, that was a little bit late there. A similar move in many ways to that of Dorian Pan at the start of the race in LMP2. You've got to have more of the car alongside as you turn in to turn 4.
Another car, of course, that suffered having to have that emergency pit stop, so basically down pit lane twice.
Yep.
And just for a moment, something swings back in their favour. If we see on screens that the drive-through penalty is confirmed for the Corvette for speeding in pit lane, currently sitting second. There we see again that clash. He did very well there, didn't he?
Anthony, drivers at home might be thinking, well, why didn't she just slow down a bit more?
Because you're already braking quite heavily, and I think she had gone past that moment of no return. When you're going down the inside, you suddenly think, uh-oh, this is going to be tight, because the driver's starting to turn in on the racing line. And yeah, she finally has found her way past. It was inevitable, but yeah, there was definite contact there, and I would pass the majority of the blame, 100% of the blame on her in that situation.
And the reason when you get into that situation is you're not gradually braking like you do with the road car. You are braking at the absolute limit. It's like the ABS is on, pulsing under, and everything on the parcel shelf is shooting by you and hitting the windscreen. That's how hard you're braking in road car terms.
I'm never getting in a car with you.
Well, that's why you've got your own car to come to the circuit. You're not in the glorious Panda Sport Hybrid.
Well, the Panda Sport Hybrid is quite
this actually finally got around. I mean, round the outside, so she clearly had a lot more speed, and maybe that's what made her think, look, into this second jet, I'm going to be able to break you, and then actually was caught by surprise at the speed that the Ferrari could carry into the corner, and then yeah, you get into a bit of a Seb Buemi situation at the start of the race where you have to brake more, you have a bit of a lockup, and it's a closing gap, and there's nothing you can do. And whenever I see a front wheel hit a rear wheel in an attempted overtaking move, it was never on.
Red Air Porsche just being passed. That's one of our GTE Am category cars, and that is Guillermo Mura de Oliveira. So making his second WEC start. He raced in Portimao as well, but he's had a few races here at Monza, track he likes a lot. But again, his teammate brand new to the circuit and to the car. So Guillaume in his second start in that AO car.
There's the Corvette making that drive-through penalty. It's Nico Veroni at the wheel of the 33 car.
Yeah, we don't know if it was Ben Keating coming in that earned it or Nico Veroni going out that earned it, but we do know that whoever's in the car has to serve it. So
completely correct.
Yeah, Nico goes through. Drops behind the GR and the 77 Dempsey Proton car. So that puts them right ahead of the Iron Dames.
Game on again.
Yeah.
That does see the pendulum of championship win swing away from the Corvette today at least.
Yep.
The other significant movement, by the way, is a new second-place car in LMP2, splitting the United Autosports car. And it's Albert Costa on a charge in the number 34 Inter Europol car.
Yeah.
It's the Jota 28 and the Alpine 36. This is now the battle for 5th in class. But remember, again here, the variety of different strategies in play because of those two safety cars.
Fastest race lap for Yippee Yee of the Hertz Team Jota's race so far. So the 38 Porsche seems to be going properly now. Also the fastest lap of the race for WRT's number 31 car in the hands of Robin Fines. Also the fastest lap of the race for the 35 Alpine in the hands of Ollie Caldwell, presumably with both hands on the wheel.
Would be fair to say, by the way, that fastest lap for Ollie Caldwell is about 2.5 tenths slower than Robin Fines' quick lap. That's a good time from young Ollie Caldwell.
Yeah, and getting himself well up to speed as he really beds himself in. Charles Milesi versus Pietro Fittipaldi. Fittipaldi started second in that gold Jota car and was for a long time very nearly the pole position man. He was very quick indeed in qualifying, just got pipped in the end by Sarah Bovey, who's gone by Nico Veroni.
Yep, she's on a tear, isn't she, right now? This could be quite the contest with Veroni getting back up to speed.
Now, we didn't quite see how close she was as he filed back in. I think she was steaming right up behind him, so she's just got by at the end of that lap.
Race leader Francesco Castellacci in GT Am is on pit lane now. Let's not forget, it's not the final race in Europe, by the way, for GTE machinery. We've still got the European Le Mans Series to be completed. It is the final WEC race in Europe for these cars.
Driver change. Who's getting in? That car will be back in 12 minutes.
Would you?
I think that was Thomas Flora. They're not going to put him out for another full stint. So I think Francesco has done a full stint. I think Thomas Flora is going in now to do his final 12 minutes. Get it out of the way. Don't hang on in the desperate hope that you can do it under a safety car later in the race. Michael Dynan leading in GTE Am for ORT by TF as the 54 is on the pit lane. Not yet, he's half a lap behind, isn't he?
They were almost a full lap behind the race leader, but there was still that driver change, that driver stint to burn.
Then that battle for what should be third between GR Racing and Dempsey Proton, there nose to tail. Then the Iron Dames, the pink Porsche has gone by the Corvette of Nico Veroni. And Nico Veroni and Michel Gatting are equal-rated silver drivers, so that is a battle of equals, the young Argentine versus Michel Gatting, the Danish driver.
Worth mentioning GR Racing, by the way, they're in a good vein of form at the moment. Mike Wainwright with Ricardo Pera and Ben Barker at podium at Le Mans, and at a crucial time for GT teams as the battles behind the scenes go on for who's going to be back here in 2024 in LMGT3, and we're not clear yet what's going to happen with Porsche. GR Racing absolutely in the mix and want to be part of that picture, and these kind of performances can only help.
More fast laps coming in. Nick Nielsen in the 50 Ferrari sets that car's fastest lap of the race, a 1:37.4. Rio Hirakawa in the number 8 Toyota sets that car's fastest lap of the race, 1:37.2. Fastest lap of the race also for Mikkel Pedersen in the 77 Dempsey Proton car. Well, that's partly because of a slipstream of Ricardo Pera in the GR car. And fastest lap of the race as well for the AO Porsche, the 56 car. That's been driven by Guillaume Moraes de Oliveira. So despite the increasing track temperatures, and it will be absolutely flailingly hot, the track, some of these cars going quickly. There's the 77 Dempsey Proton car, just said its fastest race lap, and they are now closing in on Michael Dynan. So this is a three-way battle, Graham.
It is a new fastest lap of the race, this time for Jose Maria Lopez. Came with a purple sector in Sector 2. It's a 1:36.869, and trouble! Trouble for the 22 United car. There's another car involved further down the track there. Two cars involved in this incident. It's the 83 car. So there's been a coming together in the second Lesmo.
Wouldn't be the first, isn't the last. That's Luis Perez Companc in the 83 car we just saw battling a couple of laps ago.
Does get out of the gravel at least.
Good news. So the yellow flags will be waved back in. No safety car. Let's see why.
So, yeah, it goes for a move on the inside. A bit of a late lunge there, I have to say. That's a risky overtake on the inside of Lesmo 2 for Phil Hansen.
You can see clearly from that high shot that the Ferrari was right in the middle of the black tyre marks, was right on line.
He was right on line, taking the racing line, and you're putting too much trust in an AM driver there in that situation to not just turn in.
Contact, turn in, over. Okay. Let me know if you've got any flat spots or anything.
Track temperature is 52 degrees Celsius. That's 100 and something. That is a hot racetrack, and yet the fastest lap of the race has just been set.
Yeah, so Hansen continuing to lose positions there.
41.
Turn 1.
The 41 going by as the Jota 963 goes past both of them.
So that was the engineer to Hansen asking if he feels like he's got any flat spots, because of course spinning the car around like that from the contact. It was relatively slow speed though when it happened, so he might just get away with that one, but still, yeah, carrying a few battle scars now on that United Autosports car. Left front would have taken the brunt of the damage, if any. And you've got the red and yellow slippery surface flag still flying at that second Lesmo. A few bits of gravel on the track, and that incident between cars 22 and 83 is being investigated by the steward. So I'm sure that Hansen will have at least some kind of warning from that moment. Possibly even more harsher penalty coming his way.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised because, yeah, it was a bit of a... It's a move you look back on as a driver and think, yeah, looking at it from a different angle, it probably looked like it was on from inside the car, to be fair, but I've been in those kind of moments myself, and when you look at a different view, especially the onboard view from the Ferrari GT driver, you have to say, look, you are putting too much trust in the hands of an AM driver to try and get out of the way, but it's such a hard corner to get out of the way of.
But he was doing exactly what all the pros say to do. Yeah. Stay on the racing line, then we know where you're going.
Change
if
the
you
third.
don't, yeah, it's a change for third.
And that is the 77 car in the hands of Mikkel Pettersen going past Michael Dynan. It was, by the way, Thomas Flew, completely correct, getting back into
it was the silver helmet.
Yeah. But it's going to cost them dearly with Thomas losing time, of course, to the more professional drivers on track, but still needed to pass.
Not as much
again.
if they don't put him in before the end of the race, and waiting for a safety car is just asking for too much trouble. So Thomas probably with another couple of laps to do. Unfortunately for them, the full course yellow broke at the wrong place. There is the Alpine battle with the Jota car right behind. This is for fourth in LMP2. Charles Milesi in the blue car with the red, white and gold of Pietro Fittipaldi right behind him.
And these two cars are about 5 seconds back from the third place battle in the class. Number 9 car there just tucked in behind is a lap down.
There's the Alpine garage. There's Hertz Team Jota. So it is Hertz Team Jota running their Porsche in Hypercar and their LMP2 category from the same garage with the same shirts on.
Milesi just gives himself a bit of breathing space there by overtaking the 33 Corvette into the Ascari chicane. Just separates that himself, and the fighting Jota 28 behind him of Fittipaldi. Oh, and it could have almost been a...
Jota.
38 on 28 didn't quite work there, did it?
Into team battle, 2 different classes, of course, don't forget. Yeah. They used to run in the same category, now one of them's in the Hypercar category. This is getting messy.
And that was the United car ducking into the pit lane there.
That was it? I thought, was that Cattle? Oh, no, it wasn't. It was the 4. It was the,
well, it was the back of the Vandal, yes, you're right, sorry. So, yeah, Yifei in 11th place, going by Pietro Fittipaldi. That's not for position. It is, they are, however, relatives in the same team, although in different classes. For the first part of the year, Jota ran 2 LMP2 cars, as they have done for many years. Then they came on stream with this Hypercar Porsche in Spa-Francorchamps, and then raced that car at Le Mans, and will continue to do so as well. And in comes the 50 Ferrari from second place. So Jose Maria Lopez will really extend the advantage now. He should come in the next lap, I think, for the number 7 Toyota team.
Interestingly, though, the car number 8 with Hirakawa, who's doing a brilliant job at the moment, just sets
really
a personal best first sector as well as the car's fastest lap time of the race. He is catching the car 51 of Alessandro Pierguidi hand over fist. The last couple of laps has been around a second faster, and he was also catching the 50 car. So, yeah, he's absolutely flying. Car 7, obviously, with Jose Maria Lopez leads the race, so he is still a lap down. But that's a genuine race for position between himself and car 51 now.
Lopez, 5% energy left. He will be in the next lap. Ryo Hirakawa, 2% energy. In fact, he'll be in this lap. I think this is Hirakawa. This is his statement stint. I don't think we've seen the best of him at any stage yet in his season and a half in WEC. This is where suddenly, this is why Toyota chose him, and this is really the first time I think that we've seen that kind of raw aggression out of him. Maybe he feels there's nothing to lose, and that does a whole different thing for your frame of mind as a driver, doesn't it?
Yeah, he was put under huge pressure at Le Mans. You know, he was fighting a car that had a little bit of extra track speed over him, and you know, the Ferrari was, I feel like it was the better car in Le Mans, and it was asking a lot from Hirakawa in that stage of the race to pile that pressure on and say, look, get out there, take risks, let's see what you can do, and he threw it off the road in a desperate attempt to try and close in the gap.
There was, I can't remember what the statement was from Toyota this week that explained that incident. There was an issue for the car. It wasn't just a driver error.
It was loose at the back all the time as well, so it may just have been that was a factor of something in the car. Here's a battle for position, Iron Dames. Michel Gatting goes by Michael Dynon, and that is a change for 4th, and there could be a change for 5th coming up as well, as Nicola Veroni right behind. Nico with a run on the American driver, Michael Dynon. Here he goes. He's going to have to go the long way round out of the Seraglio down to Variante Ascari, but he gets it done before they get into the braking area.
I'll tell you what, I'm not counting out here, certainly for the overall. Cars that have been a lap down being in the mix for the win at the end of this race. We're not even halfway through. We are not even halfway through this race.
Standard Peugeot practice of hoiking all the stuff out of the air vents at the front, because that's part of the downforce generating underfloor area. That car in from 3rd place. Jean-Eric Verne stays at the wheel.
2 penalties coming for GT Am cars for the car 83 and car 21. This is something we saw earlier for leaving gaps behind the safety car. It's going to be 10 seconds out into the next pit stop of both those cars. They currently sit.
Yeah, both AF Corsa Ferraris. 83 is the Richard Mille car, and the 21 AF Corsa Ferrari as well.
Thinking about it was Nicholas Veroni.
Leader in.
Yeah, into the first corner. That fight with the Iron Dames car. Yeah. But yeah, so I love watching those two. It's always going to boil down to those two, you get the feeling.
It does so often, doesn't it? It does. But, by the way, Thomas Floor, still leading in GTE Am, brought the car in after the end of his first stint and a half in GTE Am, will bring it in the lead of GTE Am again.
This is really hot up now between these two.
Yeah. The Porsche's early pace advantage is going away. Now the Corvette is at least a match for the pink Porsche. Again, unbelievable. I don't know what.
Second place at the moment, this car, number 99.
Yes. Neil Jarni at the helm.
And still, the 7 car not off pit lane. Could the 99 car take the lead here? This is a long stop from the Toyota team. There it comes. How long was that? That is going to be popping up. It's 1:11. That's about right. But he does. Proton take the lead. What a moment for them in the debut for their car.
So that's 2 customer teams that have led with a Porsche on its debut.
3 Porsches have led today.
Yeah.
3 Porsches.
But in Spa, Jota led on their debut.
Indeed, they did.
Well, obviously it's not a genuine lead.
It is a genuine lead.
No, because they still need to pit.
They do, but either way.
With the Toyotas, so, yeah. I'll let you get excited.
Oh, yeah.
Go on, big it up, go on.
Track temperature, by the way, I wasn't quite sure what 50 degrees was. 122 Fahrenheit.
Ooh, lovely.
17% remaining on the... I don't want to dampen your fire here, Graham, at all, but yeah, he will be in soon.
He can pull out a lead on that.
Oh, yeah. He's very good at fuel saving, isn't he, Johnny? He can take this to the end.
World champion,
honestly, seriously speaking, what a driver lineup they have.
Oh, it's amazing.
In that 99 Porsche, Neil Janney, Jimmy Bruni and Harry Tinknell.
Harry Tinknell, the AI Cooper McNeil. If you've seen him Cooper McNeil.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Tall driver in WeatherTech overalls, and but Harry Tinknell, what a delight to see him back in a top-class car.
And Graham, trot out the stat about Harry Tinknell and World Endurance.
Well, with the debut of this car here this weekend, it means that Harry Tinknell becomes the first driver to contest every WEC class ever. I'm not counting LMP2 Pro-Am, because that's a subclass of LMP2, but he has contested in LMP1 with Nissan, LMP2 with GTE Pro, with both Aston Martin and Ford, GTE Am with Proton, and now Hypercar. That is some record.
Yep. Certainly is.
And he's only how old? 33, is he?
I think he tells us I think he's far older than that.
31 we're hearing from Louise in our
31,
ears.
she's been checking his Tinder page.
And going down.
Lots and lots of success on both sides of the Atlantic as well. And that's why he's a big favourite with Multimatic, who of course are the people that build these chassis.
What happened here into the Ascari chicane between the 94,
51,
93 Peugeot and 51.
Going up to 4th place ahead of the Peugeots. That's the 93 car, Jean-Eric Verne, Alessandro Pierguidi, an Italian in a Ferrari at Monza, was never going to let that opportunity go, was he? Ale is, I mean, imagine being these guys who come from being pro Ferrari GT racers, given the task of bedding in this hypercar program, take Ferrari back to the top of World Endurance Championship racing, the top class for the first time in half a century, and then the team wins Le Mans, and now you get a chance to win outright in Monza. They've won in GT in Monza, but now the chance to win outright. These guys are just living the dream right now. Oh, trouble for Thomas Floor.
It is what was the race leader in GTE Am and has come to a halt at the exit of the first chicane. Was that a change for the lead overall?
Oh dear, no, there wasn't a change to the lead. But it's going to be at some point.
Well,
but yeah,
it will be at the next lap because Neil Jarni is due in, and if this goes full course yellow, this could really benefit the 99 Proton team.
No, it won't, because he can't put under full course yellow. He'd have to do emergency service.
Okay.
3 laps, I think, again, isn't it? That's the new rule change this year.
3 laps before the pit lane closed light disappears.
In which case, if you're 99, get in now.
So
get in the pit while you can, but he hasn't.
We've added Proton competition to the list of teams that have led the race. That means only 2 teams in Hypercar haven't led the race, and that is Glickenhaus. They've run second at one point in this race around the pit stop cycle, and the Van Wall that currently sits down in 21st place.
This is how it can so easily go against you when you're doing everything right in terms of strategy, and then well, let's see how long that yellow flag is.
On the pit wall at Proton, they're going, please move, please move, get control or delete, come on Thomas, please move, don't go full course yellow, because they are in this lap. Now here's the battle between the Iron Dames, Porsche,
this is for
and
the championship.
Corvette.
This is for the championship at this stage of the race.
Be. Mikkel Pedersen leads GTE Am for Dempsey Proton. This is the battle for second in GTE Am.
That would be enough for the Corvette.
There goes the Glickenhaus going by.
Double yellow removed.
Yep. They're on, slightly newer hards on the left side of the Corvette. Maybe that's giving him just a fraction more tyre bite than the older tyres all round. In comes 99. That's what they needed for it not to go full course yellow.
That's the kind of luck you need, isn't it?
Yeah.
In a motor race.
Little kind of feel of a 905 Peugeot-ish sort of livery there. Just a little bit. Yeah, put a bit of yellow in there, and suddenly you've got Peugeot Sport colours.
To just confirm, or rather clarify what you said earlier about that car will be air freighted after this race across the United States and will complete the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. Meantime, in the weeks that follow, the second Proton 963 will be delivered to the team.
Will be air freighted to Fuji.
Will be air freighted to Fuji. So
yeah.
It's a very ambitious programme from Christian Reed and co.
As we watch this battle in GTs, there was one driver out there that would have been praying for a safety car, and that would have been Ryo Hirakawa, because on track he's ahead of the sister car number 7, obviously almost a lap down. If there had been a safety car, that would have brought them right back into the race.
3/4 of his lap back, and the way that Rio's got the afterburners lit, that could have meant anything.
Right,
Michelle Gatting under pressure from Nico Veroni.
So she's defending into the first corner. That's going to compromise the exit of this one, but we've seen very similar straight line speeds from these two, and you get that natural separation on the exit. The car in front gets the foot down earlier on the accelerator. You get that natural buffer. Now in the slipstream is Veroni through Curva Grande they come.
And there's the leader.
Yeah.
He's only at the Rog here, so that is first, second and third in GTE Am. 99 is in and out. Ben Hanley in and out in the 22 car. Thomas Floor has made it back to the pit lane. That is great news for the 54 car. However, unfortunately, does not come back in as the race leader, but
comes back in, I'm afraid, as low as 10th. So
they are still in the race.
They are indeed.
2 minutes ago, they might not have been.
So to give you an idea how close this race is, Proton Competition came in from the lead under a green flag lap and come out in 8th position.
Louise.
Unfortunately, that 54 has been pushed into the garage.
Yeah, okay, if you can catch up with them and find out for why, Keats, for why, that had all the hallmarks of it not being a driver incident, but that 21. Is at 21,
That's 21 in the gravel, and deep in the gravel. Can he get it moving? I'm not sure
Simon
he can.
Mann. Oh dear. How has this happened?
That car, 6th in GTE Am, Now, what is this going to do if we need an intervention?
Oh, contact again in the Lesmos. It is. This is the 60 car going down the inside.
Squeezed out of the room.
Matteo Cassoni, you should know better.
Yeah, that's pretty clear cut there. No further action, by the way, interestingly, between Phil Hansen
and Phil Hansen.
Yeah, in that second Lesmo. No further action.
Yeah.
Really?
That was a lucky escape, I think.
I think so.
It was really a lucky escape.
That is going to require, I think, a full course yellow.
At the very least.
And we're going to full course yellow in 20 seconds time.
20 seconds for full course yellow.
The number 8 Toyota, by the way, is still in front as we speak of the number 7.
Now he'll be going...
Safety car. Oh, it definitely needs a safety car.
Yeah. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow, full course yellow.
So what happens under a full course yellow, for those who have not seen World Endurance before, is that effectively every car and the gap between them all the way around the circuit remains constant, because they all go down to 80 kilometers an hour. They're all on the speed limiter. You saw the Corvette close up slightly, and that is because there is a fractional margin of error for when it gets down to 0 on the count. And the Corvette's engineer may well have counted another beat before he counted down to 0 to the driver. And so you close up another couple of meters. Lots of these cars, you'll see lights flashing front and rear to show they're on the pit lane speed limiter, but they are all effectively...
Car 38, give the position back to car 41. Car 38, give the position back to car 31.
Ooh, somebody dived.
41, sorry, 41. 38 must drop back one position.
That must have been as we went into full course yellow.
Hertz Team Jota. And that was WRT coming out of the pit lane, the 41 car with Robert Kubica. So that was coming out of the pit lane. So, yeah.
Now, thank you very much to the guys in the truck giving us the energy graphic a moment or two ago. Nobody here looks to be in trouble being caught that they're not going to be able to pit in the first 3 laps under full course yellow. That is the new regulation.
I don't think we're going to have 3 laps under full course yellow.
Thank you to car 38. Nevertheless, the fact that it was an overtake under full course yellow has been noted by the stewards.
Right, well, you know, that's a situation where he is coming down, ready to get onto the
T7, all cars to wear totally to the right. At T7, all cars to wear totally to the right.
And we can see
T7
exactly
or
why.
Or Lesmo 2, as it's known, and Simon Mann being recovered to terra firma should get going.
At T7, all cars to wear totally to the right, please. At T7, all cars to wear totally to the right, please.
Now, what you're seeing here is that special bar that is taken by the team everywhere to all of the cranes. They have a set of lifting hooks which marry into holes in the roof, mounting points in the roof. So every single car has them. And in fact, we saw in the scrutineering at Le Mans, they had a crane there. Part of the scrutineering process at Le Mans is that every car is lifted up and jiggled a bit to make sure that they're firmly mounted and are firmly in place, so that all cars can be moved without having to fix straps to broken bits left, right or centre. So he's now on his way, Simon Mann. Once this recovery vehicle is back in place, then Eduardo will start the countdown and release cars from full course yellow, and we should be back up to speed. But for Hertz Team Jota, trying to keep speed up as much as possible and then come down to...
We are removing full course yellow at 15:33:15. At 15:33:15, we are removing full course yellow.
Which is in 40 seconds time. So the Jota Porsche was trying to come down to 80, and coming out of the pit lane, building up to speed and then back down to 80 was the 41 car. So it was
the interesting thing here, when you're under a full course yellow, unlike when you exit a slow speed corner, I was talking about, the car in front gets the jump because you get on the gas earlier. Here, you both press the full course yellow button.
6, 5, 4,
together.
3, 2, 1. Full course yellow removed.
Go, go, go. They get into the second chicane, but unfortunately, because of where they were on the circuit, you're immediately into those slow-speed corners. Would have been really interesting if you were, say, coming out of the final corner, for example. You'd be much closer to the car in front. You press the button at the same time, and you both accelerate at the same time, unlike when you're going around the corner and the car in front naturally gets that advantage.
Now, riding on board with the Corvette, people will wonder why, if they're all doing no more than 80, he was closing on the Porsche, because the teams will give themselves a tiny margin for error. So the Porsche might have been set at 79 kilometers an hour and the Corvette at 79.5. We've all been on a motorway, an autostrada, whatever, where two trucks that are limited by law to exactly the same speed, one is taking 14 kilometers to pass the other because he's got a quarter of a kilometer an hour more top speed. That's what happens here. You're not allowed to pass, so if you creep right up behind the Porsche, you've just got to let back off the throttle a fraction somehow.
What I also found a little cheat that you could do when you're behind the car in front, you could shortcut effectively, like take tighter lines around the corner, so you're covering less distance, like running on the inside of a running track.
Exactly right.
Although you'd sometimes drive on the marbles because of it, you would gain on the car in front. It's quite fun and interesting to see drivers that would make that mistake of not doing it.
2 hours, 54 minutes remain. We've just passed the 3-hour mark after a brief full-course yellow period to recover. A Ferrari that was knocked off into the Lesmo. Simon Mann's number 21A, of course, the car is back on track and circulating a few positions down. Jose Maria Lopez leads for the number 7 Toyota Gazoo Racing Team. Ferrari second and third. And this is a battle for position. The 99 Proton Porsche car number 8 and the number 8 Toyota Ryo Hirakawa chasing Neil Jarni. Jarni, Le Mans winner and world champion. Ryo Hirakawa, also a world champion last year in the World Endurance Championship.
I think is back on the lead lap. And
yes,
that comes courtesy of a slightly short fuel stop last time around. 54 seconds for the number 8 car, and that has regained them the lead lap.
But that's what we said before, yeah, that's at that moment they were praying for a safety car, because then although they're on the lead lap, the car number 7 is effectively very close behind them.
Yes. But if there is a safety car, then they will close right up in terms of track position. Because
that's what they were hoping for, yeah. But I mean, it was never going to happen under that situation, because the digger got onto the gravel, and it's only when you're likely to see a safety car, like we saw when the Aston went into the barriers, when there's bodywork all over the track. It needs humans on the circuit to clear it up, and to make it as safe as possible, you need to bunch the cars up. Here comes the Toyota. This should be an easy pass.
This is pole position, and don't forget, before he stopped for fuel, Neil Jarni was leading. If there is a safety car in remaining half of the race, then suddenly these cars get to join right back onto the tail of the lead queue. And don't forget, when we have the wave by, it will be to put all the hypercars together, then all the LMP2s together, then all the GTE cars together. So it could be much closer. Looking back.
This is the change for the Iron Dames at 33.
And that was into the Roger. Michel Gatting around.
Compromised by the P2 car, heavily compromised.
Ouch. Yeah.
That wasn't her fault at all. Oh, just such unfortunate positioning of the LMP2 on the inside. And now has to stare at the back of the Corvette number 33. That seemed to have the speed anyway.
It was WRT's Robin Frines, by the way, who was going by there. That's the Jota LMP2 car of Pietro Fittipaldi, fresh out of the pits. And again, the Corvette team lying on. They seem to spend most of their time lying on the floor or winding each other up.
And enjoying thoroughly their WEC campaign. Delight to have them this year. It really has.
Yeah, absolutely. And last as well. So Dempsey Proton lead, Corvette Racing up to second, Iron Dames in third, so they're still in a podium spot, the Pink Porsche crew, and who knows what the second half of this race is going to produce. We're 3 hours and 8 minutes in. We've had 2 safety cars, couple of full course yellows. The only 2 retirements have been by cars that have been shunted off the road by somebody else. That is the 777D Station Racing Aston Martin and Vector Sports number 10 LMP2 car.
There is a long pit stop underway, which we don't really know about, for the 57 Kessel Racing car. Scott
okay.
brought that car in, and that's been in the pits for some time.
Well, the good news for 54 AF Corsa team is that Davide Rigon is now back out on the track. That car stopped just as they were due to come in. I'm sure that must have been the in-lap for Thomas Floor, and I slightly question whether maybe in preparing for his in-lap he turned something off somewhere or whatever. Into the pit lane comes 51. The 51 Ferrari. That is from 3rd place, which now means that we have Toyota leading Ferrari, leading Peugeot, with Porsche going to move up to 4th and 5th, and Glickenhaus up to 6th.
Okay, Yves, box, fuel and brake blanking.
Okay, so that was the number 8 Toyota team.
That was Iffy, that was 38.
I thought 38, I can't miss it.
That was Iffy, yeah.
I did think he said Iffy, but I heard in our in our ears that we were going to number 8, not number 38. So tyres and brake blanking, because their brakes are getting too cold on a day like today.
They might be getting too hot, and they're going to remove some of the brake blanking on the car. Could be that way around. The new tyres go onto the Ferrari.
The other thing that you can do with brake blanking is to gain yourself top speed. If the brakes aren't marginal and you can blank off some of the brake ducting, you can give yourself 1 or 2 kilometres an hour in top speed. Now, it's not the 7 that we saw discrepancy between them and some of their rivals earlier on in the race, but
I should imagine it's removing the brake blanking, because as the brakes wear, they start to heat up more and more, so there's less material there.
38's on pit lane now.
They get a bit more fragile.
Well, let's make Louise run like the wind in these cool conditions. And there's Alessandro Pierguidi.
Looks like hot work, doesn't
They're
it?
not double stinting, are they? Normally, it takes a stick of gel ignite to get Alessandro out of the car once he's in, but I think he might be fairly happy to get out of the car after a single stint.
They don't seem to quite have the same speed here that they had in Le Mans, do they?
No, they don't. There does seem to be just a slight deficit.
That'll be the 38 car's steaming brakes. I think the chances are you're very right.
I've got more confidence now from my car after seeing the steaming brakes.
All right, Captain Sparkplug.
Oh, you've had 2 things. I'll give you 2 today, getting 2 things right.
But I do know
I'm
that
1-0 down.
I do know that by blanking off the brakes, you can reduce the drag and help your top speed.
Look,
but I think
ripping off whatever's there, blanking the brakes.
Well,
the front left mechanic.
Often it's tape on the front of the car. Clearly, the car is more sophisticated than that. There's a bit of tape on the inside. So he's just torn that out or adjusted something to open up the orifice to allow more cooling air. And on a day like today, hardly a surprise.
Tricky one to call this one, isn't it? I mean, anything could have happened in the first half of this race, and it did. It's likely to do the same again here.
Oh, hello.
Who's in trouble here? This is the number 7
the leader.
car.
It's Jose Maria Lopez, gravel trapping.
That's quite normal in the exit of the second chicane.
Two things about that. In the driver's briefing, they were told that no holes there will be filled during the race. So the more you go off, the deeper the hole gets. And the second is to recall that the edge of the curbs there and at turn 11, the Parabolica, are very sharp. So if you drop your wheel off the edge, you are very likely to lacerate the sidewall. Halfway through the 6 hours of Monza on a scorching Sunday in the Royal Park here. Dindo Capello, the Grand Marshal for the race. Roger Penske here with his team, as is Laura Wontrop-Klauser, the head of GM Racing. And René Arnoux, one of the Formula 1 legends from Italy, also joining the great and the good. He gave the command to start engines, and as they race down to the first corner with Toyota and Ferrari on the front row, Sebastian Buemi from row 2 in the number 8 Toyota, dropping back a fraction to give himself room to manoeuvre, but a lock-up and then turning around the 51 Ferrari earned him an early penalty. That would put the number 8 car on the back foot and the 51 car as well. Then safety car as Satoshi Hoshino was shunted hard off the track by the number 8 Toyota of the recovering Sebastian Buemi. That would earn him a minute stop and go penalty. Resuming racing, number 7 Toyota with the lead of the race until this pass around the outside by the 93 Peugeot, to the applause of the team and to the applause of the Tifosi. Not too long after, the 50 Ferrari also moving ahead of the Toyota and up into second place. Monza as full as the World Endurance Championship has ever seen it. 93 Peugeot with gear shift issues into the garage, and Ferrari leading at home. The first half of the race has been full of incident and a couple of accidents, and almost every car has had a chance to lead. Vector Sports race was ended by a rather errant Prema driver, putting him into the barriers in Lesmo 2. 2 cars out of the race. All sorts of issues for the 38 Jota team electronically. Currently, it is the number 7 that leads for Toyota. 21 making the move of the 22 United car, getting knocked off in the process. In the lead battle in the GTE Am class, Iron Dames and the 33 Corvette moving up to the top of the table. And it is the 33 Corvette that takes the lead. Brief full course yellow as Simon Mann got knocked off by the 60 Ferrari. We are back under green flag with 2 hours and 45 minutes to go here in Monza. This is the change for the lead in GTE Am, as the pink Porsche got held up by an LMP2 car. So with 3 hours down, it is Toyota Gazoo Racing who hold the advantage over the number 50 car from Ferrari AF Corsa. Peugeot in third, Porsche in fourth, Glickenhaus in fifth. 5 different brands in the top 5. Then Toyota Protons, Hypercar Porsche. Then the second of the Ferraris, the second of the Penske Porsches, and the Cadillac ahead of Hertz Team Jota, who've had their delays, and Floyd Vanderwall. The recovering 94 Peugeot, after gearbox issues, is out on track. United, WRT and Inter Europol currently at the head of LMP2, Corvette, Iron Dames and ORT by TF, meaning it is a Corvette, a Porsche and an Aston Martin at the head of the field in GTE Am.
With the order, guys, shaken up twice with safety cars. Really, right now, I'd love to be sitting at one of the strategy positions in one of these leading teams, because if it goes full green, so much is going to be dependent on where these guys are within their fuel window towards the end of this race.
Oh, you mean if it just remains full green, no more safety cars?
Absolutely,
yeah.
Because what you've got still are 2 groups of cars that alternate at the top of the leaderboard. But we've got Glickenhaus now cycling back through to 5th position. They've been as high as 2nd on that switcheroo, if you like.
I think, though, Graham, that the car 7, the reason why you didn't see the front runners pit in that initial safety car is because they know they have inherent speed over the guys that did it.
I agree, absolutely. Bucking Bronco number 6.
Look at that, too much curb there, and that was the moment the 777 went off or got hit off the track. Lots of incidents so far through this race today here in Monza. A proper race of attrition as well. Mechanically, both Peugeots really falling foul of that, but still in the race, still in a podium position is the 93 Peugeot with Jean-Eric Verne behind the wheel, but they got a quick car, and I feel like if it remains green through to the end of this race, with 2 hours 41 minutes to go, they could find themselves back in the hunt here.
Well, that was 30 seconds of the Monza Rally show.
Yeah, it really was.
But that's just a few of the incidents that we've seen through. What is that? 3 hours and 19 minutes left. Have already elapsed. 2 hours 41 minutes still to go. Still quick laps coming. James Collado now aboard the 51 car, running in 8th position. He is the first car off the lead lap, I think, and just coming through the 1:37.347.
Yeah, fastest lap of that car's race so far. Jose Maria Lopez will ride on board with the race leader into the Primo Variante. Nick Nielsen second for Ferrari, and Jean-Eric Verne third for Peugeot. It was a year ago this race that Peugeot debuted their Hypercar as a racing car. It'll be really interesting if they can grab a podium here. It would be their first podium finish, so that would be a big, big feather in their cap. Kessel Racing's Ferrari number 57 car in the GTE Am class, as yellow car guy machine, has been in the garage for quite a while. Louise Beckett reporting that they've got a water pipe issue.
So done. So Lou confirming to us that Kessel Racing are the third retirement, so the 57 car.
So that's the first mechanical retirement, in fact, because the other two have been being shunted off by other drivers.
Indeed. So 33 cars remain in this race. We've lost 2 of the GTM cars. The 777 to the contact from Seb Buemi early in the race with a horrific impact for Satoshi Yoshino, putting the 777 car out. The Vector Sport out after contact coming through the second Lesmo. Pit stop car 2 under investigation, Cadillac Racing.
Now, was that when they had to come in under full course yellow? We'll have to wait and see. On board with Nick Nielsen in the 50 Ferrari in second place, out of the Variante Ascari.
Yeah, he's down 25 seconds down the road from Jose Maria Lopez. So Lopez really putting in some excellent lap times, consistent as well. A strong stint from him.
Fastest car in Hypercar, though, currently in 4th place, Dane Cameron in the number 5 Penske Motorsport Porsche 963. Louise Beckett in the pit lanes, very quiet there, Lou.
I can tell you that that number 5, driven by Dane Cameron, is actually just about to come in. It looks like they're just fueling, but I will keep you posted.
All right, excellent. 2 more cars setting really fast race laps, the fastest of their races. The number 36 Alpine in 6th place, Mathieu Vaxivière, and behind him, Ben Hanley. And how much behind? 1 second behind Ben Hanley in the 22 United Autosports car. Ben Hanley having his 2nd race with the team. 2nd or 3rd? As he substitutes for Tom Blomqvist. Oops, little false getaway for the TF Sport Aston Martin. This is the ORT Oman Racing Team by TF. Michael Dynan brought it in. Is that at the end of his stint?
We'll see in moments. Maybe
we'll wait and
not.
see if Charlie Eastwood gets in it.
Dynan's still there.
Dynan stays in. Charlie Eastwood will do the last couple of hours of the race, I would imagine.
Yeah, this race and 2 more this year until the end of TF Sports' relationship with the FIA World Endurance Championship with Aston Martin. It's been so successful.
And maybe the end of Aston Martin in the World Endurance Championship for a short while. There is a GT3 Aston Martin. The GT category next year converts from GTE, the current spec cars, to LMGTE, which is a sort of universal category. In is the 33 car from the lead, so too the Iron Dames from 2nd place. Now, in an ideal world, the Iron Dames would win this and the Corvette would still be in the top 3 and win the title. However, However, the Corvette team want to win this.
Of course they do.
As much as the Iron Dames team do, so...
And this has been one of the stories through this year, hasn't it?
And last. Yeah, I mean, this has been running 2 full seasons.
The GTM battle this year is this... It's the sportsmanlike behaviour between these 2 teams.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a... I mean, it didn't slow down much, but it's a tiny slow stop there on the right rear.
Here comes the GR Racing car. Now this is going to go by the Iron Dames at least, has gone into the lead.
Going to go by both. So GR Racing, Mike Wainwright started that, did 2 stints in that car. And it is now Ricardo Pera, so the Mexican driver remains on board. And he's got a little bit of a head of steam from the 33 car. Don't forget, 33 will be full of fuel. And the Dempsey Proton car didn't go through, did it? No, he was 6 seconds behind GR Racing, so he has not gone through.
Yes, he has. Yes, he has.
Has he?
Yes.
Well,
he it's going to be really close. Sorry, where are we?
No, we didn't see him go past. We saw the Corvette coming out.
I think I just did see him going. Yes, he is. He's second.
Yeah, he has. He's passed him on the way through Curva Grande. Ricardo Pera in the black and orange. GTE Am leading GR Porsche, just hanging on and trying to hold off the 36 Alpine of Mathieu Vaxivière. Now, Vaxivière in that bright metallic Alpine blue Alpine has got right behind him Ben Hanley in the darker blue United car, and that's a battle for position, and so is this. This is the number 6 car.
And it's Dane Cameron versus James Collado.
Yeah, number 5 car, Dane Cameron versus James Collado.
Collado properly on the attack here. He's got the speed in that car to find his way by. And where can Cameron place the car? He's going to go to the inside to defend the position before the second chicane. That's going to force Collado to go around the outside. A little bit of contact. Is he going to make it through there? Amazing stuff by Collado.
I tell you what, if the only way round the outside is round the outside for Collado, he'll take it every day of the week.
That was properly brave driving and a lot of trust in Cameron to do the right thing and brake in the right spot, to not carry too much speed and make even more contact. But excellent driving between the two of them. Cameron on the back foot. He's maybe hasn't got quite got the tyres there under him at the moment. And Collado could sense that as he was catching so quickly. Another car taken, another position taken for Collado as he works his way through the field. Next on his shopping list is Neil Janney in the 99 Proton competition car.
And we're back to this battle.
That's the final car on the lead lap.
Yeah, number 8 car has just stopped. Brendan Hartley's taken over, so they've dropped off the lead lap again, that second Toyota. Mathieu Vaxivière in the Alpine blue Alpine. 3 races more for Alpine in LMP2. They've been a really top-class LMP2 competitor. They've won titles, they've won at Le Mans, but now they will come back next year with a pair of hypercars. United Autosports, number 22 car, all over the back of him, Ben Hanley. Number 8 still on the lead lap. Well, the timing screen said otherwise, but then they haven't cycled through an entire lap yet, so we'll take that. We can see him on the screen. There is Philippe Signot, the boss of Senior Tech. Came up through single-seater racing, has really found a happy home in this category in LMP2 and then in Hypercar last year. And then they will return to Hypercar next year with a brand new program.
Well, what they've been doing down at Toyota with the car number 8 is shortening the pit stops each time to ensure that it stays on the lead lap.
Yeah. And at some stage, that's going to come back and bite them in the backside, because they're going to be so short on fuel somewhere, aren't they? They're going to lose a lap on that.
What they're hoping for is obviously another safety car. That's their only hope, to stay on the lead lap and get themselves back into this race today.
Of course, they don't have to be on the lead lap to score points. If you're 5 laps back, but you're 6th overall, you still score points for 6th, and points is what it's all about for them. 40 laps on the tyres of Robin Frien's WRT machine in second in LMP2. 60 on the Inter-Europol car of Albert Costa. So Costa at a tyre deficit, but he is still closing in on Frien's. And that is the battle for second. Ollie Jarvis leads in LMP2, and he is just 5 seconds in front. You can see him further up the road. Fabio Scherer, I'm not sure if he's channeling some
He's just listening to you,
grooves as well.
He's just listening to you.
With a little bit of a massage going on there.
He's gone all cool after winning Le Mans. That's what it is.
That's what it is.
Yeah, headphones, glasses, massage. Yeah,
styling it out.
Complete prima donna these days.
He won't be talking to us any longer, will he? But he will be talking to Louise Beckett, who is hovering and lurking with intent, and indeed within garage at Inter-Europol.
Fabio Scherer, I saw you were walking earlier and you seem to be a little bit better on your foot, so that's first of all. Coming off of that Le Mans, how are you guys feeling?
Yeah, for sure the target is now to get world champion, or at least to play as long as possible in this game. So you need the best position possible in every race. So for sure today we target the win again. I think the pace is good, so we have a potential for that. let's see. I think top 3 should be possible. The rest plays a bit by strategy.
How is the foot?
I have no pain at all, so I'm quite lucky because it didn't look too good after Le Mans. But I did a lot for it, and now it's good.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
It was sensational at Le Mans. The story at Le Mans is that his foot was run over accidentally during a pit stop, a hurried pit stops, by the 33 Corvette. These guys lie second in the championship, but his right foot was run over, and then he was having to.
Yes, it is.
He was having to hop to the car to get in and drive for the final part. There's Ferdy Habsburg. He needs to stop cutting his own hair. He definitely could pay somebody.
The place market is genius.
And it's so warm that Vincent Vos has removed the flat hat.
Oh my
that
gosh.
does not happen very often.
There's a Belgian national emergency been declared.
So there is Albert Costa chasing down at Robin Frijns. This is the battle for second in LMP2 with 2.5 hours to go. So yeah, Grand Prix plus qualifying still distance to be run. And the Peugeot 94 car slotting down the inside in traffic.
Couldn't make it.
Again, is he having problems? Was that just being ambitious on the brakes, or has he still got problems getting slowed down?
I think it was, Martin. He just went for the move. He was trying to overtake a pretty rapid LMP2 car in the United Autosports, who lead this race. They've got a quick car here today. So, yeah, trying to outbrake an LMP2 car into turn 1. You've got to be completely on it. And, yeah, I think he tried to brake as late as he possibly could. I don't think that was anything to do with the woes that they were having earlier on with their tricky downshifts.
Let's compare lap times. Last time round, leader in LMP2, Ollie Jarvis, 142.2, 142.61 for Robin Frijns, 142.57 chasing him for Albert Costa. Albert's tyres have done a full stint more.
Yeah.
That's pretty impressive.
And closing, by the way, on all of those are Pietro Fittipaldi and Robert Kubica.
Right. I'll read the graphic properly. His right side tyres have done a full stint more. They did a left side tyre change 35 laps ago. So actually the tyres that are doing more work are fresher than those on Robin Frijns' car. So it's a pretty much equal battle. Here we go with our Ferraris running nose to tail, but not running nose to tail in the order. Car number 50 is in second place, and that is the car with the yellow windscreen strip, what would have been 52 last year in the GTE Pro class when it existed. The 51 car has the 51 crew, Alessandro Pierguidi, James Collado, as of last year. But the 52 car, because it's 50 years since Ferrari raced in the top class, has become car number 50. It's a nice little... So 99 on the Proton competition Porsche. What's the legacy of that, I wonder? They've had 77 and 88, now they're going 99. All right, fair enough. If they get another car, it'll have to be 1,010, won't it?
Something like that.
Yeah.
So it's, yeah, similar situation going on there. Ferrari will be closer as they circulate in terms of distance between the two cars. So 51 trying to desperately hang on to that to be in the effectively the lead lap ahead of that number 50. But 50 at some point they're going to have to ask Collado to get out the way and let Nick Nielsen continue on his way if he is to continue catching during this stint.
I'd say at this point, by the way, gentlemen, that the one thing that looks more certain than most is the form of the number 7 car. That is consistently going away here in a way that nobody else has managed this afternoon. So Jose Maria Lopez having a good run right now.
Yeah, he really is. He's absolutely turned the screws on everybody else. And whatever they've done with the balance of the car to find the pace they needed has really worked.
Cooling the wrists down, good way to help yourself cool down there. Good.
The problem is he's now got a soaking wet race suit, which will really heat up as soon as he's in the car.
What do you think's going to happen to the race suit when he's in the car and sweats like an otter's pocket?
It will steam. Also saw somebody getting ready.
What
it
are you
will
talking
steam.
about? You sit in your wet racing suit. You can literally wring your suit out when you get out of the car. If you're going to sweat and get it completely wet anyway, you might as well just pour water over yourself before you get in. It's a really good technique.
I can remember Damon Hill talking about a drinks bottle in the heat. He said when you sipped it, it was like having a cup of hot tea. I mean, that's sort of temperature
in it.
water.
Just put a tea bag in it and cut out the middle.
Honestly, it's
That's
like
exactly
sitting,
what he was saying.
Sitting in a sauna in a 3-layer Nomex suit is not fun.
On an exercise bike.
It gets wet in no time at all.
Which ironically is what David Brabham did to bring himself up to speed. Spent the entire winter on an exercise bike in a sauna in his race suit and helmet and boots and gloves, trying to get ready for Sebring.
This is the battle for second. Albert Costa has closed that gap and is right with Robin Frijns, who was held up unwittingly by the number 25 Aston Martin.
Now, is this 2 in laps? Because there's somebody ready at WRT as well, and I couldn't figure out who it was. Didn't look tall enough for Sean Gillale, didn't look tall enough for Ferdy Habsburg, and he was sitting with the headphones on and his feet up anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, that's sort of how he drives, in that super laconic style. But somebody is ready at WRT. We saw Albert Costa getting ready, so maybe not this lap, but maybe the next. All right.
Well, we'll know soon enough.
I think we might be getting both WRT cars in. We'll have to wait and see.
31, I think, has gone through.
Yeah, so when you got the driver, Louis Delatraz, sitting there to the left-hand side, a little wink of the eye there from Team Boss, Vincent Boss. You know that the drivers they've got them plugged into the radio, so they're listening to everything going on at the wheel.
To us or the cricket, one or the other.
So if there's a safety car or full course yellow or whatever, you're prepared as you can be before the car might come into the pits.
So Delatraz will be taking over the 41 car from Robert Kubica.
4 more laps, Robert. 4 more laps. Driver change to 30.
That's our radio producer, Jason, listening to us and giving me a radio message that tells me how soon it is that this car comes in. But 41 must be due as well, because we saw Louis Delatraz with the Swiss flag on his helmet. He's getting ready to take over from poleman Robert Kubica in the other car.
It's Ferdy getting loosened up, ready to get aboard. Ferdy Habsburg.
Stretching to make himself taller.
Also, by the way, regarding that incident between the 21 car that saw Simon Mann pitched off into the... that's very Alex Wurz-like, isn't it?
Is it an Austrian thing, do we think, odd boots? That's exactly what I thought. Alex, way back to his F1 days, had one race turned up and he had odd shoes, a green one and a red one, and presumably did well and stuck with it.
He did indeed. So the 60 car, brief shot there of WC champion Jamie Campbell-Walter. The 60 car hitting the 21 car, pitching it off into the gravel. No further action. That's the second time we've seen car on car that's left one car off track. At that same point, has attracted no further action.
I fundamentally disagree with both of those. If the slower car is on the racing line, it is, I mean, even if he's not, it is in the inherent duty of the driver of the faster car to pass safely, and hitting somebody so they go off while they're on the racing line and not altering their line, that is not passing safely. I mean, inherently, both of those are flawed decisions, but that's the end of that. They are decisions, and again, we play by the spirit of the rules and agree with the umpires at all times. Driver change, Fabio Scherer handing, Albert Costa handing over to Fabio Scherer. Kubica Schmiechowski started the car like most of the bronze-rated drivers did in LMP2, and he has completed his drive time, so it'll be up to his 2 teammates to bring it through and complete the anchor leg. And again, here's an Alpine battle. This is Ollie Caldwell just ahead of Danny Kvyat in the 63 Prema Racing car.
And overtaking them around the outside is El Bamber in the number 2 Cadillac in the hypercar category. So he worked his way through before the second chicane. But yeah, this is a nice battle hotting up here between Caldwell and Kvyat.
And in fact, the other Alpine battle we saw was interrupted because the number 2 United Auto Sports car, Ben Hanley, which was behind the 36 car, is in the pit lane. So that car has stopped for a driver change.
There's a change in position in the pits, by the way. Jota leapfrogging into Europol with a much quicker stop, 116 to 123.
That's because Rasmussen stayed in.
Yeah, in comes the 93 Peugeot from 3rd place.
And the relevance of Rasmussen staying in, the driver change doesn't make the pit stop longer, but traditionally, if the driver stays in, the tyres don't get changed as well.
That was a good spot there by Di Resta as he's getting in. He's realised that the right-hand shoulder strap was in the seat and not out of position, like the driver helper should have prepared it. Usually it flops over the headrest, and that allows you a quick access into the cockpit. If you sit in on top of the seatbelt, that's a bit of a nightmare, because then suddenly they're fumbling around trying to get it back over from your back over your shoulder. So he spotted it before getting into the car, pushed out of position, then sat in. And that's an experienced pair of hands there from Di Resta. Well, so, good spot.
Yeah, so you've got to hurry, but not rush.
Exactly, because if you rush,
that is the deal.
If you jump in at all costs and the belts are all over the place. See there, the shoulder straps over the headrest.
Yep.
And who's this getting in? Burton.
Pla.
Oh, Pla getting in after Burton. No, driver change. It's Pla getting in, isn't it? Yeah, Burton's just got out. And so there, you see how usually it happens that the shoulder straps over the headrest gives you the clean access into the car, and then the driver helper just puts it over your shoulder.
Look at the pipe insulation on the drinks tube. That's normally to stop your domestic water pipes freezing up in the cold. That's to stop his water boiling up. That's because he doesn't want a cup of tea. What he needs is double espresso, obviously, in the drinks.
You could show a little bit more empathy in your ice-cold commentary box with the aircon on, but no, let's just laugh at the poor guy instead.
Also on pit lane, number 50 Ferrari from second place.
Yep. 93 Peugeot has come and gone with Di Resta, and Glickenhaus, as you spotted, Olivier Pla. WRT, Louis Delatraz has left the pit lane as well, and the other WRT car, Robin Fries, is in now.
You see the bottom left-hand side of the screen, the Ferrari pit stop going on, and actually
left side certainly.
I'll just correct myself, because it was in fact Collado pulling away from the sister car, not the 50 catching him at that point in the race. So Collado had probably found his way past the number 50 car and was pulling away quite comfortably, a few seconds faster a lap. So
Show
the tyres.
The Ferrari stop again. Did he do the right side tyres? That's the other car. It's red, but it's the wrong one. That's 31 as we full service and driver change.
There's Habsburg.
Does need a crown around the top, definitely, I think.
Austrian royalty.
Aren't we all?
Eventually, you look far enough back.
Yeah. So Antonio Fuoco takes over car number 50, Paul Di Resta 93, Olivier Pla 708, and Louis Delatraz out of the pits as well in the 41 car. Change for the 31 WRT, Robin Fries handing over to 30 Habsburg.
Quick laps underway here. Brendan Hartley, quickest lap of the race for the recovering number 8 Toyota. The 1:37.0, the 1:37.3 for the Cadillac, another car that's been had its own misfortunes. Both those cars, I think, have led the race, haven't they? Or the 8 didn't lead the race. The 8 hasn't, I don't think.
United Autosports under pressure here. This is Ollie Caldwell from Danny Kvyat.
Jose Maria Lopez, race leader, into the pits.
Now, this will be the end of a double for him.
That's flown by for him, isn't it? It's
it absolutely has flown by for him.
It's been a good stint from Jose Maria Lopez.
And Proton go back into the lead of the race.
There you go.
Second time the 99 car has led on its debut. And again, as we heard from Jimmy Bruni, the drivers only saw this car on Wednesday when they came here for a seat fitting. They've not done a practice lap before practice.
You know, I'll say it one more time.
Will you?
I will. Which is a caution, or rather a safety car, at any point in this final 2 hours could leave us with a very unusual looking podium.
Well, I think we're going to get a bit of an epic finish anyway, because we've got so many cars on one cycle and an equally competitive bunch on another cycle. Yeah, it could be very entertaining. That's not Sebastian Vettel.
No, that's not, and it's not Cooper McNeil's stunt double either. That is Harry Tincknell suiting up. By the way, will be Harry.
Slightly when we got that side-on view of him, he does have a bit of a look at the Vettel about him. And by the way, please, anybody with a hypercar team, Vettel would love to be here. And we'd love him to. BMW, BMW. Go back to his roots.
Formula BMW.
No. But he was World Series by Renault and all that sort of stuff.
By the way, that was not Neil Jarni getting back to the lead. This is Neil Jarni coming up and out of Curve Alboreto to just be still behind, I think, Kobayashi.
So Kobayashi had a lap on the field?
effectively yes at that point. But bear in mind...
Oh, look, and now he's getting shouldered out of the way by Nico Varoni in the Corvette because the hypercars will be so slow on new cold tyres.
Now that's the difference in the pace we've seen over that stint, by the way, between the Proton car and that number 7 Toyota, because remember, last time around, he came out just behind the 99. He's pulled out effectively 2/3 of the length of the start-finish straight in one stint.
Okay, mate, you're still catching. 28 seconds now, 28 seconds.
When I told you we could win this, I lied. Do you remember that from Spa? James Calado took him at his word. All right, catching now, 28 seconds. And he's right, and that is the battle with Neil Jarni in the second place Proton Porsche, the 99 car.
So we'll see you in 28 laps. He's catching him a second a lap.
I think Jarni has got to stop in the next few laps because he is on a different side.
Yeah, he had 12% energy remaining.
We kind of almost need that up in an extra column here all the way through the race when we're looking at Hypercar, because it gives so much, you know, you can see what the gaps on track are now, but if you know that somebody's got half a stint left to go versus none, then actually you can see what works and what doesn't.
Here we go, you got the Jota 28 fighting
Gold
the 31,
gold.
down towards turn 1 they come, the car's slithering around under the braking zone.
Sorry, Ferdy does not get passed around the outside.
No.
The gold on the nose of the of that car, by the way, obviously is the you know,
the crown
jewels, yeah.
Yes.
So for those of you new to the World Endurance Championship, you might have watched Le Mans and thinking, oh, I want to see more of that. So you're watching it. What's the inside joke about Ferdinand Habsburg?
Well, the
royalty?
Habsburg dynasty.
Well, you need to explain it to these new fans listening, surely.
He is literally the Habsburg family, the Austro-Hungarian Empire back in the
the Habsburg Empire.
Indeed it was, and Ferdy is a senior member of that family. It takes that, whilst he loves his life and he loves his racing, takes his responsibilities very seriously indeed.
Very, very much so. And actually, we had a brief shot of Jamie Campbell-Walter, who is a World Endurance Champion in GTE Am with Stuart Hall and...
those two together were the champions, and Raoul Goethe he didn't do every race.
Because he didn't do every race. And the relevance is that... Ooh, hello! Neil Jarni has selected drift mode.
He likes those dark lines.
He does, doesn't he? The relevance is that Jamie Campbell-Walter isn't just there as a guest, he's actually Ferdy's manager and has been right since Ferdy was in junior single-seaters. And I thought, okay, that's an interesting combination. I've known Jamie for many years, and I never quite figured out how it came about until I started researching exactly where in the Habsburg family Ferdy was, and he is
stalking Ferdinand Habsburg.
And he is son of, basically he's the heir of the family. Yes. But his maternal grandmother's name was Campbell-Walter.
Correct.
So it's cousin Jamie. Looking here at Neil Jarni on an in-lap, having larily used the... I hope that those rear tyres aren't needed again, because he was on full drift mode. Absolutely. All the TC turned off as he came out of the Lesmos on his in-lap from the 99 Peugeot, second place. And look at this.
He can't wait to get aboard, can he?
Like a raging bull.
How eager it is. They've known all year long that the car was coming. They've known it was due to come after Le Mans. And Harry Tinknell, who's definitely one of the favoured sons of Multimatic, the firm that build these Porsche chassis, and are running the car here for Proton because they know it and Proton don't. Harry has been so desperate to get into this car. And here is where he becomes the first man to race in every single category that has ever existed in the World Endurance Championship.
Correct. Yes, absolutely correct.
GTE Am, GTE Pro, LMP2, LMP1 Hybrid, and now Hypercar.
Correct. Absolutely. And by the way, I often take the mickey out of Harry Tinknell, and it's because I just think he's an excellent human being. Yeah. He's great fun. He doesn't take himself too seriously out of the car. He takes being in the car very seriously indeed.
But he flipping needs to, because actually he's got a big CV. He's not just raced in all of these categories, he's won in almost all of them. Now then, didn't change the left rear. It's got or did they change the left rear? It's got a hard on the left rear. So have they gone left rear hard and 3 mediums?
I think they might have done that, because the left rear is seems to be taking the brunt of the force around this clockwise circuit with 11 corners. And most of the fast corners are right-handers, like turn 11, turn 6, 7, the Lesmos, and Curva Grande as well, puts pressure on the left rear.
The fastest car on track, fastest car on track.
Ooh, fastest car on track.
Well, that's what they need to hear. They're down in 4th place. GR Racing's Ricardo Pera leads in GTE Am. Dempsey Proton's Mikkel Pedersen 2nd, but they're on a slightly different fuel schedule. Nico Veroni 3rd, Michel Gatting 4th. That's the battle we're looking at. But again, with over 2 hours to go, who on earth knows where we're going to be with 11 minutes remaining in the race. Where we're going next is to Toyota with Louise Beckett.
Jose Maria Lopez, we knew that the Toyotas were going to come back strong, and that's certainly the case for the number 7.
Yeah, well, I mean, it hasn't been easy. You know, when people see Monza with the long straights, that's actually one of the hardest circuits to pass. You lose a lot of downforce behind the other cars, so yeah, we lost a bit in the beginning, unfortunately, with the hard tires. It was difficult to get them warm, but then we managed to come back slowly. There was a bit of different strategy, so yeah, happy. I felt really good on the car. The car had a very good pace, and I managed to move through the field and put a gap. So still a long way to go. You never know what can happen in endurance race, but we are on the fight, and we will try to stay there.
And also, what people don't realise is the temperature's still going up.
Yeah, it's really hard on the car. I normally don't suffer the hot. I really liked it. It was hot out there. But yeah, it's normally Monza on this time of the year. It's always quite hot, so it's hard for us, but also for the brakes, for the car. Yeah, it really puts everyone in a difficult condition, let's say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
He's been working hard, hasn't he?
Not often you see Jose Maria Lopez a little bit breathless, or quite a lot breathless. He, like you said, he you know, from Argentina, he is from the heat, and he likes hot races. That was hard work, and actually he made it harder for himself because he was comfortably the quickest man on the planet in that double stint.
Yeah,
that
he
was
always liked
epic stuff for Pachito.
He always did like the hot conditions, and would always make a point of it as well before you were about to get into the car in those hot races. Oh, I love this. This is what I was made for, just to try and put you off edge. But yeah, he's a brilliant. He's such a funny guy, is Jose Maria Lopez, but brilliant behind the wheel. He's had some rough patches in the World Endurance Championship, a few crashes here and there, a few silly moments, but today he was absolutely phenomenal. I don't know if he'll be back in the car later on. He may well be, but as they rotate through the drivers there in car 7, but we'll probably see Mike Conway ending. He's the guy that started the race. He'll probably be back in the car to finish this race if it stays green throughout. But yeah, brilliant job. Well done there by Jose.
On board with the number 34 car briefly there, the hands of Fabio Scherer. Just to point out here, the top 7 in the LMP2 class, separated by about 13 seconds at the moment. Yeah. So the gaps between all the cars in this battle, in fact the longest gap is the gap ahead of Fabio Scherer, just under 5 seconds for him to get onto terms with Mathieu Vazipiere in the 36 car, a rich vein of form.
Again, I think Alpine are on a slightly different schedule to these guys, because we saw both WRTs and Indianapolis stop on the same lap, but Alpine haven't. I think they're sort of half a stint away, and this, I'm not quite sure when, that must have been the second safety car.
They certainly did.
Yeah.
So they're on more or less the same strategy as the 23 United car, and as the 63 Prema Racing car, but you're right, the rest of them are a little deeper into their stints.
And I think when you're with United, you know, or Prema, and you've got 2 cars, pit one, don't pit the other, because then you've still got a 50% chance of being right. Robert Kubica there, and Robin Freins to his right with Vincent Vos. Vincent Vos was thrilled with qualifying, really thrilled, not just because Robert Kubica laid down the best qualifying lap we've seen from him in WEC to take pole, but also because there was money on who predicted the pole time, right? And Van Voss got closest, so he took money off his drivers. Which is excellent. That's what you want in life.
Oh, someone's in trouble on the exit of the first chicane there.
Yeah, who's that? This is Gerrit van der Gaard is the leader. We're riding on board with Oliver Rasmussen chasing. No, we're riding on board with Ferdy Habsburg chasing Gerrit van der Gaard. It was Van der Gaard who was in trouble there.
It was.
Yeah, he lost ground. Because this is now the top three covered by.
Well, he didn't.
First to second is 0.529 of a second. Second to third is 0.529 of a second at the end of that sector.
Yeah. Maybe that was an optical illusion,
So
but it did seem as if one of the cars was struggling to get out of that turn.
First, second and third. Well, the minimum speed is so low, maybe that's what it felt like. GR Racing leading in GTE Am from Dempsey Proton. There they are. GR Racing, Ricardo Pera must be coming to the end of the stint, as is Mikkel Pedersen. And they will hand over to the third drivers in those cars. It'll be Ben Barker who will take over the orange and black GR Racing car.
Going back to that Van der Gaard, Habsburg and Rasmussen fight in LMP2. Yeah, somehow Van der Gaard managed to lose almost a second a lap that last lap around in the number 23 United Autosports car. And I think that's why we saw the other two-thirds of that car crew of 31 with Robert Kubica and Robin Freins looking on so happily, because they're really quickly catching Van der Gaard now. This is going to be a great showdown.
The blue and black Porsche there, all four tyres, 23 laps old. 62 laps old, the right-hand side tyres on our leader in GTM, the black and orange Porsche, and 30 laps old, the tyres on the left-hand side. So GR Asia leading, and they will hand over to Ben Barker, and it'll be ex-factory driver Julian Andlauer who takes over the 77 Porsche to finish the race.
Look in the background,
Corvette.
the Corvette is there, and just in the distance coming around from Ascari was
Michelle Gassi in the Iron Games car. Yeah, she's 7 seconds behind Nico Veroni, and Nico 1.8 off that lead battle.
And to be clear as well, all the bronze time has been burned here. This is a race with the pros to the finish.
And again, we're looking here at more battles for position. Jota's Ollie Rasmussen in third place. The pale blue Alpine in the background. No, wasn't that? That was the number 2 car. But Rasmussen being chased by Mathieu Vazivier, but he is chasing Ferdy Habsburg, who's in second, and the dark blue car on the left-hand picture, that is the LMP2 leader, Gerrit van der Gaard.
Yeah. A quick shot, by the way, it's on the GR Racing garage. The gentleman on the left in that picture, a little bit of pre-WC heritage there. That was Jan Kelmar. He's one of the sponsors of this effort for his Kalmar Automotive brand, and he managed the Lotus Evora GT Pro effort back in 2011.
Here we go. It's Ricardo Pera under real pressure. The Peugeot's in there as well. That's not going to help the Porsche. It's not going to help either Porsche. So the second place car of Mikkel Pedersen having a run. Mikkel Pedersen didn't quite get close enough. He's got much fresher tyres than Ricardo Pera, and Nico Veroni is right there as well. If Veroni plays his card right, he might get by both of them.
That would be tough. They got the road blocked, haven't they, between the pair of them on the run up towards Ascari. So,
Ricardo Pera braves it out on the inside line and compromises his pace into Ascari. This might come towards the Corvette at the Parabolica. He's got a great run, Ant.
Yeah, brilliant run. He's just slipped out there, the slipstream, after that fantastic exit from the Ascari chicane. He now gets in the slipstream of the other Porsche in front and gets the job done. That's one of them down in towards the final corner. Next up will be into turn 1.
And there's a Hypercar Porsche in the mix as well, slicing his way through, under and over and into the pit lane. Pera paints himself onto the white line on the inside. He's going to make the Corvette go the long way.
Yeah, he tried to break the slipstream, yeah. But it's not going to work. He's under immense pressure here. He ducks at the last minute to the inside to defend that line and holds on for now.
But nice clean defence, one move into the middle of the road. He is doing a great job. I wonder how long the stint remains.
The weak part of the track for him seemed to be the Ascari chicane, and that's what Veroni will be thinking as well. It's like a high-speed game of chess going on as the Cadillac slips through that battle for the lead of LMP2, that three-way fight. There's Van der Garde coming through, then the Cadillac, then you've got Habsburg in the 31, and then Rasmussen in the 28 Jota.
Yeah, Van der Garde's gap, don't forget, a couple of laps ago was only half a second, so that's really opened up. He's had a break somewhere in traffic. GR leading from Corvette Racing and Dempsey Proton. That is your 1, 2, 3 in GTE Am, and the fourth place car not far behind.
Here we go. What a fantastic exit there from Veroni round the exit of Lesmo 2. That's where he was strong before. He's strong there again this time and drafts past the Porsche on the run to one with a thumbs up by Kasberg. Here proves he's not giving up.
Well, no, Ricardo Pera will not give up. Veroni sticks it out though, and he goes through.
Veroni, though, will be the first of these three back onto pit lane. Then after that, some little while later, it will be Pera, and then Pedersen.
What did Corvette Racing do in Monza last year?
They won in
GTE Pro. Could they win in GTE Am as well a year on?
And closing, and pretty rapidly, is Michel Gatti.
Yeah.
She would have been because because he was in that three-way fight.
Now, why is he going to the pits?
Well, he obviously needs to, but Mikkel Pedersen was way out there, almost in the gravel, exiting the Parabolica.
He's not near the end of a stint. If my data's correct, he's not near the end of a stint.
He might be near the end of his tyres. The tyres on the right-hand side of this car have done 65 laps. The tyres on the left, 30.
But we just saw Nicky Katzberg. Oh, sorry, wrong car, of course. It's Ben Barker. So Ben Barker will be going to the end, 2 hours.
2 hours.
That's what it is. They're putting Ben aboard the car.
Look at this, though. Habsburg looks like he means business on the run out of the Alboreto curve. He's not getting close enough to threaten down towards turn 1, but this battle is closing up the whole time.
Yeah, but endurance racing is so boring. It takes so long.
Oh, yeah, you don't drive flat out in endurance racing. No, you just cruise around looking after the equipment.
You were saying Habsburg is too far back. Not Habsburg. He comes in off a long run-up. When he I know.
He's fighting Van der Garde. I mean, this is knives out.
This is long run-up versus long run-up. Caddy number 2 is in the pit lane as well. Earl Bamber brought it in. So is the Peugeot. This is the delayed 94 car.
It has cleared the GTM cars for the moment, at least. We've dropped down a couple of them again.
Yeah, you never clear the cars. He's moved up the leaderboard ahead of them, but they'll be in traffic all the way through. Routine service. Earl Bamber stays in the number 2 caddy.
I think he slightly overshot his pit there. Yes, the car did seem to have to be pulled back. The Peugeot comes off the jacks and they go.
And it's the same like when you get to the fuel station. If you go too far past the petrol pump, the hose won't stretch. Well, you know, they're made to stretch. These are tailored for the right distance.
Now, what's going to happen here in the Ascari chicane? Look to the right-hand side of your screen. You've got the twin shock going down. Yeah, they just got away with that one before getting held up from the GT car. If they were any closer, then Habsburg could have had a chance.
Yeah.
What's going on here?
That's the Inter-Europol car being dive bombed by the Alpine. Mathieu Vassivière going by Fabio Scherer, and that was a last-minute late lunge.
Say that again.
No, I think Scherer.
Scherer's in trouble, isn't he?
But he is. Scherer had gone by the Alpine. Scherer had gone by the Alpine on that lap, and as there's something gone wrong with the 34 here, side by side meanwhile, at the end of the lap between the 36 and the 41.
Yeah, Louis Delatraz in the 41 red and white WRT car. He's got a little bit better run out of the Parabolica and shuts the door. Coming out in front of them is the number 2 Cadillac.
Scherer continues to circulate.
Yeah, I think he just made a big mistake.
He must have made it on the exit of Lesmo 2 then, to allow the Alpine to get such a run to mount the challenge into
I think it was the other way around. I think he'd gone by him on that lap.
Let's have a look.
Watch again here. This is the later.
But is he? Was this?
Oh, that's why he slowed up the end of the lap. He's gone through the gravel.
Oh, yeah, of course. But was that Scherer trying to overtake the Alpine, or was the Alpine making an overtake?
Scherer was shown ahead of the Alpine, and I think overcooked it into Ascari there.
Well, clearly he was ahead of the Alpine there as we joined him on board.
We need to see further back.
He's also very slow out of the first chicane, I thought.
I want to see what happened further back. Like, how did they get into that situation to be side by side, or even the Alpine having to go down the inside into Ascari? You need help, like we saw with the GT. You need a bit of help when you're in LMP2 to be able to mount a challenge into Ascari. You don't just arrive there in the slipstream, because you go through the 2 Lesmos. Usually you're in the turbulence. Yeah, here was that moment in the GTs, and that happened because of the excellent run that Veroni had exiting, and obviously he's fighting the car on much older tyres as well. So that explained that one, but in the LMP2 you got more turbulence coming off the car. It's harder to follow through Lesmo 2. Something must have happened on the exit.
Great view in Ascari there, that when you're offline, because some of these come past you at the apex of the first part, you're in all the gravel and all the marbles from the rubber from the tyres, so you exacerbate that effect. Olivier Pla chasing the number 99 car. This is a battle for position, chasing Harry Ticknell. There you saw Jim Glickenhaus in the cowboy hat.
This is the battle for 6th position overall. Harry Ticknell with his very first race run in a hypercar. Olivier Pla already with a couple of seasons underneath his wheels with Glickenhaus. These two have been, I think, both teammates and rivals of DPI years in IMSA competition.
And just behind them you saw a glimpse of the 4th place car in GTE Am, which is the Iron Lynx, the 60 car. So again, that car is having a good run through.
Yeah, indeed, just 4.5 seconds back from the team car, the Iron Dames car, which now runs 3rd. Obviously, we've got Ben Barker having made that pit stop.
Yeah, top 3 in GTE Am, covered by a whole 3.04 seconds. There's 1st, the yellow car. 2nd, the blue and black car. 3rd, the pink car. 4th, the yellow car.
Yes.
That's your top 4 with an hour and 55 minutes to go.
Or more to the point, after 4 hours and 5 minutes of competition.
Exactly.
So it's been close run thing throughout this race so far. Aided, it should be said, by a couple of safety cars, but not dramatically so. And that's the 99 car slowing up.
Yes,
It
that's
is,
not ideal. Just having gone by the pits, Harry Tinknell. Now, he's not been long in the car. He can't need fuel. This will need turning off and on again.
I think you're exactly right.
Oh, and he's going to be reported to the stewards as well for not zigzagging his way through.
I
think he's dead stick. I don't think he's got power. Lights will go off and then hopefully come on and off again a couple of times, and then he'll get motoring. We saw this happen to the Jota Porsche. We saw it happen to at least one of the Penske Porsches. Almost, yeah, started. We're talking to the Jota boys last night, and they were saying it's something to do with when the pit limiter is disengaged when the car is started up. It fritzes all the other functions electronically somehow, and then you have to reset the entire thing. I said, well, before you... you know, we've seen cars stop on the outlap at the beginning of a session. So, well, how come you can't reset the car when it's in the pit lane before it leaves? And the answer is you still have to have the pit lane speed limiter on, and it's that interface somehow which is putting the kibosh and everything else. And that's obviously a problem that Porsche will chase.
This is going to be interesting here. So this time, the leading battle in LMP2 does, in fact, arrive behind the GT car right in the middle of Ascari. And that's going to give potentially a chance to Ferdinand Hasberg chasing down the United Motorsport car.
He's on the grass. And here comes the Jota car as well. Francesco Castellacci in that silver Ferrari, who was in front of them before, has just stopped and comes back out right in front of them again.
I was fully expecting Habsburg to go to the outside before the braking zone into the corner, but he was fully committed, to say the least, to go on the inside.
He's still got a good run here.
You can see Van der Garde looking in the left-hand mirror to see where he's going to challenge. Right, Habsburg, you've got to go to the inside. He knows it, so that's why he's guarded the inside, and yeah, he's got the yellow flags as well, so he can't overtake into there.
And that's, of course, for the Porsche. So, hands up everybody who thought Ferdy was going to lift on the grass. No, not me either.
Wow. So he was going, but Van der Garde knew he was going to go there, and defended aggressively, but he was always ahead, so that was on. It was fine. It's just both cars went the same direction at the same time.
Ferdy's right knee would have been locked. There was no lift there. If he'd lifted there, that would have been a plane crash.
Impressive stuff.
Yeah. So here we go. Still the top three together. The interloper in them is the blue and black #2 Cadillac. There's the blue nose of the Caddy. It looks different from these three LMP2 cars because it's a hypercar. But the gold Jota car, the number 28, is in third. 99 Porsche has not yet moved. So that means the end of the long straight out of the Parabolica into the first chicane is not available for passing. However, the grass down here by the privet hedge is...
Josh Pearson, wide-eyed in admiration what's going on there.
I know.
Cadillac is going to be involved between these two for the moment, and will surely get by United Car in the run down to Primo Variante.
He's got to do it before he gets to the yellow flag section, of course, which I'm sure he will do. Yeah, there he goes. You can see the car pop out to the right-hand side. So, yeah, but Habsburg's lost ground because of that.
Official crowd, by the way, 66,000 over the 3 days. So good to see so many fans, and I wonder what percentage. I would say at least 50, if not 75%. I've never been to a race here at Monza before, and they've certainly not been to one, a World Endurance Championship race as exciting as this. There's Jamie Campbell-Walter watching the onboards. So the team there, Robert Kubica, Rui Andrade just in the background there as well in the 41 car team. He's the only member of the 41 team that won last year that remains in the 41 car. And obviously having a little look at what's going on in the Inter-Europol.
That's really interesting. It's really interesting. Just see what's going on, where are they getting the performance.
Yeah.
And the Inter-Europol car in particular has been a bit of a bogeyman for them.
It's one of the joys of having your rivals streaming their race live if they've got an onboard camera, is you can plug in and have a look at what they're doing. Onboard again with Ferdi Habsburg.
Speaking of that, Fabio Scherer, Inter-Europol car, sorry, number 35. I think I've worked out how that happened between himself and the Alpine of Vaxivier. Because he's got the speed on the, I think he was trying to overtake him round the outside going into Ascari chicane.
Okay.
That is an even more difficult move,
Yeah.
and that's how he got himself into trouble.
And don't forget, when he made a move around the outside previously, it was the Jota car that had a bit of a gravel trap.
Oh, no, don't ruin our fun. Ferdy's
Hang on a minute, how come he's in so soon?
Has that really been time on the
40
field?
minutes, 30 minutes? I don't think so.
Okay.
I mean, it must be, and in comes the Jota car as well.
Yeah, they're on the same schedule quite clearly.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's, well, doesn't
full
time
course
fly when you're
yellow.
having fun?
Are we going to go full course yellow? We are going full course yellow, and that's why they're pitting now.
That was a short stint from Ferdi, without a doubt.
And Jota.
We're going full course yellow, and that's why they're pitting.
Yep, absolutely correct.
And that's because Harry Tincknell can't get the Porsche to start up. And you know exactly what's going to happen
15
now.
seconds to full course yellow.
The moment we go full course yellow, he'll
10,
roll away.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Full course yellow. We are under full course yellow.
Now the pit lane entry is closed. The pit lane exit is not. So who else was in?
The 8.
Brendan Hartley in the 8 car. That's just completed a stop. That is some
he just made pit lane. He just made pit lane.
Just saw him pulling away from the garage in the background of the shop.
Apologies.
He had committed to that stop early, and they saw the opportunity coming. And before it came up on my timing screen here, it would have been on the team Discord. So bang, in. And they were well placed. I mean, again, that's a lucky break. If they had just passed the pits, they wouldn't have had a chance to do it.
And that was a very quick pit stop.
Yep.
35 seconds on pit lanes. They've just given it not even half a tank of fuel.
It's another desperate attempt to get back
Oh,
onto
he's got
the
it
lead
moving.
lap.
You're absolutely right.
But that's absolutely Murphy's Law. It was almost inevitably going to happen. The moment you're forced to go full course yellow, the car gets itself going.
And he's holding up. The car's behind here.
Uh-oh, penalty. Now, I think there's going to be a penalty for that Prema car because he passed the Toyota.
There won't be a penalty. You're allowed to overtake a car that's stopping.
But he passed the Toyota.
He did. He'll have to give it back.
It's in neutral here. I'm just rolling in first gear in neutral.
Okay, we should have hybrid drive, we should have electric drive, and then bump start. We are full course yellow.
There was the 31 car, it was the
31,
WRT
not
car.
41.
And I tend to agree with you, Martin. The 7 car wasn't sure. Brake fire there for the 31.
Yep.
No major dramas. But
by the way, when that happens on your road car, major drama.
Yeah, get out.
It can sometimes be just a bit of rubber that's caught itself
That's
inside.
exactly what it sits
or,
on the caliper on the disc, and they're so hot. They're 1,000 degrees.
Well, it can also be the disc that sets on fire itself, but as soon as you get going, the airflow puts it out.
So sorry, to go back. Yeah, the 7 Toyota wasn't sure whether he should or shouldn't pass, but the WRT31 car went by both of them.
Correct.
So not just the disabled car, which is okay, going past a healthy car, not.
WRT need to be on the radio right now to number 31. Who do we say is driving that car?
30.
Habsburg, yeah. They need to let him, they need to get the Toyota back past.
Yeah.
Because that was, I mean, you can overtake a car that's limping and that's about to stop. And that's what Conway was hesitating about. Not Conway, is what the Carl 7 was hesitating about, Kobayashi. But yeah, Habsburg just thundered past both of them.
30's on the limiter, and there are 2 cars going very slowly. Now, he doesn't know what's up with the Toyota either, so he's just gone by. And actually, he's right. What the team, as you say, now have to tell him is the car behind you is the Toyota. Slow down, make him go by. You have to let him go by and give that place back.
Yeah, the only reason that Kobayashi wasn't overtaking this car we now see stopped on the screen is because he wanted to do the right thing. You can't overtake a car under full course yellow. So at what speed did Kobayashi decide, no, actually that car's stopping, you can overtake a car that's in trouble?
Well, he was catching him and the Porsche was moving very slowly, so he already knew that was a car with a problem.
Kobayashi will have seen the 99 car pull away. That's the key thing here. So it's no longer a stationary car on track. He'd have seen it because he's been past it once before. He has to believe at that point it's getting back up to speed, and he did the right thing.
Agreed.
Not sure Habsburg did.
No, Habsburg definitely didn't, I'm afraid. He did the right thing in his mind by going by 2 cars that had a problem, but he is going to have to give it back. So full course yellow remains out. Hour and 45 left, which is a pretty decent Grand Prix distance still to go. Toyota lead from Ferrari and Peugeot, and then the second Toyota has just pitted. Brendan Hartley at the wheel of that car.
Safety car. This could shake things up.
And again, as soon as Eduardo...
Now, it is possible he could withdraw. He's going to wait and see whether or not this car...
Yeah, he is. He's going to give him another 30 seconds because the lead... Oh, hang on. The leader is behind the safety car. Safety car is out on track. So it's too late to withdraw it immediately. Interesting that the engineer was telling Harry Tinknell, you've still got electric power. Harry, to the right of the yellow line, to the right, mate.
He's shortcutting as best he possibly can.
Well, what he's trying to do, I think, is build up speed under electric power. We heard the engineer saying, build up speed with the electric hybrid power and then bump start it.
Yeah.
I don't know if that works with a hybrid road car.
Well,
that would be interesting, wouldn't it?
So car 31 can overtake the safety car. That's just happened. 7 is picked up as the race leader.
Oh, hang on a minute. That's 30 Habsburg, who's already passed the number 7 car.
Yeah.
So he shouldn't be waved by.
Well, that wasn't on the safety car.
He should have given the place back to the number.
I think that he hasn't, and I think there may well be trouble ahead for him.
Well, now he can't.
No.
So that's getting quite complicated, isn't it?
It could be quite a hefty penalty coming his way. And finally, Harry Tinknell, I think, has given up the ghost. That car will be going behind the barrier. Let's say it while we get the opportunity, still seeing this car. That has been a very good debut from this team, and ended really quite sadly. They have been right up there. They've led this race.
It's been a growing problem with the 963. More and more frequently, we're seeing the car stopping just because the electronics have got a glitch. And that is something that Multimatic and Porsche and Bosch have to get on top of.
Not Multimatic. Multimatic build the chassis.
I beg your pardon.
Yeah, so it'll be
Porsche and Bosch. Well, it's all somewhere.
Bosch, Williams, you know, X-Track, who deal with all of that great stuff that makes this hybrid car as quick as it is. But I think you're absolutely right. We have seen too many of these 963s needing a full reset.
It is becoming a problem that we didn't see earlier in the year. So the 99 Porsche would appear to have stopped. Louise Beckett is down at the Proton Garage. What do they know?
Jimmy Bruni, we don't want to see that, do we, the 99 at the side of the track. But as we were speaking about earlier, it's the first time out for the car. It's new to the team. These things maybe are going to happen in the public arena.
Yeah, it's a shame, especially for Harry, because he's missing experience with the 963. What was our goal for this race? Obviously, we were looking good for the top 4 position, especially with the strategy we had. So we were in this position, and we were thinking, the car was running well, good speed, and yeah, it's a shame. Like I said, it's a shame for Harry that he's missing kilometers, miles on his back, shoulders. But yeah, these things is happening, especially with these new categories. And yeah, we try to see when the car will be back. I know we have some throttle sensor issue. We tried to make some reset, but it didn't work. So we'll be for sure stronger in Fuji.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Be good to see them back, and actually he makes a valid point. This new category, these new cars, we sort of take for granted that everybody understands Hypercar, because this is the 3rd year of Toyota and Hypercar. But of course, for most of these cars, it's not. For Peugeot, this is only a year of racing these cars. For Porsche, it's barely 6 months of racing these cars. And so much so for Cadillac and for Ferrari as well. In fact, it was only a year ago last week that the Ferrari first turned a wheel on track, and yet it's already been a race winner at Le Mans. So this is new technology, and the 51 Ferrari was not without drama. Twice in the morning on Sunday, it failed to start at pit stops, and either time that could have cost them the race. Particularly the last stop. Louise Beckett, it's not as easy as sometimes they make it look.
Absolutely, and let's not forget that the Porsche Penske's have had those issues out on track. We've seen quite a few of these hypercars at some point stopping out on track and having some issues that they can't fix out there with the driver.
And it's not mechanical, and so much of this is the electronics. And actually the drivers are talking to us at Le Mans and saying, the global concept is that these are dumbed down in terms of what we had before, the LMP1 hybrids, and they're saying absolutely the diametric opposite is true. These are far more complex than the LMP1 hybrids in terms of electronic management systems. In fact, if you go to the YouTube channel and watch FP3, which is available for watching on the WEC YouTube channel, you can see a long onboard section of the Cadillac, and the amount of information on the steering wheel that they are constantly juggling with, it would fry the brains of most Formula E drivers. And this is all at 250 kilometers an hour. They're constantly playing with all the electronic controls in the car to keep the performance in the window they need.
There's lots and lots and lots of reasons why what you've just said is true. Here's a couple of them. One is, we all know how quickly the science and the actuality of electronics has been advancing in the last decades, and of course it's not stopped since LMP1 days at all. It's continued to advance. But the other thing is, fundamentally these cars work differently to the LMP1 hybrids, which we enjoyed watching and tried back in the day. It's not simple, but it's relatively simple if what you've got is a powertrain that involves an engine and a hybrid, and you can add one to the other within a rule set. These don't do that. What this does, there's no boost. It's about efficiency. And what you have to do is to keep the maximum power level at any given point to the regulated maximum. And that's really complicated.
And as LMP1 hybrids developed, so many of those systems became automated. Yes. So it didn't make, you didn't decide when to lift and coast, it decided for you to maintain that power output at a maximum per lap, and that energy usage rather. So that's the difference, is the energy usage then. Now it's power output at a maximum. Look at the progress of the Toyotas versus each other through the race, gradually climbing up the order. The Toyota versus the Ferrari, and have been right there at the top almost all the way through. Right now it is the Toyota that leads. The Ferrari is almost right behind, but between them, 5 cars, including number 8 Toyota, It's in 4th place, but it is a lap behind.
And it's really helped Fuoco riding on board with him here. This safety car's absolutely fallen their way. They were slipping back more and more from car number 7. They just haven't really got the pace here today in Monza compared to that speed they showed in Le Mans. And yeah, this safety car now almost like a reset with 1.5 hours to go in this race.
Off-right, ready to climb aboard. Yeah, the other car that's fallen back into the hands of a little is the number 8 car, because they're, 2 cars behind the number 7, and then the first lapped car. Yep. So the task again, albeit with safety for Brendan Hartley, is to get by the team car.
Look what's happened to the battle for the lead in GTE Pro. The yellow Corvette is no longer 8 seconds ahead of the pink Porsche of the Iron Dames. It is 0.8 seconds ahead. You saw Raul Frey ready to take over. Nicky Katzberg may well be in a similar situation to take over from Nico Veroni in the 33 Corvette racing car. But it looks as though they, GR Racing's Porsche and the Dempsey Proton Porsche, from those 4 somewhere, we are going to get our podium. Who comes out on top? And right now, Corvette focus just as much on winning this race and worrying about the championship points tonight as they are about winning the championship. Laura Wantrop-Klauser with 2 dogs in this fight, Corvette Racing and the Cadillac.
We talked about Marek from the FIA on the grid. The gentleman to the left-hand side there is Thierry Bouvet. Yep. He's the technical side of the ACO's part in this convergence process, which involves the FIA, it involves the ACO and WC, and of course it involves our friends over at IMSA in the United States.
Yeah, and Thierry's had a long history in policing formulas as well. First met him in World Series by Renault over a decade ago, so he's got a lot of gamekeeper experience, and that's what you need when you've got so many different varieties of rule set and so many different professional teams trying to use the rules to their maximum. We're getting ready to go back to green flag racing.
Safety car coming in this lap.
Yep, so Kamui Kobayashi will be the race leader.
No overtake before the line. Pit entry remains closed until all the cars have crossed the line.
So you can't come in on this lap because before you get to the line, it's still yellow. It doesn't go green until you cross the line. So you can't come in this lap.
Why was there such a big gap between the lead cars in GTE Am? There's no reason why he should have done that. I think maybe...
Michelle Gatting did drop back.
I think she was caught napping there a little bit at the restart.
I'm not sure, because I'm sure the team will have told her, but she was dropping back going down the straight to the Parabolica, and unfortunately, that might not be good news.
Corvette Racing are ready for Nico Veroni. That will be Nicky Katzberg getting aboard.
So
I don't know if there were cars between the two.
They were nose to tail. Wow. It'll be Nicky Katzberg versus Rahul Frey for an hour and 30 odd minutes.
She was definitely caught napping there then. In a restart, you have to be completely on the car in front.
Freddie Habsburg gave up a couple of places there. Whether or not he had a problem through the first chicane.
Yeah, so what has happened here, do we reckon, with the that last-minute pit stop between, what was it, the Jota 28 and Habsburg in the car 31? I wonder how this is going to play out through to the end of the race. Was that a masterstroke of strategy, or was that a bit of a mistake? Did they have to come in because they were so low on fuel? Well, I don't think they were, because they hadn't done anywhere near.
The reality is they've still got at least one pit stop to go.
Yeah.
And it looks to me like one and a splash.
And the other deal is, well, that means the others have got 2 to go as well, but it's how long you'll get your last pit stop takes. The other deal here is that there is definitely no penalty to be served for the Jota car. However, the 31 car, Freddie Habsburg, did pass the Toyota under full course yellow conditions, and we have yet to see anything about that.
Warning flag for car 23 for forcing Ferdinand Habsburg off track at 16:35. That was the run out to Ascari down towards, in come a
phalanx.
Yes.
A bevy. Oh, good first use of bevy in the programme. That's very good. So that means the lead battle is now Alpine's Mathieu Vazivière versus Prema's Danny Kvyat.
Oh, there was nothing that, sorry, Martin, there was nothing that Ferdinand Habsburg could have done there. He was on the rev limiter in top gear as he fought the Alpine in the slipstream, so he couldn't pull out an overtake. because the engine couldn't physically go any faster.
Nicky Katzberg takes over from Nico Baroni at 33.
What year Nicky Katzberg has had, not just with some of the performances we've seen from him in the FIA World Endurance Championship, which has helped put this team into a potential championship winning position this afternoon, but with the win at Le Mans for Corvette, with the win at the Nürburgring 24 Hours for Ferrari, and then a win in class last weekend at the Spa 24 Hours in yet another car. Plus, by the way, an Asian Le Mans Series win for BMW.
Charlie Eastwood takes over the ORT by TF Aston Martin as the 85 Iron Dames car does not come into the pit lane. Now then, are they... How far off strategy are they?
Okay.
GR Racing second, Dempsey Proton third. Don't forget, GR Racing and Dempsey Proton cycle back to the top of the pile quite frequently through the race because they are on a different fuel strategy. Mathieu Vaxivière.
And Danny Kvyat.
Yeah, second and third. They go by the Iron Dames car. Joe Takar in sixth position behind this Alpine WRT battle. So we've got no, they're off that lap, aren't they? So this is Alpine WRT.
Michel Gatting close to the end of a stint.
Not Alpine Prema. Alpine Prema is second and third. Alpine WRT and then Jota, that is fourth, fifth and sixth. Yeah, Michel Gatting is towards the end of the stint and comes down the pit lane now. And that will cycle the other two Porsches, GR Racing and Dempsey Proton, back to the top of the pile where they were before the last round of stops for some of their rivals.
Ben Barker responding to this with the fastest lap of the GR Racing cars race in taking the lead again.
And was only just in the pit lane when the full course yellow came out, wasn't he? So they're a few laps out of sync. How that's going to fall at the end of the race, who on earth knows? Michel Gatting helps with the belts for Rahel Frey. The outgoing driver, or a driver helper, buckles up the seat belts, that you loosen them off to make them baggy, then you buckle them up, because with the hands device on, the driver cannot look down to do it themselves. What they can do is tighten the shoulder straps, tighten them and tighten them and tighten them. Tyres go on, and in the GT Am class, you can change tyres at each of the pit stops. So a fresh set of Michelins go on, and away goes the Porsche Rahel Frey now in the battle to try and claim a first World Championship win for the Iron Dames. So GR Racing, the black and gold car, and the blue and black Dempsey Proton, just half a second between them. They are first and second. There's the Corvette, and that comes through ahead of the Iron Dames car. The Iron Lynx number 60 car, that's the yellow Porsche that we've seen a lot of. And that is currently driven by Matteo Cressoni, so that's not going to be hanging around either.
On board with Rahel Frey now through Curva Grande.
Now, she is a gold-rated driver compared to Nicky Katzberg, who I think is platinum. He is a platinum-rated graded driver. So for the drivers, the FIA have installed over the last sort of 15 years or so a grading. Platinum is World Championship, top order, Formula One drivers and so on. And then you go platinum, gold, silver, bronze. Those are the international license levels.
Based on driver record.
Yep.
Based in some cases on your age. In terms of the movement between the categories, and beyond that, your status as a professional or otherwise.
Exactly so.
And also lap times.
Yes.
They heavily look at lap times, and you can be, you can be fighting to hang on to your status or looking to improve your status regarding on how well you've done, whether you're a winner, whether your lap time is matched out of other members of your team car crew. You get some drivers, they love to they love to hang on to their silver status. They're a valuable commodity, particularly in this class we're watching here in LMP2.
And you could be the fastest driver in the least reliable car, or the unluckiest driver who's got speed, and so that's why lap times are, ice pops, very nice. See, Laura Wontrop-Klauser knows how to look after the team. She's not so great at looking. Oh, that's not Laura. I thought it might have been with the blue. I thought it was Laura with the blue shirt. They're not so great looking after the broadcast media. Dry throat.
Yeah, nice try.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, dear me. Antonio Fuoco on a tear and closing the gap under 5 seconds now to Kamui Kobayashi for the lead of this race with under 90 minutes to go. Pit lane for the number 9 car, latest of the group of P2 cars going through their pit stop cycle.
Ferdy Habsburg now leading in LMP2 for Team WRT, the 31 car. And the Jota car is a whopping 1.09 seconds back. Here we are with Inter Europol, fighting their way back up the order. That's Danny Kvyat in front, Louis Delatraz ahead of him. But Inter Europol battling with the Prema 63 car for 5th. And both of them, Prema just out of the pits.
Yeah. Also, by the way, if you watch, this must be the 63 car, is it? Still the 9.
This will be the 9, yeah.
GR Racing from the lead in GTL. They've gone through a pit stop. They emerged behind the Iron Lynx number 60 car, which shows us a stop. The Corvette Racing car, which we've seen stop very recently. But the leader now, the 77 Dempsey Proton car, and I think they too owes a stop pretty quickly.
They do, but interestingly, that means that GR Racing came out ahead of the Iron Dames, and they were not ahead of the Iron Dames before the pit stops.
Yes. That comes courtesy, by the way, of 1:12 on pit lane for GR, as opposed to 1:26. That'll be a full service stop for... because Ben Barker stayed aboard.
But it was a driver change as well for the Iron Dames and tyres. Kamui Kobayashi with Antonio Fuoco closing in a fraction. Fastest first sector of the entire race by anybody, just set by Olivier Plat in the Glickenhaus in 4th place. Glickenhaus with the lap record, the race lap record for Hypercar here.
Yeah.
Yeah, he supersedes the fastest first sector that he had set before earlier on in the race. So yeah, the Glickenhaus certainly pretty quick in the first sector. They just mostly build up of the straight lines, unfortunately. But yeah, a huge part of this circuit has that emphasis. So yeah, but they've been there or thereabouts today.
Yeah, they've cycled around from bottom end of the top 10, and as the pit stop cycle moves around, we're going to do fastest lap of the race, by the way, for Antonio Fuoco, 1:36.753. They have run Glickenhaus as high as 2nd place.
Yep. And they've kept their nose clean, they've stayed out of trouble, they haven't got caught in the pit lane, they haven't got caught in anybody else's incidents, and so much of that cleanliness is godliness in endurance racing.
As an example of what that has meant through this race, the other car you would put into their kind of order would be the Van Wall, the number 4 car. I've been watching their performance on pit lane for most of the middle part of this race, and the quickest they've turned that car around on pit lane is 1:53 seconds.
Yeah, well, that Glickenhaus just saw a shot of it just in front of car 51 there. Smoke just pouring out of the brakes. Yeah, look, there we go again. Yeah. I would say those brakes are starting to oxidize.
Well, that's quite habitual with the Glickenhaus. It's always producing massive amounts of brake dust.
Heavy car, it doesn't have hybrid. Yep. More emphasis on the mechanical brakes, of course, instead of the electronic motor doing
some of the braking.
A lot of the braking, handing over to that.
Paul Di Resta, by the way, going quickly as well. He's 13 seconds off the lead battle, or 17 seconds off the lead, the leader at the moment. But he too going quicker than that car's gone before.
Oh. Olivier Plat kicking up the dirt on the exit of the Variante Ascari as he's desperate to escape James Collado, but I think the writing is on the wall. If Collado's not by at the first chicane, I think he will be next lap. He is closing in inexorably.
I think the problem is the Glickenhaus is, like we said, is pretty fast in a straight line. And that makes overtaking very difficult around this track. If you're faster through the corners but not on the straight, that's why in formulas it's not like we have here in Hypercar, where you can play with downforce levels. That's going to let him through though. And a driver error. Oh, just as I was saying, it's hard to overtake in the straight line. You've got to do it in the corners. Well, easy when the car goes off.
Has he really run out of brakes though? The car behind, the Hertz Team Jota Gold Porsche 963 is a lap back, and you can see that Olivier Plat's been more cautious with the brakes here.
He must be feeling it.
No question.
He's got to come in this lap anyway. He's got 4% left and the total energy. Now let's have a look here. What happened on the exit of Ascari? Right over the gravel. And then, yeah, just going a bit too deep into turn 1 and set himself over that orange curb. Look, and it just launched the car momentarily, and that allowed the number 51 of James Collado through.
The rest are on pit lane.
And
as well from
that's as uncomfortable as it looks, as you get a real kick up the backside from the floor of the car there.
Way more uncomfortable than he looks. Way more uncomfortable. Yeah, here's from the rear shot.
Well,
ouch.
Probably less for you than for me, because you've got a lot more seat.
Good point.
Left side's only for the 93 Peugeot. They're getting aggressive. Peugeot really, really want a podium here. And I think they've got what it takes to take it. In the GTE Am class, again, you're seeing the Dempsey Proton car, blue and black. That's Julian Andlauer. Race leader Kamui Kobayashi is behind him. But Julian Andlauer leading for Dempsey Proton. Iron Lynx is Matteo Crosoni. The yellow Ferrari is 3 seconds back. Then the Iron Lynx, I beg your pardon, then the Corvette, and then GR Racing ahead of the Iron Dames. So the Iron Dames down in 5th place. That's not going to shake out with them winning it in the next hour and 20 minutes unless something dramatic happens. Left in the race, Louise, starting to get serious.
Antonio Fuoco brought the 50 in. They've had a fresh set of tyres put on that car and straight back out again.
And being filmed on the phone by Pascal Vasselon, because he needs to know a little bit more about how to get a good pit stop. Because Toyota have only been doing it for like 20 years.
I've been off cams just a moment or two.
You have?
Have we noted that car 31 has been reported?
No, so there's a lovely music clip going on, but car 31 has been reported to the stewards for what we plainly saw him going by the number 7 Toyota under full course yellow. Now, they will argue that there were 2 very slow-moving cars. What was he supposed to do? The answer is, in theory, Anthony Davison, you're not supposed to pass any cars under a full course yellow or safety car, but the 99 Porsche had just about crept itself into motion, then to retire, and the number 7 Toyota, the race leader, wasn't sure whether to pass or not, so was also going very slowly. So Ferdy Habsburg, here we go, we see it. Habsburg goes, all right, they're both in trouble, I'm going by.
Yeah, we have a phrase in English, it's a fair cop gov, I think, for that one.
The problem for Habsburg is not the back of the Porsche. If you see from the outside again, you will see that all the lights are flashing on the number 7 car, which means he's on the speed limiter, and they will have been flashing the rear lights as well. So Ferdy would have or should have known that that car was on the limiter, not in trouble.
That car currently leads LMP2 and potentially might have a bit of a problem coming, but it's the leader in the pits now, Ant.
I'm sure that with Vincent Voss watching their team manager, team owner at WRT, they'll be arguing, look, we didn't know that the Toyota had a problem as well. We just came around the corner and we saw 2 cars going really slow. We thought they were stopping, so Ferdy overtook both of them.
Yeah, and had to swerve to avoid an accident.
Yeah, that's their only argument, but if I was the team manager, I would have been, we saw it, they would have seen it, I would have been on the blower to say, now give the place back. Innocent mistake, give the place back.
But the race in LMP2, as in all categories, might come down to a second or 2 at the flag, and if you've given away 10 seconds to your rivals by slowing down to let somebody else go by, because there might have been possibly a slight bit of we know the ifs, buts and maybes, but Vincent Voss hasn't moved, so I don't know who he sent up to argue with the stewards.
It's going to be an argument.
Thierry Tassin's quite tall.
It'll be an interesting one.
It'll be a good shout.
I'm intrigued to see what they'll do there because, there was a car coming to a standstill and Kobayashi didn't want to overtake it.
Well, let's hear what the team are saying about it all.
Okay, 38 laps to go, 8 laps to go. We are under investigation for the full call zero, so try to make as big a gap as possible. 8 laps to go, we don't keep the tires.
Okay, so fresh tyres awaiting 30 Habsburg at the next stop.
So he's free to use these tyres through to the end. Just give them everything you've got.
I sense that what he may end up with is maybe 10 seconds added to a future pit stop. So,
well, and if you're the other LMP2 teams fighting them, you'll be jumping up and down in the steward's room saying, "Hey, you can't do that.
Absolutely.
Give them a penalty, please."
Well, that would be a penalty.
Number 7 car, by the way, in the hands of Kamui Kobayashi, back out of the pits and pulls 13 seconds to the good over the pit stop time for the 50 Ferrari last time around.
Yeah, that was a short stop though, 1 minute 10. That was as fast as you get, so there will have been no tyres. That will have been fuel only, in, out, done. So did the Ferrari take half a set of tyres? 1 minute 23 stops?
It's a slow
one. No, it did have a tyre stop, didn't it?
It's a very quick full tyre stop. It's
I think it was a full tyre stop. We'll ask for the graphics and we'll take a look.
Meantime, lead of the GTM race continues to be Julian Anzar, and he's going quicker and quicker. Could that be just a mark that he's on his way in? But he's outside the fuel window at the moment to get this car to the end of the race. 1:47.236 pulls away from Matteo Cressoni.
Sometimes, no matter what the strategy is, you need to pull off at the motorway services and fill up. So if he's due in this lap, there may be a very good reason for it. So number 77, Dempsey Proton Porsche still leads. Who's leading in LMP2, I hear you ask? It is still Ferdy Habsburg in that 31 car. He's got half dozen laps to go. Now, look at the Toyota, 32 laps on all its tyres. How many did it say on the Porsche, on the Ferrari rather?
Didn't see the number of laps, but they're on different compounder tyres, at least 3 of them on the mediums.
Yeah, Anzalauer is close to the end of his stint. Cressoni has a little further to go, according to our graphic, as side by side.
I requested the graphic of the tyres, and then I was looking at the timing screen when they put it up, so I didn't actually see it. I don't know what the two of you were doing either. Didn't quite catch. So I think Fuoco did have a full 4 tyre change. 1 minute 23. Louise Beckett confirms that they did, so it was mediums all round.
And that explains why now there's a 22-second gap between car 50 that you see on the screen and the car 7 that leads this race.
That's a quick all-round stop for that team, matched by the way last time around by Hertz Team Jota.
Well, that's one of the things that they've been notable for. They started the season in Sebring as a brand new team, collated from AF Corsa's GT program and Ferrari's Formula 1 program and the design and test team. But they have been on the money. Their strategy decisions have been good. Not always aware of how their tyres wear in a race at the beginning of the season, but they are fully on top of it.
Okay, we are currently P1, 20 seconds gap, but they changed the tyres. Okay, now we have to push, and we can reduce the fuel cuts if needed.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay, so they may be at a slight tyre disadvantage, but they're giving him a bit more latitude to give it the juice and not to try and save fuel.
I would take tyres any day over a little bit more fuel. You've got a lot more lap time in a fresh set of tyres, and particularly as the race carries on, 1 hour, 13 minutes remaining in this race, it's only going to go one way.
Yep.
You're not going to start recovering an old set of tyres, but a new set that's just gone on has got way more longevity, and that little bit of extra fuel save that they're doing now, if that's taken away by the end of the race, it's not enough to outweigh that deficit of falling off potentially the cliff of the tyres.
But it depends who's got what tyres left, and they will know who's used what, and we're not. They're only watching 1 or 2 cars, we're watching 36, so we're not fully up to that. So Toyota may have more fresh tyres left, and so they're going, okay, keep the gap as big as we can, and then at the next stop we'll have tyres and they won't, and then it'll all come back to us. But whatever, you know, that's what they're doing. That's what the message was. You've got a little bit more latitude. Am I wrong that Fred McAveeky was drifting out of the parabolica there? Did he leave big black lines behind him?
He's just styling it out again, isn't he? But he's only 3 seconds back from James Collado at the moment, and their pace is broadly similar on the current lap. And the pair of them a further 3 seconds back from Paul di Resta in the last of the podium positions. And
going back to that, the Toyota versus Ferrari battle, 20 seconds between them. That's a tyre change.
Yes.
Yes, that's exactly right.
Yeah, the Ferrari is not. That's going to keep the tyres through to the end of the race. The Toyota
has the option.
Has the option. But if they were to change tyres right now, just tyres.
Yes.
I think tyres takes more than 20 seconds.
No, the difference between no tyres, 1 minute 10, and tyres, 1 minute 23, is 13 seconds.
Well,
however, with fresh tyres and lapping not quite as quickly at the moment, Antonio Fuoco, if he can
he's lapping a lot faster. It's a 37.2 compared to last lap of 38.0.
Yeah,
so almost a second a lap.
So if he can chisel out a second a lap for 10 seconds, boom, that's the crossover.
I think what we're trying to say here, we've got a race in our hands.
Oh, we've got a heck of a race on our hands. Ferrari could win this, Toyota could win this. Anything
Peugeot could win this.
Peugeot could easily win this. You know, we've yet to see everything just drop out of this that started with that very first safety car and was enhanced again with a second.
Porsche could win this. If we're saying Peugeot could, or maybe James Collado could Porsche?
I think this is coming down to Ferrari versus Toyota.
I don't think Porsche have got enough of a handle on their tyres.
If it's a race on pace and we don't have an incident. Bear in mind, there is a little bit of history here.
Right, watch McAveeky. I don't think the Porsche's got much grip left. And again, we probably need to look at who's got what tyres on. Well, how long the tyres have been on that number 5 car. That is looking increasingly wayward and sideways to me.
He's a lot quicker at the moment than James Collado is. He's taking time out of James Collado in every sector. He's closing that gap. And they're both closing the gap to Paul di Resta.
That's interesting. Yeah, there is di Resta in front, there is Collado, there is McAveeky. Somebody's dangling a carrot in front of Fred Macco, aren't they? And it's a Peugeot says carrot. Fred McAveeky for Peugeot, for Porsche rather, in 5th place. The Penske Porsches 5th and 6th. Both Chota and Proton have had problems with the cars in this race. And Penske Porsche have not for the first time. Just seen Inter Europol's Albert Costa leave the pit lane as Oliver Rasmussen comes in from 2nd in LMP2 for Chota. But it is Toyota that leads the race outright. We've got 1 hour and 10 minutes and counting, and no clue who's going to win any of our 3 categories.
Absolutely, an absolute lottery here.
If Habsburg were to get a 10-second penalty added on to his time at the end of the race, that's just enough, because he's 10.8 in front.
Yes.
So he was told to open the gap, and he is.
Talking of Andre Lottery, he is in the... All right, I'll stop that. He's in the number 6 Penske Porsche in 6th place. And there is, again, McAveeky. I think McAveeky must be, you know, within 3 or 4 laps of the end of the stint, because he is ragging this car in a way that just says, I do not care.
Collado within 2 seconds on was until the left timing sector of Paul di Resta, and it's exactly the same gap, bar a few thousandths from McAveeky. Collado back to McAveeky. Here comes the number 41 car.
Last year's winners in LMP2.
Don't look like they're going to do it this time. They're down in 8th position with Louis Delatraz. Away they go, clean pit stop from Team WRT. 1 hour and 9 minutes to go.
I think with that car, they've not tried to be too clever in jumping into the pit lane and topping up with fuel. I think they've just gone, right, let's just run a straightforward race. It may yet come out in their favour. Albert Costa stopped for Inter Europol as well. Jotas Pietro Fittipaldi back on board the 28 car. Now, he was the man that planted that car 2nd on the grid, and did he start it? No, he didn't start it, did he? So,
and the race leader in LMP2, Freddie Habsburg, due onto pit lane this time around, and with an investigation hanging over him.
Now, they will need to make another stop, so if there is a penalty that involves, say, 10 seconds added to your pit stop time, then there is still the opportunity to serve that.
Tends to be usually a little more harsh than that for this.
You can see the full access crew catching up with all the action in the garages. They're in a number of the teams, embedded with the teams this weekend. Don't forget, there's a few weeks now before we race after the end here in Monza. Next time out will be Fuji in Japan, and that will be on the 10th of September, so plenty of time to watch the full Le Mans 24 hours again on the FIA YouTube channel, on the WC YouTube channel, and also to catch up with all the full access programs from the season. In fact, if you want, you can watch the entire season, free practice 3, qualifying and races, all on the YouTube channel, as well as full access, and really just fill your boots. Driver change, Ferdy Habsburg is out. And in gets Robin Freins. So Freins may be on a double stint towards the end of this race, but was that a double from Ferdy? I suppose it must have been. Seems unlikely not to have been.
It was a full stint and a bit, wasn't it? Or more than another half, because they did that slightly shorter stop, that strategic stop in that last safety car that we had.
That was the end of his 4th stint. I think that was a full stint for Ferdy Habsburg. He had one slightly shorter stint, his 3rd stint ahead of this one. And that would have been, I'm sure, taking advantage in full course yellow.
And is that for the first time the 63 Prema car might be about to take the lead, getting blocked in behind the Iron Lynx Porsche? We've already seen that the Team WRT 31 car is on the move, comes out behind, and behind the Alpine 36 car as well. There's the Jota car, the gold nose further back. So that is rejoining in 3rd place for Team WRT. Fresh tyres, they will be cold.
So they're on the same strategy, aren't they, as far as we're aware, the number 31 and the number 28 Jota. Obviously, we're still waiting to see what happens, as there is Habsburg. We're waiting to see what happens in regards to that potential penalty hanging over them. But we can hear from Kobayashi now, our race leader.
Okay, Kamui gap is 20 seconds. Now it's time to push. They are on new tires. They're not going to change tires the next run.
Jota jumps the curbs to go by the WRT car. And that was Pietro Fittipaldi coming with a head of steam and with hot tyres.
Now, did he go by in that move? Yes, he did. So look, he's tried to get around the outside here. And no contact between the two of them. And just goes off the second. They might have to give it. You've got to give it back. You've got to give it back.
He might need to. Now, driver change going on as well at the 51 car. James Collado handing back over to Alessandro Pierguidi. Ale back into the car.
Andre Lotterer also on pit lane for the number 6 Porsche Penske 963.
Louise Beckett is there or thereabouts.
I'm down the other end, but I did see Laurent Vantour ready. Yes, I can see him now getting into the number 6 Porsche Penske.
She's good, you know. She's very good, boys and girls. Must have spent 13 seasons in World Endurance without knowing a thing or two. Hard tyres on the left. Only an hour to go, so they will have pre-selected those. Louise down there at the Ferrari team.
So you can see the old tyres off the car there, the yellow mark. Yeah, they were the
mediums.
Only 2 tyre compounds available here at this race in Monza, of course. We had the 3 options available in Le Mans, the hard, medium and soft.
Just saw 63 Prema stop, and that means bingo! Charles Milesi leads for Alpine. That's the bright blue car. That is your new LMP2 leader. It's Antonio Giovinazzi.
I thought it was Giovinazzi's helmet.
Okay.
But I've been fooled before by Hansen's.
Now that's interesting. It's got hards on the left, but new, well, relatively only 6-lap-old soft. So they must have done mediums. They must have done qualifying those medium tyres.
Yeah, so medium on the right-hand side, because the brunt of the force goes through the left-hand side. So you want the sustainability from the left side of the car. As we're looking at here, the number 41 WRT. Fighting the United Autosports of Oliver Jarvis. That's Louis Delatraz and Jarvis here.
It's currently for 6th position, but it's so topsy-turvy, this LMP2 battle. This is going to wind out in the last half an hour with anybody that needs that splash.
They will need at least 1 full stop and get actually not far off a 2nd full stop.
Frines, Fittipaldi and Hanley together ahead of this battle.
So the 28 did give the place back. Did give it. That was the right thing to do. He's got the speed, so he can. He knows he can mount a challenge again on Robin Frines.
But that was the opportunity when Frines was on cold new tyres. Now he's not, and Robin didn't change, so he's still in the same car, so he's up to speed. So it's going to be harder for Fittipaldi. And that dark blue and red car behind, that is Ben Hanley, and he's going to close in on these guys. As soon as Pietro Fittipaldi sets two with Robin Frines, then Hanley is going to be right in there like a rat up a drain pipe.
Well, Hanley's last lap was 43.0 compared to 42.7 and 42.8, respectively, between the Jota and Frines' WRT. So, yeah, they're all at a similar speed now that they've got their tyres up to temperature, like you say, Martin, and I feel like Fittipaldi's chance, in the short term at least, has disappeared, but he did the right thing to give that place back.
I think he's going to get mullered here by Ben Hanley, to be honest. I think Frines is not getting away, and nor is Fittipaldi. And Fittipaldi had a little bit of benefit of the toe from the Toyota coming down the straight last time, and Hanley rather, and so he's closed up on Fittipaldi, and Robin Frines has eased away. So Pietro Fittipaldi under pressure here, head of Hundegaard, watching from the United pit lane. He's the other super sub at United this season. Louise Beckett down in the pits.
Yeah, Guido's not too happy, saying we've been messed up, I'll use that word, messed up by the safety cars.
It has happened, I'm afraid. United look very strong, but you don't always win on the snakes and ladders that is the safety cars. Ben Hanley now dropping back a fraction as Fittipaldi toes up behind Robin Frines.
Second, third, fourth, this battle.
Yeah, Charles Milesi leads for Alpine, then Frines, Fittipaldi in the gold Jota car, and Hanley. Then Andre Negrão, the second Alpine car, ahead of United's Ollie Jarvis, Louis Delatraz for WRT. That's that particular battle.
An interesting battle in amongst this lot, by the way. You can see Ben Barker there in the 86 car. He's closing on Nicky Katzberg, who's in third position. Yeah, now that could be really very important for the championship.
And still ahead of Rahal Fry, and in fact that gap's gone out now to 9 seconds. The 85 Iron Dames car came out a couple of seconds behind the 86 GR Racing Porsche and has not been able to match that pace.
So we're now into the fuel window for a GTE car. So any stop now will be the final car stop for the Cosworth class.
Final hour of the 6 Hours of Monza, round 5 of the FIA World Endurance Championship. Just a month ago, it was victory at Le Mans for Ferrari. But right here in Monza, and Ferrari's home turf, it is the number 7 Toyota Gazoo Racing that lead from the 50 car. But everybody's got a dog in the fight now with an hour to go. 15 seconds the advantage for Toyota over the 50 Ferrari. Not enough to change tyres and guarantee they'll come out in front, and they need tyres at the next stop unless they're going to go all the way on their worn tyres, in which case Ferrari will have a long-term advantage. Peugeot in a podium position, and if they finish on the podium here where they made their debut last year with their hypercar, that will be their first World Endurance podium in the current era. There's the 50 car in second place. And Antonio Fuoco, man who claimed pole position on Ferrari's debut in the World Endurance Championship in Sebring, looking to try and claim a win for his team after the 51 car were victorious in Le Mans.
Well, if you can't win Le Mans in a Ferrari,
win in Monza.
Win in Monza. I mean, it's not exactly the same, but it's a good
best.
Second best, isn't it?
It is
So
next best.
if you're going to choose a race you could win after Le Mans in a Ferrari, you'd have to choose Monza, and he is giving it everything he can. Closed in another 0.2 of a second that last lap around it, Antonio Fuoco.
Now, there might be a little bit of what might have been for the 93 Peugeot, because it and the sister 94 car both had gear selector problems that slowed them down and put them off track early in the race. They, touch wood, seem to be behind them, but Peugeot are in third. Number 5 Penske Porsche, Fred Makovici in fourth place. Fred can smell blood in the water. He's in hunter-killer mode. And Loic Duval now in the pit lane in the number 94 car, which is still down in 12th place, our last running hypercar. But that car has set the fastest middle sector of the entire race of any car. So from the Roggia through the Lesmos and down towards Albert. Oh, it was final sector, was it? Okay, so from Variante Ascari through to the line.
Yeah, so 22 seconds was the maximum gap we had between the top two cars, between the number 7 Toto Gazoo Racing and the 50 car from Ferrari Corsa, Kobayashi and Fuoco. That gap has come down to 16.5 seconds, but is pretty stable at that point at the moment.
It is at the moment.
Well, it was at 50, so it's gone up a little bit this particular lap in traffic. But remember, when they first came out, or yeah, when Fuoco came out on his new set of tyres, it was over 22 seconds.
Yes, absolutely.
So he has.
Absolutely.
It's been a net gain so far in this, this stint. And it really didn't go the way of car number 8 today, did it? They had the problems. You just saw it flash past the screen there. Had problems earlier on, and then that last safety car, when they had to make another splash for the 5 seconds and then come back into the pits once it went under green again, they're very much a lap down, and no chance to get back on that lead lap with under an hour to go now. So they're completely out of this race. You know, they're down in P5 at the moment. I think when everything plays out, they're even lower down than that. For championship points, they came into this race 25 points in the lead as a car crew. So that's going to be heavily eroded now.
It could make the last 2 races this season extremely exciting. Not
that they weren't going to be anyway.
I mean, for me, the biggest step forward here by a country mile is Peugeot. Now, clearly, they still have a couple of weak areas in that car, but the pace is there. The reliability is better than it was. It's absolutely not where it needs to be campaigning for a World Championship win at this stage against a quality of opposition. But boy, have they taken some steps forward in the last 2 races.
Well, hang on a minute. They've had problems with the gearbox or the downshifting or whatever. They've been put off track a couple of times and had to take straight lines through the chicane and so on. They're less than half a minute behind the leader.
Completely agree.
They have got the pace.
They
really have got the pace.
I don't disagree they've not got the pace. I disagree they've not got the reliability.
Well, again, the 51 Ferrari that won Le Mans twice refused to start in the pit lane on Sunday morning. So nobody's got reliability. Bear in mind, the Peugeot is the second oldest of these cars. Toyota in their 3rd year with this Toyota Gazoo Racing Hypercar. Peugeot now have completed a year of racing and start a 2nd year as they return to Le Mans, but everybody else is 6 months into the program. Number 7 car is the race leader, Kamui Kobayashi at the wheel. Have they got enough to change tyres, or are they just going to have to suck it up for the last hour? Let's find out.
Mike Conway, we're into the last hour, but there's still actually quite a lot to play for here.
Yeah, I mean, 54 minutes to go still, so quite long. But yeah, we're kind of off sync a little bit with the Ferrari, not in terms of pit stops, but them changing tyres on their last stop. So they're on in the fresh set, we're on our 2nd stint. So yeah, they're coming with some good pace. So they're catching us. We're just trying to figure out what we're going to do now for our last stop, what we do with tyres and things like that. So, but we have the advantage as well as doing a bit of a shorter stop on fuel. So yeah, let's see. It's going to be really tight when we leave the pits. But yeah, it's been a fun race so far. But Camus doing a mega job. But yeah, we need a margin of like 13 seconds maybe if we want to change tyres to leave. So yeah, already it's down to 14.8. So we'll keep pushing. We'll be all right.
Thank you.
It'll either be all right or it won't. And when you've been a member of the Toyota team for a while, you know, like everybody else does, that in endurance racing, you don't ever take anything for granted. So, into the final hour of this race, and still it is a fascinatingly poised battle in all 3 of our classes. No clue yet who's going to come out on top. With a massive crowd on hand in searing hot weather, getting ready for the 6 Hours of Monza as the cars took to the grid. Roger Penske among the team bosses, Laura Wantrop-Klaus, the head of GM Racing, and thousands of fans in red watching the Navy presenting the tricolour to the Marshal of Honour Dindo Capello. Start your engines was given by Grand Prix driver René Arnoux, and when they started, it was the Toyotas, first and third on the grid, who tried to shut everybody else up. But the 50 Ferrari went round the outside, and Sebastian Buemi, being a bit cautious into the first braking area, not cautious enough, tagged the 51 Ferrari into a spin. As the race got in early, the number 8 recovering after its problems, then made contact with the 777D station racing car, wrecking its race, bringing out the safety car and earning it a penalty. Number 7 passed for the lead of the race after the safety car by the 93 Peugeot. A big move by Nico Müller to take the lead away, much to the delight of the team. Peugeot, the first time back at Monza, their first race at a track that they previously used the car at, and they were leading as Ferrari moved up into second place to the cheers of the Tifosi. Battle lines were drawn. Number 8 serving a penalty for that incident, plus another 10-second penalty for a further incident, as Ferrari continued to run up front. Porsche Penske machines trying to keep themselves competitive. End of the race for Vector Sport, as they were knocked off by the number 9 Prema car in Lesmo 2. And that brought out our second safety car. Drama for Hertz Team Jota as the steering wheel malfunctioned, electronics costing them problems, and Toyota back to the lead of the race. Contact between LMP2 and GTE cars, and GTE on GTE. Lesmo 2 has been a real source of incident and caused more than one full course yellow. In the battle in GTE Am, the Corvette got by the Iron Dames Porsche when they got held up by an LMP2 car. The 99 Proton Porsche retired from Hypercar, but it is 77 in the hunt for the lead in GTE Am. Alpine were leading in LMP2 with an hour to go, and Toyota were on top of the pile. Final hour of the World Endurance Championship race at Monza. Toyota lead from Ferrari and Peugeot, with a chance of all of them still coming out on top in this battle in the final hour. There is a lot more racing still to go. In LMP2, it's WRT from Jota and United Autosport's number 23 car, and in a GTE Am class, GR Racing lead as Dempsey Proton are on pit lane, and that might move the Iron Dames car up to second, but with Corvette also having stopped, Iron Dames will need a stop. And there are 4 retirements, only one. Kessel Racing has not been as a result of a car getting knocked off by... Oh no, Proton also had a mechanical problem. So Proton and Kessel both with mechanical retirements, but Vector Sport and D-Station both the victim of somebody else's errant driving. In the pit lane is Louise Beckett. In the booth, Martin Haven with Graham Goodwin and Anthony Davison. And Graham, you've been eager to make a point.
More than a point. I think we're heading towards what should be an absolutely fantastic grandstand finish. That gap has come down very considerably. We'll watch just a quick look at the gaps, and we'll come back to it.
Toyota leading by 11.8 seconds over Ferrari. Not enough for Toyota to risk a tyre stop and still come out in front.
They're going to have to change tyres.
They've got to.
Yeah, so basically how this is going to unfold, how I see it, Ferrari don't have to change tyres, they won't. They're continuing to catch Toyota. The gap's now down at 11.8 seconds. That's within the threshold anyway of Toyota's tyre stop change. We guess is around 13 seconds, confirmed by Mike Conway when he spoke to Louise in the pit lane. So it means when they both come in, the Ferrari will be in front.
Yes, because
the Toyota will change tyres and the Ferrari won't have to. Yep. When they come back out, tables are turned.
Yep.
Toyota are going to be the ones on the fresher tyres compared to the Ferrari. But they'll be catching them through to the end of the race.
That's the key point. Ferrari will take the lead through that pit stop cycle.
How long is a fuel stint for Hypercar?
It's about an hour.
Because the number 5 Porsche, down in 6th place, has only just stopped for fuel.
Correct.
So it doesn't have to stop again.
Correct.
If it doesn't have to stop again and all the others do, suddenly it's no longer in 6th place. Is it in the hunt for a podium? Could it win?
Could well be.
I don't think it's in the window for a win. I think it may be in the window to fight for a podium.
Well, Conway didn't mention anything about Porsche when he was talking. It was solely focused on Ferrari, so I'm sure he would have been fully aware of whoever can beat them in this race. It wouldn't have just been about Ferrari.
But he also didn't mention the number 8 car, who are their championship rivals.
Oh, they're well out of it today.
I know,
well out of it.
but he didn't talk about the entire scope of everything. He was just about the win.
He's talking about the battle, not the war.
Okay, look, here we go. Where is the number 5? So that has still got 85% energy. They should not have to stop again. Ferrari and Peugeot and the 51 Ferrari, so both Ferraris and Peugeot will stop on the same lap, and then Toyota will stop later.
When we watch the energy graphics when they're actually doing a pit stop, you see the percentage go up as the fuel goes into the car.
Yeah.
On a rough calculation, I think it's around about 5 or 6 seconds worth in Toyota's favour there by looking at that energy graphic, 33% versus 26%.
Yep.
Okay.
So it should be a shorter pit stop.
It's going to be very close.
Which gives them between a third and half the time they might need to change tyres, and then they will have the speed advantage of a fresh set of tyres, even if it's only 2.
Yet again, we come down to the other part
Here
of
we
this
go.
puzzle.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
That's 7 coming in early.
What are they doing in now?
That's not what I expected to see.
Because they're looking to get the best they can out of the tyres to control the car.
They're doing their splash now to see them through to the end of the race.
This is going to be almost a full stop now, isn't it? Oh, Iron Dames are in as well.
Because they get more advantage of the new tyres. That's why.
So new set getting ready to go on. The Toyota is up to 90% energy. It's going to be a full, they've come in so they can put 100% in. Car goes up on the jacks, the right side goes on. They look like used tyres to me. Used set of medium on the left.
Thank you. On the outside.
Brand new mediums on the left. So,
and
hold on to the right.
They may have done qualifying the set on the right hand side, but it's the left hand side. This is a clockwise track, so the left hand side has all the pressure on it. The only time you turn left using the right side tyres is in a chicane, so far less energy. So Toyota now it was a full stop, 99% of energy, so they topped it up. Out come the Iron Dames, that's the pink Porsche further back. Rahal Frey stays in.
They'll stay in 5th place at this stage with the other cars still to pit.
And they will go all the way through.
Yes.
Okay. Right, there are so many fuel lottery, race lottery, yada yadas going on here. It's just starting to get ridiculous, making my brain hurt. I don't know about yours. 50 and 51 nose to tail are a lap apart. Okay, now, have Toyota done an undercut there, to use tedious Formula One terminology?
They didn't have to come in that early.
Well, this fuels them to the end. So instead of doing a splash at the end, you're going with a full fuel stop.
There are tyres there.
They always have tyres just in case there's a puncture or something. They've got them there.
Well, they're not holding them, and the gunmen aren't poised.
They are not.
This is fuel only.
Minute and 10 seconds, by the way, it was for Toyota for a full 4-tyre stop.
Number 7, I can see on our circuit map, he's coming into the Ascari chicane.
Right, how many laps have those Ferrari tyres done? Not many. 6,
Less than
8?
a full stint.
Yeah.
They need track position here.
Oh,
They are going to change tyre.
Left sides only.
Now then.
And they're going mediums. They're going medium tyres. And Toyota had hards on the outside, and they're off. And Toyota are behind because the Toyota number 7 is coming out of the Parabolica. This is going to be close.
Very close. So I think
very close indeed.
I think Toyota's going to get back in the front here.
I think they're going to get the lead. They are.
There's the Toyota, there's the Ferrari, and there's the gap, and it's going to be. Okay, the Toyota. Don't forget, Toyota was on cold tyres, so the outlap was quite slow, and that's why Ferrari came in now, because Toyota are running slower while Ferrari were making their stop. If they'd left it longer, the Toyota would have been going quicker while they were stopped.
On their newer tyres. They would have started to catch up. If Ferrari didn't come in then, Toyota, that's why Toyota, they kind of called their bluff in a way. They've come in as soon as they could do to get through to the end of the race with that 100% energy that
and
went
Ferrari
into the
had to come in now, otherwise any other lap the Toyota did will be quicker, because their first lap is around 15 to 20 seconds slower on cold tyres.
At the first timing beam, it is 8 seconds is the gap. They lost nothing. Both those teams did 1 minute and 10 seconds on pit lane.
That is great pit work by Toyota. Now, they didn't have to fill as much fuel as the 50 car did, because they stopped a little later.
I thought it was great pit work from Toyota, because they put four
really
tyres
was.
on at the same time that Ferrari put 2.
Yep. That was great pit work.
Yeah, I think it could have been more racy by Ferrari to just keep the tyre. I'm sure they would have had the life in them.
Advantage.
And they would have been hot as well, so they wouldn't have had to suffer at least half the car being with cold tyres. Yeah, I mean, is the deck that high today?
Well, look, they've gained a little bit of track time, so that the gap now is 9 seconds, not 11 seconds. Because, of course, they were lapping quicker.
Yep.
But that's a single gain on a single lap with the Toyota going out on colder tyres. They're now going out on cold tyres one side at least.
But the other thing is, they're on a medium tyre and Toyota's on a hard tyre.
No, there were mediums on the Toyota as well. Yeah, so you got, there's the graphics of the 51. And they've got a split hard and medium on the car. But I'm pretty sure we saw, it was a full set of mediums that went on the Toyota.
There's your race leader. It is now the 93 for Peugeot. A year ago, this was a brand new car that made its debut at this track. 2 years ago, it was a brand new car that was unveiled to the public at this track. No rear wing, no rear wing. It works with ground effect rather than over-body aero. So, are they in a position, they can't go all the way on fuel, surely. Coming in now. They are still in the hunt for their first World Endurance Championship podium.
Absolutely. It has been a much better day for Peugeot, without a shadow of a doubt. We've had faces in that pit garage that have done nothing much but frown for a year, that have actually finally seen some smiles.
Number 5 Porsche is in as well, and that is receiving fuel, but that's going to be a shorter stop. And every car that comes in now, let's say, for instance, the number 2 Caddy, will spend less and less time on pit lane. The number 6 Porsche will also need to fuel before the end, but that will spend less time again. So this is like the end of a handicap race, where it's actually going to see the field closing up towards the finish line.
What we said 4 hours ago after that first safety car, that again after the second safety car, we would see elements of this come into play, and that's exactly what we're seeing, is the field compressing towards the end of this race.
This is going to end up being absolutely nuts.
8.7 seconds is the lead gap, by the way, as we've got Paul Di Resta in third place on pit lane for the final stop for the number 93 car.
Antonio Fuoco took 1600ths of a second out of the Toyota that leads. He's in the 50 Ferrari in second. Peugeot remains in the pit lane. Lawrence Vantor in the 6 car continues. Fred Makovici back out into the battle in the number 5 Porsche.
That's Porsche, by the way, just coming through the second Les mode now in 4th place. So quite about half a lap back as the Peugeot clears the end of pit lane.
LMP2 and GTE Am fans, among who we number ourselves, you must bear with us just while this insanity goes on in Hypercar, and we'll get to that. WRT's Robin Freins leads in LMP2 from Jota's Pietro Fittipaldi by 1.7 seconds, with WRT's number 41, the winning car from last year, Louis Delatraz, in third, ahead of Ollie Jarvis by about 600ths of a second. So it's very close indeed.
Look how evenly matched these two at the front are. So the first sector, 30.9 for Kobayashi, 31.0 for Fuoco. Second sector, 33.3 for Kobayashi, 33.3 for Fuoco.
Yeah, and the gap still 8.6 seconds. But across the line is the number 50 car to complete that lap. It is 33.2 to 32.9.
So Toyota has gone by, and so too has the Ferrari, and the Peugeot rather has left the pit lane. So the Peugeot is on its outlap. in third place still, ahead of the two Penske Porsches.
We've not seen, have we, a conclusion to the investigation for the pass under the safety car?
We have not yet, for the 31 WRT car that leads the race into the final 30 minutes. In GTE Am, 77 leads Dempsey Proton Porsche. 60 in second place, Alessio Picariello in the Iron Lynx Porsche, and in third place, Porsche, Ben Barker for GR Racing. Then the Corvette of Nicky Katzberg ahead of the Iron Dames Porsche of Rahal Frey. I'm not sure that the Corvette or the Iron Dames are going to top the podium here. Neither of them might actually make the podium at this stage. Looks like Dempsey Proton, Iron Lynx and GR.
I think 77 and 60 have got a pick.
Well, they have been slightly off sync with the other cars, so is the GR car, but it's going to be interesting. It is going to be interesting. It's been very much a Porsche race, because in the top 6 are 5 Porsches and a Corvette.
Yes.
Ferrari here at home, not having a great home race. There is the Corvette, and there is United Autosports versus WRT. This is for third. Ollie Jarvis ahead of Louis Delatraz. Ollie Jarvis in the blue and red of United Autosports, Louis Delatraz in the red and white of WRT. They go by Nicky Katzberg in the Corvette. Corvette Racing won in Monza last year in GTE Pro. They outfumbled Ferrari on fuel to take a famous fuel-saving victory, particularly American racing style of winning an Enduro. And there you can see the tyre usage on the United and the WRT car, pretty much identical.
This, at the moment, for a podium position. There's no further action on the 31 overtaking car 7 during the safety car.
Well, when we saw the replay of Ferdy Habsburg, he was swerving to miss the back of the very slow Toyota and an even slower Porsche. And I think possibly, actually, that's a justifiable no further action. He didn't see that there was a gap and an open opportunity on a straight and dive by. Anthony Davidson is sucking air through his teeth.
Yeah, he's very lucky there.
As a former Jota driver, he doesn't go with that.
The way my luck used to fall, I would have definitely been given a penalty for that one. But yeah, look, great for Habsburg and the WRT team. They must have argued their case very well up in the stewards room. That's probably why it took so long. Well,
and great for us, because there's less than a second between the top two. You've got WRT and Jota 0.8 of a second apart. So we're going to have an absolutely grandstand finish.
We'll take that.
Robin Frijns against Pietro Fittipaldi.
The battle for the podium is still something like 6 cars deep. Robin Frijns, Pietro Fittipaldi, Oliver Jarvis, Louis Delatraz, Charles Malaysia and Albert Costa. That whole group separated by, what is that, 9 seconds?
Brendan Hartley is looking to move up into the top 6 at the expense of Antonio Giovinazzi in the 51 Ferrari. Hartley's just set his car's fastest race lap, a 136.908 compared to the 137.9 of Giovinazzi. He's 7.9 seconds back. At that rate of catching him, passing before the line, and those points are going to be really important to the number 8 crew.
2 consecutive fastest laps of the race for the number 8 car, and 2 consecutive ultimate fastest second sectors for Brendan Hartley. So he is absolutely gassing it right now. Apologies, I've slightly misread that timing screen. It's not quite that close. The top 6 is that close for the top 4, with the 23 and the 34 running 5th and 6th on pit lane. No, you see the 34 with the tear-off.
Yeah, no, I was pointing at how tiny the gap is now between WRT and Jota, and into the pit lane comes the Jota. That is Pietro Fittipaldi. He will make his final stop now, and that means that WRT's Robin Frijns will still need to stop at some stage.
It's another ultimate fastest second sector, a 3rd in a row for Brendan Hartley in the number 8 Toyota, closing that gap. 6.5 seconds, 6.3 seconds now to Antonio Giovinazzi.
But in the first sector, he was only 3,000ths quicker than Giovinazzi. Nothing between them up to the Roggia. 33.0 compared to 33.8. So 8 tenths faster in sector 2 from the Roggia through to the Variante Ascari. And then in the final sector,
almost a second.
Yeah. Wow, that's a big, big chunk of time taken out of the Ferrari of Antonio Giovinazzi. The gap's now down to 6 seconds between them.
It's more than that, because Giovinazzi is catching Fred Macco ahead, which means Hartley is catching both of them. This is not a battle for 6th position, it's a battle for 5th.
Makovici is 11 seconds ahead of Brendan Hartley, and at that rate of catching, Hartley will pass him before the end of the race as well, so Brendan could end up in the top 5.
Brendan's 8 seconds behind him, not 11.
8 plus, well, yeah, okay, yeah.
There is Delatraz, he's in the number 41 WRT car, and the one we're interested in really is the race leader, 31, with Robin Frein. So the longer he stays out here, the less fuel he's going to need. So he's in the lap later than the 28 Jota. So slightly less fuel going in this stop. It'd be a slightly faster stop, you'd have to say. Although, the Jota pit crew in general have been slightly quicker than WRT this race. So it might balance out.
They are so close. I was looking at the data from a lap before where Hartley was 11 seconds behind, but in that last lap, the 51 Ferrari has caught 1.5 seconds on Fred Makovici, and Brendan caught over 2 seconds. So that gap's come down from 11 seconds to 8.5 seconds. So the battle for 5th is as light as the battle for the lead.
Another fastest lap for the number 8 car, 1:36.830, but it's an ultimate fastest lap of the race for the race leader, 1:36.696, lap 180. And that extends the gap to Antonio Fuoco to 9.1 seconds.
Incident between cars number 23 and number 41 under investigation at turn 5.
Don't recall that one.
That was the exit of the Roggia. We may not have seen that, but 23 is United Autosports car of Ollie Jarvis, and 41 is the WRT car of Louis Delatraz.
Alpine take the lead for the moment in this race in LMP2. Robin Freins, Robin Freins is rolling. It falls back behind Pietro Fittipaldi on timing scoring.
Yeah, there he is coming out of the pit lane. We just saw the gold Jota car go by. And this is on board with Freins, Le Mans winner 2 years ago.
Jota 8 seconds quicker on pit lane.
Apparently they added oil in the stop for WRT. How costly was that?
Well, not as costly as not adding oil.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, not make it through to the end of the race or lose 8 seconds.
Which is worrying in itself, isn't it? Just you would imagine they're going to manage that. That's what they were attempting to do.
Well, we talked about that in terms of performance in LMP2, that sometimes you just get that magic engine that has, even though they're all identical when they're built, sometimes something is different and they're just a bit better. The current one they have might just be breathing oil a bit more heavily, and you know, that's unfortunate, but that's the way it is.
Giovinazzi is with Fred Makovici at the moment. Brendan Hartley is still 4.8 seconds behind. We're on board, though, with the race leader. Over 10 seconds, the gap now to second place. And the rush for home into the final 30 minutes of this 6 Hours of Monza. Peugeot 2, still rapid, third running at the moment, Paul Di Resto, the 93 Peugeot 9X8, and his fastest lap of the race, 1:37.239, led the race early on, remember.
Fred Makovici, the number 5 Penske Porsche. Right behind is the 51 Ferrari of Antonio Giovinazzi. That is the battle for 5th position, and the number 8 Toyota's catching.
Okay, mate, great job. The gap is 5.1 now, 5.1. Next car on the road is car 50. Ahead of him, car 51 for position, and then car 5 for position. P4 still in sight. Keep pushing.
The real drama is for this car, the number 50 Ferrari. He's trying to get by these two to catch the race leader, who is now at the first chicane, but getting by this battle, which is for position, is not going to be easy. This might determine the race in Toyota's favour, because Antonio Fuoco is stuck.
Absolutely right. Fred Makovic has his mirrors full of 2 Ferrari 499Ps. Brendan Hartley is not going to be far behind. He's 4.3 seconds back. And if this battle goes on for a lap or two, he's going to be right. He's going to be part of this train too.
Ferrari team.
Touch.
Contact with the Iron Dames. The Ferrari team have to tell 51 to get out of the way now. This is about winning in Monza, not about passing the Porsche for 4th. And through he goes. Through goes the 50 car. That's exactly what they had to do at the very first incident. Get out of the way, let him go. Now he's going to have to pass the Porsche. This is contact with the 51 and the Iron Dames car. Luckily, the Porsche had somewhere to go. It's not always been the case when a GTE has been hit by a hypercar, but yeah, that was get out of jail free card there for the Iron Dames Rahal Frey. But the way, critically, it's released the number 50 Ferrari, but the gap has grown to nearly 12 seconds.
She'd seen that coming and lifted right out of it, is the straight answer. So there's no real excuse for that one, I'm afraid.
But again, it's the lack of visibility in the cars, though, Ant, isn't it? And the desperation to make the corner.
They are wide cars, of course, but, you know, you have to give the width for the car on the outside, the one you're overtaking. You know, it's very easy just to drift over, because as you're looking left to the apex there in that corner, we've seen it happen already once before in this race, but you have to have that awareness. So, yeah, a little bit, you know, end of the race, and just Giovinazzi there, just, yeah, a little bit careless in making contact with the Porsche on the right-hand side.
Drive-through penalty for consistent abuse of track limits. That's the first one we've seen this race, and that's for Belgium's Ulysse de Pauw in the number 21 GTE Am Porsche. Ferrari.
Latest fastest lap of a car's race has gone to the 4th place car, the other Porsche Penske 963 Lance Ventura, with a 1:37.395. Pace is hotting up.
Alpine lead, Jota lead, WRT, United WRT, and into Europol. That is the top 6, and there is your race leader in LMP2. Toyota number 7 leading in Hypercar, and the gap is now out to nearly 12 seconds. And the Ferrari of Antonio Fuoco will be stuck behind the number 5 Penske Porsche, whereas the number 7 car is in clear air with an LMP2 car ahead of him. That's the 31 car, the Team WRT car of Robin Freins, and then relatively clear track. The problem for the chasing 50 car is he is still stuck behind the Porsche.
Yeah, we saw the number 50 catching the number 7 when Kobayashi was stuck behind the number 5 Porsche. He found his way past, and now it's Fuoco in that same position. But Kobayashi's got the speed here, holds on to the fastest lap of the race, set just a few laps to go, and he's really in a strong position, strong rhythm as well. As we look at the rank history at the bottom of your screens, to show the dominance really of that car number 7 today. Just hung on to that first place for the majority of the race today.
And so much of that is the experience of the drivers and the experience of the crews. We expect these cars to be at a very similar pace, and they have been, and that's what the whole rule set dictates. But it's experience that counts. Allows you to try and predict those moves in traffic, take advantage of situations on the road and in the pit lane, and some very savvy pit work by Toyota got them back out in front of Antonio Fuoco's Ferrari. Ferrari covered them off as quickly as they could, but it may not have been enough, and still the 50 car is stuck behind the 5 Porsche, which is a lap down and is receiving blue flags and is ignoring them.
I still question that the strategy from Ferrari in that instance with the Toyotas fighting that earlier stop. They, you know, could they have gone? Would they have been lapping faster with less fuel on board, and just taking it a little bit further, having a shorter stop because they would have needed to put less fuel in the car when they actually came in? They could have played it a bit differently, but they went for the newer tyre option, but it was only one side of their car that they went for.
But having seen that Toyota had stopped for tyres, they knew the next lap, the outlap for the Toyota, would be cripplingly slow, and if they didn't stop while Toyota was doing that lap, they would stop while Toyota was going faster. And here's an off for the 35 Alpine. Got all crossed up, Andre Negrão, beg your pardon.
It is Negrão.
It is Negrão, into Variante Ascari. And that's just a fraction late on the brakes, and it's all going straight across the grass.
Look at this, in the air, and that can do so much damage to the electronics on the car. I've had cars fail for exactly the same moment through that very chicane before in LMP2, and
I think the Ferrari may have got by the Porsche.
Finally.
And may have done, just as they came out of the Roger. So, haven't seen that on screen, but it looks from our GPS tracker as though he may now be stuck behind the GTE Am car for a corner or two.
Delatraz putting a lot of pressure on Oliver Jarvis here on the run-up through Curva Grande into the second chicane. There's a Porsche in the way as well, the lapped car. They get past him, really crowding him as well into that second chicane, and Jarvis getting right back onto the racing line, then stamping on the anchors. This is desperate stuff.
We're going to call one of the battlers. We're watching this, and it will be about, well, a defining moment in GTE Am. But for the moment, we're going to watch the 8 and the 51 battling out for the honour of taking on the 5 ahead for what could be 4th place for any of these 3 cars.
Number 6 pits Lawrence Van Tor in the Penske Porsche. You saw that the 50 car had got by the 5, but 51, the second of the Ferraris, a lap down in 5th place. And number 8 Toyota, Brendan Hartley, smells blood in the water. It needs more oil for the 41 car. That's the oil top up. It's a pressurized system.
That's cost it the win.
Yep.
It's going in the garage. Well, desperate luck for WRT.
That is dreadfully bad luck. And you can see the car smoking heavily at the back. It's burning a lot of oil. Are they moving it out of the way because 31's coming in? Louise Beckett, you're down in the pit lane.
They're moving it out of the way because the 94 Peugeot is coming in for a pit stop in front of them. They've now pushed it back out and getting it into the garage.
That is done, I think.
Yeah, but done in a gentlemanly way. They knew that if they started to spin it round, they would ruin somebody else's pit stop, and so they pulled out of the way to allow the Peugeot to come in. That's the calibre of that team.
And they'll be here for the rest of this season battling in LMP2, and next year with BMW and Hypercar, because this field, believe it or not, gets deeper still.
This is the race now, though, isn't it? Brendan Hartley and that heroic comeback in the number 8. I thought they were completely out of this race today from what happened earlier.
They were completely out of it. 2 safety cars have kind of helped save their bacon.
And the job that the drivers did as well, and never giving up. Rio Hirakawa, Buemi, once he had kept his nose clean through the rest of his stints, started to produce some really good lap times. They never gave up, and now they've got to work their way past the 2 slower cars in front of them. Brendan's got the pace here, but overtaking is going to be a very difficult challenge.
That's it, all over.
Gutted,
you can read the body language from Robin Frijns. If there was any question, it's all done. Ferdy goes up to give him a hug. Well, listen, you know, they know, especially these 2, they know the highs and lows. At Le Mans, don't forget, Ferdy was in the car that was due to win.
With the FIA at the wheel.
The ACO officials were saying, so what happens now is you go to the podium, you go below the podium, the car comes in, yada, yada, yada. And while that was happening, Yiffy's car stopped, and Robin Frijns ended up winning for WRT. Into the final 20 minutes of the 6 Hours of Monza. Alpine lead in LMP2. Jota, United, WRT battling for the podium. This is the battle for 3rd place. Louise Beckett.
The 36 Alpine is just about to come in for a pit stop now. They do have tyres ready. Whether they're going to change them or not, I'm not sure.
Oh boy, we are getting down to the last gasp saloon, aren't we?
And they're 11.5 seconds in the lead at the moment.
Jota.
So the Jota will definitely pass them here.
It takes 40 seconds to drive through the pit lane, so even if this is 10 seconds worth of fuel, and it's more like 15,
Yeah, 28th in the first chicane. Here we go, at the exit.
But do Jota need to stop? Do United, do WRT, do Inter-Europol? Who else needs to stop?
I think they stopped within no, because they stopped. There was the stop, if you remember, where the WRT car took oil at the first time. I don't think they need to stop again.
I think it was around 40 minutes to go when Jota came in. Should be okay.
I think so. Alpine have been out of sync with these. They keep popping to the top in the pit stops, and I think that's where they pay the penalty for that. A safety car didn't come and save them, or a full course yellow. So Jota take the lead of the race. United and WRT will be battling still for the podium, because it looks like the Alpine got out ahead of them.
It did. It's just exiting the first chicane now. What a much better race it's been for Alpine with this new chassis that was debuted by them at Le Mans. They came to the conclusion after some, it's got to be said, pretty woeful displays in the early races for the team, that something was awry, and indeed the switch of chassis has transformed their form.
This really isn't going Brendan Hartley's way on this particular lap, stuck behind the GT car through a scar, and you can see the Ferrari in front just edging out that gap there. So at some point, the Ferrari's really close now though on the number 5 Porsche of Fred McElweeky. Seems to be just a matter of time, doesn't it, before one of these cars gets past the Porsche, but he's putting up a strong fight, is McElweeky.
Yeah, Fred Mako is he's getting blue flags now, but this is for position, so he does not need to get out of the way in a way that maybe he should have done a little quicker for the 50 car. But this is all down, I'm afraid, to Antonio Giovinazzi. He's going to have to force the pass on Fred McElweeky.
Corvette here, the 33 car, and as things stand, this car may only be in 4th position, but this car is heading for the championship. Why? Because the cars it's competing against most closely are all behind it.
Yep.
So as things stand, the 33 crew are on course to take the championship here with 2 races to go. A really astonishing season for this trio and this team.
And look behind them, Iron Dames on 67 points, 4 behind ORT by TRF, 7 behind Dempsey Proton 77 car that leads, and the 54 car only 6 behind them. So the GR Racing and Dempsey Proton cars will close in the battle for second place with the Iron Dames,
but not close enough
with ORT by TF. No, we've still got 2 more races to go though.
Indeed.
So the battle for second
place
is going to be well alive.
I take your point. An excellent point, well made. The other point to make here is about GR Racing. They believe they were very much in the hunt for an overall win in this class. They had a puncture, we didn't see that, but that meant an additional pit stop. Still through traffic, and it's the leader in LMP2.
That was too close for comfort.
Now watch the 8.
Here comes Hartley.
He's got him. He's got him.
By because the Ferrari is stuck behind the LMP2 car and very slow out of the parabolica, and Brendan Hartley goes by. Here comes the Ferrari, Antonio Giovinazzi. We know he doesn't like to give up. Drove with 3 brakes in Portimao. He's trying to go around the outside. Nose, makes the corner. That's big, big bravery.
Well, it's not over yet because Brendan's going to have a go, but he's going to have enough room around the outside here in Curva Grande. So he should get the job done finally. He's now got the higher ground on the inside of this corner coming up. I think Giovinazzi is going to try on the braking zone to go around the outside. No, he doesn't. Brendan's finally got it done. It took that many corners to make it through, but that was all because of the traffic. I said that he needed a bit of luck in traffic, and that was it.
He got just that moment, didn't he?
Big applause in the Toyota garage when that finished. Huge cheer from the grandstands as the Ferrari outbraked him into the first corner, which is absolutely rammed with fans.
Now he's going to race up to the back of Fred McElweeky here, so the fastest of this trio is on the attack. Fred McElweeky is suddenly going to be looking in the mirror, seeing a change of car there, and know that he's under more pressure than ever before.
But Mako's hanging on for 4th place with 15 minutes to go. He's not going to roll over and have his tummy tickled. Brendan Hartley's going to struggle to get by.
Look at the traffic they're coming into as well. That slower traffic coming into Curva Alboreto. He can clear the 54. Can he clear the 83? No, he can't. And this might just fall Brendan Hartley's way again.
Except Hartley is behind the 54 car.
He's got the better run.
No, not this time. It's too far back. But what he can do is just slip into the slipstream of McElweeky and make sure he can get close into the next braking zone. We've got 2 more LMP2 cars coming up into turn 1 here. One of them's the Alpine. So they're going to slot in behind him here. Brendan's going to have to focus on getting...
Look how much Giovinazzi closed. He's right on the tail. There he is, look in the Ferrari. He's got to be right there, because if Hartley makes a move...
This is all about Brendan. This is all about Brendan here.
I know, but if Hartley makes a move, then the Ferrari might pick up a place.
So he's thinking again into the second chicane. Where do you place your car this time, Brendan? To the outside. Do you risk it? No. You look to the inside? No. You've got to sit behind him through the second chicane and probably through the Lesmos again, and hope that you get some traffic next time around into the Ascari chicane. So you've got a GT car in front of them through the Lesmos. It's one of the Porsches, and by the time you get to Ascari, they should be on that Porsche, and that could give Brendan the chance on the run down to the final corner.
And the Ferrari, it's got by the Alpine, so now he's picking up the tow from the Porsche and from the Toyota as they head down under the old banking.
Oh no, so the car in front gets, Makawiki gets past as Brendan as well, just, but it's compromised his apex for turn 8, and that's going to slow him down through 9 and 10, so it's not going to happen this time around to the final corner.
And
he's going to have to wait.
Giovinazzi got held up by the Porsche there more than anybody else, so he drops back off this battle again. Giovinazzi needs to be as close to Brendan Hartley's Toyota as possible, because if Brendan opens the door on the Porsche, he wants to sneak through as well.
Brendan's clearly got the speed. In terms of lap time, Hartley's definitely got the speed, and he's got a great run this time without any traffic, and now he's going to mount a proper challenge down towards turn 1. He's looking to go to the inside. Is Makawiki going to make the move to the block? No, he doesn't. So Brendan should be able to get this done on the brakes. Yes, he does. Fantastic stuff.
Silence from the crowd. And a ripple of applause there from Toyota. This is a great recovery from the number 8 team. And it's races like this, when you're down and out and you've been kicked in the teeth a couple of times by fortune, where you just drag yourself back into it. These are races that win championship titles.
I've seen some really impressive drives from Hartley this year. Le Mans was definitely one of them. That fight he gave the Ferraris really kept them honest, pretty much through to the end of the race. And here today, what a never give up attitude. Really impressed with the driving from him in this final part of the race today. But also Hirakawa, you can't forget the job he did in the middle part.
Let's hear from Louise.
But also remember that the number 8 Toyota is leading the championship, and Brendan definitely does not want to let that go, so he's going to try and lessen the damage as much as he can.
And Toyota is fast at the end of the race, because the number 7 Toyota, which we haven't seen in a while, continues to creep away from the number 50 Ferrari. So Toyota looking to avenge their loss at Le Mans to Ferrari by taking the win away from Ferrari here on their home track. The gap is 13 seconds. It doesn't take much for that to evaporate, but right now, Kamui Kobayashi is doing all the work he needs to do in traffic, as here comes the 51 Ferrari. He's got a really good run on Fred Makawiki. He's outside the white line. He's back inside it, down the inside. Big effort from Antonio Giovinazzi, who's been blocked behind the Porsche forever, and just gets it done. He spent so long behind that car. Don't forget, when the number 50 car came by, he had to slow down and let him go by and then start the attack again. Hartley's gone by, and now Giovinazzi moves up into 5th place.
Yeah, freed up from that battle. Brendan Hartley put the fastest first sector of the race in. The first time that Toyota have taken that, I think the first time since the very start of the race. But I think Glickenhaus has taken that, and it's the fastest lap of his race at the end of his lap 192, a 136.802.
Comfortably the fastest car on track right now, Brendan Hartley, a second quicker than even his race-leading teammate Kamui Kobayashi. Inside the final 10 minutes of Monza madness, round 5 of the FIA World Endurance Championship here at the Autodromo Nazionale di Monza, as we get into the battle for the podium. United Autosports, the darker blue car there is Ollie Jarvis, with the Glickenhaus hypercar between him and the WRT car behind of Louis Delatraz. And here is the moment that the 51 Ferrari of Antonio Giovinazzi finally, after about an hour of trying, got by... hang on a minute.
Brendan Hartley.
That was Brendan Hartley.
And then Hartley
getting by the Ferrari.
Yes,
yeah.
indeed.
So Hartley went by the Ferrari, then went by the Porsche of Fred Makawiki, and then Giovinazzi went by the Porsche as well.
Makawiki didn't even put up a defence here, did he, into turn 1? He decided to stay on the racing line, and Brendan just pretty much just drove around him.
I think they knew the jig was up. The Porsche driver's saying they were a bit down in terms of top speed. And again, not sure quite how elderly his tyres are. I mean, he's been clinging on to whatever they can grab out of that car. Here's the race leader, though. Number 7, Toyota, Kamui Kobayashi.
Got this under control now, 13.5 seconds. Clear of Antonio Fuoco, 8 minutes to go.
And in the final 8 minutes, the number 21 Ferrari GTE Am driver Ulysse de Pauw, the tall young Belgian, has been handed a stop-and-go penalty for relentless abuse of track limits.
This is the battle for the final podium position in LMP2. It still goes on. It's still Ollie Jarvis and Louis Delatraz. It's still United and Team WRT.
And yeah, Ollie Jarvis and the number 23 car crew at United must be feeling so robbed from this race. They were miles in front at one stage. Remember when we were talking about Josh Pearson?
Absolutely.
What was he, 20, 30 seconds in the lead? And then you had the safety car situations, and they find themselves hanging on for that podium position.
It's going to be bittersweet if they manage to stay in front of the WRT car. A case of what might have been. But again, like the number 8 Toyota, you know, qualified third. And right from the first corner, their race went downhill in a hurry. But they turned it around. Sebastian Buemi did a great job when he was in the car. Ria Hirakawa as well, I think. Probably the best stints we've seen from him in WEC.
Yeah,
Brendan Hartley again, absolutely knocking it out of the park. And to a degree, it's nothing to lose. Right, okay, we're a lap down, we're out of it. Right, now, let's just drive the wheels off this thing. If it breaks, it breaks. If it doesn't, then we might come up with something.
Yeah, proper fighting spirit from the number 8 car crew that lead this championship. And they need every point they can to hang on to that advantage. They had a strong Le Mans. They didn't quite make it work this year. Ferrari took the glory there, and it was Hirakawa at the wheel at the time when he just lost control, dying laps of the race, and yeah, waved goodbye to even mounting a challenge to Ferrari. But he really turned it around here, and they've had he's bounced back properly. He should be pleased with how he's driven here.
And the other thing about the number 8 car, by the way, that's so important about that transition with those 3 cars is it put the car ahead of its closest rival in the World Championship. It was the 51 car rather, that is sitting in second place in the World Championship before this weekend with 25 points the gap. And of course, with the number 8 car finishing ahead, the gap to that car will extend.
Look in the WRT garage, they're watching with interest this battle for third place. This is going to be a really tough ask for Louis Delatraz, good though he is. Ollie Jarvis in front. There's David Heinemeier Hansen, who started that car so strongly. It was on pole position, the number 41 WRT car. And they are currently trying to end up on the podium. Joe to lead, Alpine still second, so despite being sort of out of sync with the fuel, the Alpine team look like they're heading for the podium and their best result of the season, and United still hanging on and hoping that nobody trips them up.
Could be further bad news for the 51 Ferrari. Car 51 reported to the stewards for overtaking on the straight beyond the track limits. You called it, but he'd gone beyond the white line and then come back. But the way it's been seen by trackside observers and by race control is that the stewards need to take a look at that.
Well, he didn't make the overtake. He may have started the overtake by being forced to go outside the white lines, but they will argue, well, there was plenty of room on the left of the car you were passing. He will say, well, I was on track when I went by him. So 6 of one, half dozen the other. Race leader goes by the battle for third place in LMP2. Let's hear from our race director.
Car 51 reported to the stewards for overtaking on the start-finish straight beyond track limits. Car 51 reported to the stewards for overtaking beyond track limits.
I think it's clear as day. The problem that he's going to face here in the stewards' room is that he didn't get pushed over the white line. He decided to overtake over the white line. So he started directly behind car number 5. He was blocking the right up to the white line. That's the edge of the track. And then you get overtaken off the track. He could find himself in a bit of hot water here. I was waiting to see whether the stewards were going to pick it up. I didn't want to really say anything at the time. You had mentioned it already, Martin, but now the stewards are onto them. And I've seen the replay of that. I can't see a way they're going to be able to defend themselves. I really can't.
That could be bad news in their World Championship title fight, and good news for the number 5 Penske crew.
In lieu of a drive-through, because nobody will serve one in the final 3 minutes, it would be 40 seconds added to their race time, which would cost them a place to the number 5 car.
It will, if Lance Van Teur gets his wriggle on here, it could cost them 2.
If they give him a stop and go as the penalty, that's a 45-second penalty, and Lawrence Van Teur is 33 seconds behind. So that could cost them 2 places. And again, that starts to open up the championship in favour of the number 8 car. So number 50, Antonio Fuoco, into the final 3 minutes here in 2nd place. Paul Di Resta in 3rd place for Peugeot.
Yeah, good job. It's been Peugeot's best race, isn't it, since returning to the top flight sports car category. And you know, without that little niggly problem of the gearbox issues, they could have been right in the hunt here. They're trading lap time still with the front runners pretty much, and yeah, I think they've had to nurse that car a little bit throughout the race, but when they haven't had to, they've definitely had the speed.
Yeah, and they showed that pace at Le Mans, and particularly when it was sketchy in terms of grip, they were really good.
And the drivers have done a phenomenal job all day, I must say. Driving through problems like that, you know, that they've been suffering with, that's not easy, especially on a circuit like this one where there's so much emphasis on braking.
And one of the things the drivers have really, really emphasised, particularly this weekend actually as well after Le Mans, is that they really want something tangible to give to the engineers and the mechanics who have developed this car for 18 months. You know, they've just had no reward. They've had nothing but a kick in the teeth, and they're just desperate to give them something tangible. A podium here in Monza a year after they made their debut would be a fantastic result for the team.
It's a fillip for them. This trouble, though, for the number 6 Porsche. We were talking about the potential to gain a place. It's potentially going to fall out of that
and that's it.
out of that window with a drive-through penalty for overtaking car 85, the Iron Dames, during the last safety car. So this is going to cost them dearly, in particular if there is a penalty coming the way of the 51 car. We're, 10 seconds for the final minute of what has been another enthralling race this year.
1 minute to go. We are closer to knowing who's going to win now than we were an hour ago even, and certainly not 6 hours ago. Kamui Kobayashi from Antonio Fuoco and Paul Di Resta. Toyota ahead of Ferrari, ahead of Peugeot, with a second Ferrari in 4th place. Currently, potentially a problem for the 51 Ferrari in 5th. That might move the Porsche up. And it's Jota leading into the closing stages from Alpine and United Autosports, still clinging on to 3rd place just from WRT and LMP2. In GTE Am, Dempsey Proton, the 77 Porsche, ahead of the Iron Lynx Porsche and the GR Racing Porsche. Corvette in 4th, ahead of the Iron Dames Porsche, and the best Ferrari of Matteo Cairoli in 6th position, but that has been handed a penalty for excessive abuse of track limits.
We are going to see, I think, a positional change in Hypercar on the final lap. It's not the one you'd expect. The Van Wall is massively struggling. It's gone through at a 148, it was 156 last time.
Oh, right.
And he's going to be caught by Loic Duval on the last lap. That recovering Peugeot, finally, it looks like it's going to make up a place.
All right, so with a huge crowd to Tifosi here to support them, Ferrari have battled right from the start of the race to the finish to try and add victory at home in Monza to victory at Le Mans, but it is not to be. I'm not going to count my chickens yet, bearing in mind what team it is that is leading the race, and with Anthony Davidson in the room, he won't be either. But the checkered flag is out, and it is the number 7 Toyota. Kamui Kobayashi, the team principal, takes victory for Toyota here, and that will go some way to just putting a sticking plaster over the raw nerve that was defeat at Le Mans from Ferrari. Ferrari, the number 50 car, takes the checkered flag in 2nd place. Antonio Fuoco brings them home. Brendan Hartley in 4th place for Toyota, and Paul Di Resta will come home in 3rd for Peugeot. A huge result for them. And you could see the Corvette racing team heading to the pit lane, there to the pit wall to greet the car of Nicky Katzberg, the 33 car. halfway around the lap and should be in position to tie up the championship. Jota lead in LMP2. Their rivals have taken a checkered flag, but they will end up a lap ahead of the field all but. There is the Corvette. Our GTE Am winner will be the 77 Dempsey Proton Porsche, but Corvette coming to the line. They're ahead of the Iron Dames. They're ahead of half the field. It will be 4th place at the flag for Nicky Katzberg and the team, and that is enough to take the first of our titles this year. There's Jota. Victory as Pietro Fittipaldi takes the checkered flag in LMP2 for Jota. A very competitive race in all 3 fields.
Yeah, we wait for the top 2 to come home in this race at Monza. There is the 3rd place car, the 5th place car, the Iron Dames. There is our race winner in GTM. The 77 crew take the win ahead of the 60 and the 86 GR Racing car, a 2nd consecutive podium for them after Le Mans. But it is Corvette Racing, Nico Veroni, Ben Keating and Nicky Katzberg that take the 4th place here, which is enough with their points rivals all finishing behind them to take the championship 2 races early. Magnificent stuff.
Yeah, so the first of our championships is decided. The GTE Am champions, Corvette Racing, car number 33, but it is Toyota triumphant in Monza.
Well, some great racing, some real big incidents as well, but some great racing in all 3 classes. And to win today, they really had to fight.
Yeah, they did. I mean, some cracking drives out there. That was tough conditions, very hot for all the drivers. No room for error. We could see any little mistake from anybody, and it always ended up in a car either hitting the barrier or making contact. Great drives from the car 7 car crew, though. Kobayashi, Mike Conway, and particularly I'd say Jose Maria Lopez. He was incredibly fast.
Yep.
And this is the battle for the 3rd and final podium spot. This is United Autosports versus WRT.
This was the second chicane.
Into the Roger.
He got him.
Final lap of the race.
Did he go around the outside? They both got the track. Off. So what do you do there? You'd have to say...
Well, at the line, WRT were ahead.
Wow.
So, I mean, if Ollie had just remained on the track, you definitely would have had to have given him position back.
Yeah.
But seeing as he went off as well, but...
Not so
what
much.
do you do there?
Well,
you know what? I'm going to leave that to the stewards because
they were both off track.
Yeah.
So I don't think there's any harm, any foul there. We'll have to wait and see what the stewards say. However, little question concerning our overall winner and the winner in Hypercar. By the way, fastest sectors of the lap: Sector 1 and Sector 2, Brendan Hartley. Sector 3. The number 94 Peugeot.
Which, by the way, did take that place. I thought they might, by 0.136 of a second.
So the fastest car in the place was the number 8 Toyota.
What could have been for them,
in terms of sector times, the number 7 Toyota was quicker than the Ferrari number 50 that finished in 2nd place as well. So Toyota, despite their disconcerted view of the way things went at Le Mans, have the fastest car in Hypercar.
I'm delighted to hear what the welcome the number 7 car got coming by. There's still packed grandstands with a lot of Ferrari supporters there that must be disappointed, but that's a very respectful response to what was a really good race.
Well, I think there must be 50,000 fans in the place today, and I wonder what percentage of them are first-time viewers of World Endurance Championship in the flesh. I would think probably quite a number.
I would think so.
And that's the joy that Hypercar brings, that Ferrari bring. That's the joy that a champion brings. Ben Keating.
He's been incredibly quick all season, and a well-deserved championship victory for that particular car crew. But weirdly, this is where sports car racing gets very bizarre.
Go on.
He has to make sure he's fit and healthy for the next 2 races coming up. Otherwise, his teammates win the championship and he doesn't.
Absolutely right.
Or he doesn't pay the team and they withdraw the car.
Exactly.
There's one thing going through his mind, I'm a champion. The other thing that's not going through his mind but will likely occur to him tomorrow, because he owns that car, is, my gosh, that's going to be a valuable Corvette.
It is, isn't it? So they'd better not wreck it. Mind you, it doesn't matter if they wreck it, if it's rebuildable in any way, shape or form, it's still a championship winning car. There's Nicky Katzberg. Boy, that's their second win this season. They went in Spa as well, didn't they? Was that last?
No. It's his second championship this season.
Yeah.
He's won the WC, he's won the Hours of Monza series now. Plus, as we said earlier in the programme, 3 24-hour race wins, either overall or in class.
Yeah.
That is an astounding season for a driver. And by the way, all in different cars, aside from the fact that the Corvette, the WC, and the 24 Hours of Le Mans are the same.
It's only because he's a sensible height. That's what it's all about. There is the rampant horse of Scuderia Ferrari. That's what the SF stands for. Scuderia, the Italian for team. Scuderia Ferrari. Il Cavallino Rampante.
For very happy people.
Yeah.
Look
at the team at Jota. Very, very happy. Pietro Fittipaldi with the helmet on. David Heinemeier Hansen and Oliver Rasmussen. I mean, they've all had starring roles. Heinemeier Hansen, he's very keen. He's a real IT geek and you know, a tech millionaire. And really analyses stint times.
Oh yes.
If those are not his 2 best ever driving stints, I want to see where the others were, because he drove absolutely flawlessly at the start of the race.
David would say himself, coming back into the sport at this level after a little while away, he's taken time to get up to speed. But boy, is he back there now.
Not much.
Yeah, he held off top professional drivers at the start of that race, and excellently so. And that bought the Jota team the time to be in the window, to be where they needed to be at the end of this race.
Look at the flag. Look at the families. Look at the mums and the daughters and the kids here. So many young fans, new fans, really, really excited to see this. Hypercar is going to launch world endurance and sports car racing into the stratosphere, and it's richly deserved, and everybody who's playing a part in it should be really happy with the way this is working.
Jose Maria Lopez, Mike Conway, Kamui Kobayashi, you had to reply to Le Mans, and it wasn't made easy, but you did it in the number 7.
Yeah. I mean, after a tough Le Mans, it was important to bounce back. The team did a great job. Unfortunately, Car 8 had a complicated race, but at the end they recovered well. So really happy. I mean, Mike, again, a great job in the star, and Kamui as always. So I'm very proud of these guys. I'm very proud of the team, and it feels nice. You know, 3rd win of the year. We've been a bit unlucky, but this put us again on the game. So really happy.
And the nerves going right to the end.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, with the split strategy, Ferrari taking the tyres earlier, and then even a half set at the end. We were losing time, but the guys did a mega pit stop. Was really fast, so that was all credit to those guys. And then Kamui, just put in a really solid last stint too. So, but big thanks to the crew, my teammates, as always, solid. So nice to beat Ferrari on home ground.
Well done.
Cheers.
It is a special place, Monza, isn't it? It's more special when it's full, and the race was that good. And very sad we won't be coming back here next year because the refurbishment works here, but I'm sure Imola will be equally spectacular.
Well, and I don't doubt that we will come back because it is such a great track, but Imola is a fantastic racetrack as well, so we look forward to that. $65,000 fans packing into Monza over the weekend. René Arnoux among them. Dindo Capello, the Grand Marshal for the race. And in scorching summer conditions, the teams, the bosses and the crews seeing the Chequered being delivered by the Navy and the Marines. As the race got underway, it was Toyota from pole position. Mike Conway starting the race ahead of Sebastian Buemi. The number 50 Ferrari on the outside of the front row of the grid, though, getting in between the two Toyotas. And Buemi outbraking himself, clattering the 51 Ferrari into a spin, putting their race at the back right from the start as they'd rejoin way down the order. Number 8 Toyota in the news again as it ran the 777D station racing car off the road, hard into the walls and out of the race. At the front of the field, after the safety car that followed the incident, it was the 93 Peugeot, Mikkel Jensen, going around the outside of Mike Conway to take the lead for Peugeot at the track at which they made their debut with their hypercar a year ago. Not long after, the 50 Ferrari going up into second position. Huge reception from the rapturous Tifosi at the first chicane as they saw the pass being made. Number 8 serving a penalty for taking D-Station out of the race. Transmission problems for Peugeot, electronic problems for Jota's Porsche. And the Ferrari and Toyota battle continued. Penske Porsche never quite in the frame for a top 3 position. Vector were having a good race until they were put off by the number 9 Prema car. That brought out another safety car. Their race was over as well. More dramas for Jota with the electronics in their Porsche as the number 7 Toyota moved to the top of the pile. The Lesmos were a real pinch point this weekend. Lots of incidents in traffic. LMP2 and GTE, GTE and GTE. There's not much margin for error. Not much margin in traffic either. The Iron Dames being held up and the Corvette going by as an LMP2 car made the difference. Proton's 99 Hypercar ended its race at 2/3 distance on the side of the track. And the leading car in LMP2 out with oil problems in the final half hour. That allowed Jota to win in LMP2. 77 Dempsey Proton winning in GTE Am as the 33 Corvette took the championship title with a top 5 finish. And the overall race winners, the number 7 Toyota, Kamui Kobayashi, sealing victory ahead of Ferrari in Monza. 6 fantastic hours of racing and lots of red in the crowd. So, don't know what happened to Ferrari at Silverstone. I'm sure not many of these fans do, but they know that Ferrari had one heck of a race here and finished on the podium, the 50 car in second place. But your race winners come out first. The crew of the number 7 Toyota. The biggest reception, Graham Goodwin, pretty much inevitable. It will be for the Ferrari crew, bearing in mind we are in Italy.
Delighted to hear it. It's great to see them on form, and it's better still almost to see that Peugeot are right there as well.
Absolutely right. Really good to see the Peugeot team claiming their first podium a year after their debut. The Japanese anthem for our winning team, Toyota Gazoo Racing. And on the top step of the podium, left to right, Mike Conway. Oh, Kamui Kobayashi on the left, in fact, Mike Conway in the centre. And Jose Maria Lopez on the right-hand side, the race engineer with the flag around his shoulders. And Dindo Capello, Jean-Eric Verne, went off in my hands, Gov. Dindo Capello presenting the trophy for the 3rd Jeff. Come on, a bit of decorum. It's not that long since you've been on the race podium. Paul Di Resta, big smile on his face as well. And in second place, Antonio Floco, Miguel Molina and Nick Nielsen. What might have been, maybe if they hadn't taken tyres at the final stop, who knows. But the winning trophy goes to the crew of the number 7 Toyota, Jose Maria Lopez, Mike Conway and Kamui Kobayashi, president of Toyota Gazoo Racing.
And almost the best thing about this, with this huge crowd here today, is they've all had a great time. There's also a great race. They've learned that one of the best things about sports car racing, apart from the on-track entertainment, is the access. And I guarantee you they'll want to be back next year at Imola if they can, to see whether or not Ferrari can level the score.
Well, if lots of fans can come from all over Europe, and they have, then certainly Italian fans can go to Imola. The Autodromo Enzo Edina Ferrari. Well, that would be a great venue for Ferrari to win at home as well, wouldn't it? The circuit named after the company's founder and his son. And on the podium there, Mikkel Jensen, John-Eric Vett and Paul di Resta. That's a really big reward for the Peugeot team, one they were desperate to produce. I know Paul was really, really keen that they had a hope of getting onto the podium, and so it has been. So that's your top three. The number 7 Toyota, number 50 Ferrari, and the 93 Peugeot. Number 8 car, really, really critical fight back after those incidents, after those penalties in the first hour, and they end up in 4th place.
Spotted 2, that change has come for 5th place. The Ferrari AF Corsa, number 51, has been given a time penalty, drops back behind the 5 car. Porsche Penske Motorsport. It's Jota take the win from Alpine Elf. Team, the 36 car, and the 41 Team WRT completes the podium in LMP2, and the 77 Dempsey Proton Racing Porsche comes home ahead of 2 further Porsches, the 60i Lynx car and the 86 GR Racing car, but it's the 4th place car that takes the title.
Yeah, 4 Peugeots in the top 5, so it is Brendan Hartley, Ryo Hirakawa who increase their lead in the championship. Manufacturers Championship, and Toyota Gazoo Racing lead from Ferrari, Cadillac and Porsche.
That's not done.
No, it definitely is not, and there could be a lot of changes behind the battle for first place as well. Toyota getting stronger, Peugeot getting stronger. Let's catch up with our winners in LMP2. The number 28 Jota team, Louise Beckett is with them.
The crew of the 28 Jota, that was such a difficult race for everybody actually, but leaving it right to the end, but you did it.
Yeah, it was amazing. I mean, we had an incredible start, and then the whole thing got up in the air. I thought we were out of it several times, and then to come back with these incredible drivers and be up here number 1, I thought like a podium, that would have been great, but number 1, incredible.
And you look like you've worked hard.
We all worked hard. I mean, Oliver did an amazing stint. He got us basically into the lead. We fell back with the full course yellow. We fought back to second, and we kept pushing. We kept it clean. The Team Jota did an amazing job. I'm so happy for the win. We were so close at Spa. We got a bit unlucky with the safety car, but to be able to get the win here, it means a lot. It's World Championship winners. You already have a win in the World Championship. For us, it's the first one. Yeah, exactly.
Well done, guys.
Pietro Fittipaldi, Oliver Rasmussen and David Heinemeier Hansen. They claim victory here in Monza for Jota, and a great race for the Alpine crew in number 36 as well. And Charles Milesi also takes Goodyear's Wingfoot Award. There's the man who puts the 41 car on pole position, Robert Kubica. They end up in 3rd place. Rui Andrade is the only member of that team that was in the 41 car last year when they won here in Monza. They end up in 3rd place. Save the King. I'm not sure that 2 Danes and a Brazilian know the words, so that's why they weren't singing along.
By the way, Pietro Fittipaldi's first WEC win, that's great. Yep. So in a 7th win for Jota under their own name. They've taken wins under Jackie Chan DC Racing and G-Drive previously. But that puts them now level with Team WRT for wins under the team name.
Excellent. And yeah, strong race from the Alpine crew. Mathieu Vaxivière there. Charles Milesi wins the Wingfoot Award. So they take 2nd place. Juju Canal, the tallest of the trio. And the winners' trophies. Pietro Fittipaldi, the most recent World Championship race winner from the family. So I'm sure somewhere back home in Brazil, Emerson and Uncle Wilson are smiling at that news. And Pietro Fittipaldi's had a bit of a tough baptism a couple of years ago in an accident in the Dallara LMP car that broke both his ankles in Spa. It's been a bit of a long road to recovery. He's still got plenty of pace, definitely time on his side. Time to get busy with the fizzy and celebrate the LMP2 top 3.
Great race in LMP2 once again. 2 more races in WEC for this phase of LMP2 before this becomes a 2-class championship in 2024. And there you go. That is the race result, Martin.
Yeah, Jota victorious, 36 from Alpine, taking second place. Despite the fact that they were on a different fuel strategy, it all evened itself out in the end. And WRT grabbing the final podium spot from United on the last lap. United also sports plus or minus 162 laps.
That's slightly wrong, I think.
Little typo there. So, yeah, a last lap pass to take the lead, and that means that the 41 from WRT also joins Interpol at the, takes the lead from Interpol at the top of the pile, and 23 United Autosports don't quite close up on their teammates so much. So Louis Delatraz, Robert Kubica and Rui Andrade, the Swiss, Polish, Angolan combination are our points leaders in LMP2. Victory for one of the most experienced and long-serving crews in GTE Am, Dempsey Proton.
The crew from the 77 Dempsey Porsche, that was just such a difficult but great race.
Difficult, as you said, until the last 2 hours. We had no idea which position we might finish because everything was so close and the strategy were a bit different. And luckily we had the right one, the team did the right calls, and we ended up being in the front pack for the last 2 hours and just managed to create a little gap and maintain it. Car was quite great. So yeah, I think they did most of the jobs that I just had to manage at the end, and we did it properly, so happy with it.
Well done. Thank you.
The chaos was quite great. Julian Andlau, Mikkel Pedersen and team boss Christian Ried.
5th win in WC history for Julian Andlau, a 13th for Christian Ried. He's now level with Matthias Lauda for the 3rd most in the GTE Am class.
Who's got the most still? Paul Dalla Lana?
Must be Paul Dalla Lana. Oh, no, it's not. It's Pedro Lamy.
Is it Pedro Lamy now? And how many races is that now that Christian Ried has done?
All of them.
All of them. 91?
No, it's something like, is it 80, 81 now?
Yeah.
He's had, however, consecutive wins here at Monza. One last time out.
They did win last year.
By the way, Andlau's first win in WEC since Sebring in 2019, the very same race that David Heimer Hansen won in LMP2.
And Christian Ried won last year with Harry Tinknell, who also raced for Proton in their 99 Hypercar, and with Seb Prio last year. So 2 different co-drivers, but the same anchor. Christian Ried, the boss of Proton, and Dempsey Proton, team that he co-owns with Patrick Dempsey.
A Porsche sweep of this podium.
Porsche, 4 of the top 5 cars. The only interloper was not a Ferrari here, it was the Corvette. So there's the GR Racing crew. Tall figure of Ben Barker, the last of the trio out. They finish in 3rd place. Iron Lynx in 2nd. Involved in any instance at all. It didn't when Claudio Schiavone was driving because it did biff off.
It was Matteo Cressoni, wasn't it?
It was Matteo Cressoni. Did biff off the 21 Ferrari in the 2nd of the Lesmos. However, they still finish in 2nd place despite that. 3rd place for GR Racing. That's a big result as well. Mike Rainwright, I thought, did a great job at the start. You know, with most of the bronze drivers opening double stint. Yeah, excellent stuff from him.
One quick point, pointed out by Louise Beckett, that's joined us at the back of the comms booth, is that the 60 won it from the back of the grid. Yeah, Goldweiler came 2nd from the back of the grid. So a great run through what's a very high-quality field indeed in GT Am.
Really is.
The other storyline, of course, here this weekend is the team that's not on the podium. That is the number 33 Corvette team. Finish 4th and wrap up a major title in the WEC earlier than any other crew has ever done, with 2 races to go.
I think only in the top class has it ever been won before Bahrain, any of the titles, I think. Certainly in the last 4 or 5 years, but yeah, that's impressive stuff. They've had such a good season, and just off the podium in 4th place. Didn't quite have the outright pace here, nor did the Iron Dames in the pink Porsche. although at the midway point, really anybody could have won this.
Safety cars again played a part in that, and you know, we're in an era now where you can try not to affect the other races as much as we previously did with previous rule sets. As one of the winners' caps is thrown into the audience. In fact, another Claudia Schiavone.
Yeah.
These are, you know, these are rare things. These are podium and winners' caps from Michelin. So let's hope that's a treasured addition to someone's collection and not on eBay on Monday.
No, I don't think anybody in this crowd is giving away stuff. There's Claudia Schiavone in the centre, the ultimate enthusiast, and one of the driving forces behind this entire Iron Lynx and Iron Dames team. So Corvette Racing are the champions, but behind them, Iron Dames by 2 from Oman Racing, team by TF. Dempsey Proton 7 behind. It's going to be super, super tight in the remaining 2 races of this season. But the champions, Ben Keating, Nicky Katzberg and Nicholas Veroni, at least, unless some of them score more than the others. And that is it from Monza. We will be back on the 10th of September racing at Fuji in Japan for the penultimate round, the 6 hours of Fuji. Until then, don't forget, you can watch all the races again, including the entirety of Le Mans on the World Endurance Championship YouTube site. And don't forget also in 10 days to tune in for full access from this race. If it's anything like the others, it will be stupendous watching. Until we meet again in Fuji, from everybody here, from the entire WC TV crew, from Louise Beckett, from Anthony Davidson, from Graham Goodwin, I'm Martin Hevin saying thank you for joining us. If you like this, join us in Fuji and bring a friend.